Reversion, The Inevitable Horror, The Portal Arcane Series, Book 1, written by J. Thorne, narrated by David H. Lawrence XVII. Chapter 1. Samuel pushed the twisted sheet from his shoulder and let the makeshift noose coil on the ground like a dead snake. He stepped out of the rope and looked up at the decaying branch overhead, shaking his head. His eyes darted about the empty forest as his heart raced. He drew a breath, wincing at the pain in his throat as his lungs tried to pull in more oxygen. He smiled at the joy of being alive until the memory of his prison cell surfaced. Like a leaf at the mercy of the wind, the image of the bars floated from Samuel's reach. Worry rushed back in as he struggled to find a connection, a reason for being here. He stepped over the jagged rocks and closed his eyes. Silence. It could have been midsummer. It could have been the dead of winter. He could no longer tell, and even if he could, Samuel struggled to remember what those seasons meant. The wind was still. The creek in the distance murmured like the whispers at a funeral procession. The insects, the animals, the creatures of the wood were silent. Again, Samuel fought to recall hearing any sound. A leather string holding an amulet lay on the ground at his feet, and he picked it up. The charm was silver. 3 triple spirals connected and curling in on each other. He slid the leather string over his head until the amulet lay on his chest. He walked in silence over branches sprawled on the ground and onto a rough path that wound itself farther into the forest. Samuel heard a slight rustle of leaves underneath his feet, and yet his canvas sneakers did not make as much noise as they should have. The sun hung at an odd angle, tossing a bland shaft of light ahead, with most of the rays never reaching the ground. Samuel looked to the right and saw tattered yellow caution tape dangling from the trunks of ancient oaks. What is this? The tape ran from trunk to trunk in tattered, random shreds, like an abandoned crime scene. He reached out and tore a shred of tape from the tree while looking for the human remains that should have been there. Samuel looked up into the canopy of branches, which hovered overhead like a worried mother. As far as he could see, ropes and nooses hung empty and cold. Piles of clothing, personal items, and other artifacts lay beneath some. He tossed the scrap of tape to the ground and continued down the path, knocking aside a shoe, a sport coat, a backpack. He stopped and bent down to grab the backpack, the aching in his neck causing him to wince. The backpack was made of nylon, the zipper long gone, and its teeth forever in a black grin. He reached into it, his fingers brushing against a few leaves that rustled inside. Nothing. He turned it over to reveal 3 characters embroidered on the front. B, C, D. He rubbed his head and stared at them until he recognized the letters of the alphabet, and a thin smile spread over his lips. He was not sure if those letters mattered anymore, and he could not recall why they ever would. Samuel dug through a few of the mounds beneath the hanging trees, shoving articles of clothing into the backpack. He threw the only remaining strap over one shoulder and shuffled farther down the path on instinct. He kept the pack to store items that might keep him alive. The creek moved closer with each step, and he was happy to hear its meanderings. The natural noise brought a brief sense of normalcy, a memory from childhood, long summer days in a valley, and a creek that cut a ragged line through the forest. Some days he would spend hours in solitude, overturning rocks in a search of salamanders. On other days, he would throw stones across the bank with his brothers in a friendly competition that would end when his mother's voice echoed through the trees, calling them home for the evening meal. He saw more items strewn across the path and kicked a pair of shoes to the side. So many shoes. He wondered why the shoes remained and the bodies did not. Samuel looked down at his sneakers with Velcro instead of laces. A faded denim shirt hung open, revealing a plain gray t-shirt underneath. His khakis sat loose on his hips. The guards did not care how well they fit the inmates. The path curved as it approached the stream, turning right into a grove of high pines, their needles covering the ground. Samuel drew a deep breath through his nose, catching the faintest odor of pine, and it made him smile. He savored the distant aroma for as long as he could. It did not last. He sat on the ground next to an abandoned blue shopping bag and reached inside, pulled out the contents, and arranged them in a circle over the pine needles. He remembered the names for most of them. Lighter, pen, nickel. A few he could not recognize, but his brain assured him he would. Samuel picked up the lighter with his right hand, pinched between a thumb and finger. Muscle memory snapped into place as his thumb struck down on the flint. The lighter sparked, and Samuel smiled. He could almost taste the burnt, woody smoke of a hand-rolled cigarette. He could almost feel the airy buzz with each puff of the tobacco. He struck the lighter again and again, but each time it failed to ignite, and each time it reminded him of the temporary satisfaction delivered by the nicotine. Another item returned to his expanding repertoire of old words as he opened a supple leather wallet. Samuel removed the paper sticking out from its fold. As with the pine needles, he caught a faint whiff of the earthy, organic scent of the rawhide. He looked up and noticed the sun had dropped closer to the horizon, as if touching the tops of the trees to ignite them. Darkness crept closer, surrounding the far edges of his vision. Samuel's toes became numb from the cold, and he realized his exposure could kill him. With the chill of the approaching night, the undoing of the universe tightened its stranglehold on this place, slowly crushing the life from it. Each universe exists infinitely close to one another, much like grains of sand on a beach. The collection of universes is known as the multiverse. In this place, the reversion started, on the edges where sounds disappeared and colors dulled, draining it all of rich sensory perceptions. The physical world began to fold in upon itself and threatened to swallow everything into the eternal void. Not every universe was cursed with a reversion that held souls in transition, but this one was. Using the reversion as his tool, Deva snatched those in need of salvation and dropped them into a dying world to find the path to redemption and release from the cycle. Should the soul fail to make a lifetime of wrongs right, it would reawaken in another place, in another reversion. Spirit demands a resolution for all souls, and Deva orchestrates it. Deva, the gatekeeper of the reversion, spent eons keeping the great cycle intact, and would do so for as long as spirit required it. The night came silently, stealing the remaining light from the forest and replacing it with an insufferable coldness. Samuel shuddered. He could no longer control the muscle spasms that racked his body and occupied his mind. The yellow tape, the shoes, the hunger, none of it mattered while his brain searched for a solution to the numbing cold brought by the night. After walking for hours in no particular direction, he again relied on instinct, gathering branches and leaning them against a tree to provide the most basic shelter. With twigs and dried leaves, he created a mound of kindling. He stood and yawned before looking out into the expansive forest. He had no measure of his progress and thought it was possible he hiked in a long, meandering circle. Samuel reached into his pocket where he had stowed the mysterious artifacts. His hand found the lighter, which he pulled out. Again, he wrapped his thumb and finger around the igniter, although the dropping temperature made it more difficult for him to strike the flint. He tried again. Once, twice. On the third strike, the lighter coughed forth a weak flame. It flickered over the pinhole at the top of the metal. Samuel felt the brief burst of warmth, and before he could place his left hand over the top, the flame died. He shook the lighter and struck the flint again. The green flame returned, and Samuel pushed the tiny lever on the front of the lighter until the flame rose slightly higher than before. He smiled and reached back into his pocket, removing scraps of paper from the wallet and holding them over the flame. At first, the paper did nothing but curl and twist from the heat. But after a few moments, the flame leapt from the lighter. He dropped the lit paper onto the mound of leaves. Curls of gray smoke floated upward, stinging his eyes and burning his nose, and Samuel cried from the smoke. He could smell it. He was alive. Within moments, the confined space between 3 pine trees blazed with yellow and green flames. Samuel was standing closer to the bonfire than he should, staring at the odd colors. His instinct told him to stand back, and yet the heat did not burn him. He shoved the lighter into his pocket and scurried past the fire, gathering pine needles, dried twigs, and branches. He knew this fuel was needed to keep the fire going, to keep him alive. In a matter of moments, units of time Samuel could no longer measure, he sat basking in the glow of a roaring bonfire. He felt its warmth and closed his eyes. His stomach growled, protesting the hunger brought on by the activity. Samuel laid his head on the empty backpack and curled his feet closer to the fire. He felt warm and safe and still alone, until the howl pierced the air. His mind reeled as instinct took over. He stripped his clothes to the ground to rid himself of his human scent. He could not remember how he knew, but he recognized the howl of the alpha male. He knew the pack was coming. He knew if he did not hide from their sight and sense of smell, he would die. The cold air bit into his back as the paltry fire warmed his front. He took inventory of the clothing he stuffed into his backpack, counting 3 shirts of various sizes, 2 pairs of shorts, and 1 pair of athletic pants. He ran to the pile and put the athletic pants on, followed by a pair of shorts. He picked up the T-shirt he had worn and took a whiff. He could smell his own body odor, but it did not carry the musky, organic, overpowering scent it normally would have. But he didn't have time to figure out why. The air felt heavy and diluted, and Samuel wondered if there was something wrong with his senses or if it was this place. Nevertheless, it was closest to his body's scent and would have to do. He hoped to confuse the alpha male long enough to escape. He set the undershirt aside and pulled the clothing over his head until he stood dressed, with only a pair of shorts and a T-shirt left on the ground. Samuel felt his movement restricted in several layers of clothing worn by other people and realized if the alpha male was not disoriented by the mixing of scents, he would be easy prey. He ran to one of the pine trees, standing guard over his haven. unable to find a single knotted branch or knob that would serve him. He knew the clearing would soon be attacked by a pack of wild wolves, and he ran from one tree to another until he found what he needed, grabbing the stained t-shirt and wrapping the neck hole around a thin branch, while using another twig to create a crude cross on which the t-shirt rested, mimicking a human with arms outstretched. He then snatched the shorts from the ground and wrapped them over a piece of peeling bark so they hung beneath the t-shirt. The clothes on the tree sat higher than an average human, but he did not think the wolves would discern that detail in the heat of the hunt. Samuel heard the soft crunch of the forest underbrush. He looked back and forth at the trees and over the fire, spotting one low-hanging branch within his grasp. His fingers fell a few inches short of the bark, and when he heard the low, earthy growls, he realized he had seconds to make a decision. Samuel jumped and grabbed the branch with both hands while swinging his legs as high as he could. Several objects fell from his pockets and clattered in a pile beneath the tree. As he glanced down, Samuel saw the first set of yellow eyes materialize from the dark recesses beyond the fire. He squinted and heaved upward until he sat on the branch with his feet dangling 5 feet from the ground. The alpha male came first. It smelled the burning wood long before its eyes found the origin of the flame. The creature nuzzled its nose deep into dank fur and flicked its ears twice before turning its muzzle toward the sky, letting loose with a growl that sounded more human than beast. Within moments, the rest of the pack surrounded the alpha male. Sets of yellow eyes darted back and forth through the hulking black trunks. They seemed to disappear and reappear as though floating through the night. One has found flame. The pack settled and circled around the leader. With his fur rankled, he bared his pointy teeth at the slightly younger, more aggressive males. My kill, then your carcass. Although not the egalitarian split most of the creatures desired, it was the way. The alpha male trotted across a felled tree, the trunk resting on a rocky outcrop jutting 20 feet high. He approached the zenith and stopped, catching the scent of fire, smoke, and humans. While he did not share the same sense of time and space as other mammals, the wolf registered surprise. He had not expected man to still be here, and if he was, he had not expected man to enter his domain. Blood. The rest of the pack reared up behind the leader, letting loose with several rounds of howling, barking, and gnashing. Several of the larger, older creatures snapped at the females. The leader called for blood. The hunt was on. The alpha male leapt from the trunk, his sinewy frame propelled through the trees as if by an otherworldly force. The creature sprinted, and the pack followed at the respected distance. The alpha male would not find a challenger this night. The first blood would belong to him. The pack undulated, a brown, gray, and silver mass, weaving through the trees and toward the fire, springing up from the forest floor. Some of the cubs whimpered and ran beneath their mothers, for they had yet to witness the power of flame. The alpha male crested a slight rise and slowed his descent toward the valley, scanning the horizon to see the thin white line of Brother Moon. The creature stopped, his tongue flicking across his frozen muzzle. He lifted his head up and howled again. The top arch of the moon poked above the tree line, but would rise no farther. The alpha male knew. He mourned the loss of the sky god hanging over the valley and illuminating the kills. Brother Moon held his gaze low like an insolent child, a bit lower each cycle. The pack scampered behind the alpha male and waited. The creatures paced about with deep growls as they too gazed at the fire in the center of the valley, cursing the unnatural flame and drooling at the prospect of tearing its creator apart. The alpha male dropped low, ears up. He moved methodically through the trees until the faint aroma of burning pine reached his nose. They had not lost the scent, not yet. The others followed with growling bellies and cautious optimism. The feast would be the first in a long while. Mothers would push their cubs back from the killing spot and toss them the battered entrails left after the surge. The alpha male continued to lead. The crackling of the burning wood became louder, but muffled in the heavy air. He listened for the guttural tone of a human voice, but did not hear it, and he sniffed the air again, this time detecting the source of the scent. More than one? The younger, more aggressive males became excited by the thought of full bellies. The wolves nudged each other, even going so far as to bare teeth to preserve the attack order. After the alpha male had eaten, a battle would ensue for the bloody remains. The alpha male spun with his hackles raised. He growled and bared pointy yellow teeth at his pack. They would fear him or be consumed by him. At least, that was how it had always been. The others cowered, especially the females and the cubs. A few of the more mature males skittered to the side, but did not retreat. They sized up the alpha male, sensing they too might someday lead the pack. Someday. Now. He reared his head and howled. The rest of the pack imitated the alpha male until the sound consumed the dead of the night. He raced from his lead position toward the fire, with the pack following, dashing between trunks, through the remains of yellow tape, and over lonely shoes with decayed laces. He sprinted over forgotten bones and rotted canvas tents. He kicked the artifacts of the world to the side, where they tumbled into silent obscurity. The fire grew as the alpha male led his pack to the fight. It had been a long time since human blood was spilled in the valley, and the alpha male basked in the anticipation. Although his eyes had lost range and focus, he was able to detect the human form against the tree on the far side of the fire. The yellow and green flames distorted the shape, but not enough to confuse the alpha male. The wolves snapped at each other's tails as they followed the leader to the kill zone. Females, cubs, and old wolves became lost in the instinctual euphoria of the kill. He flew from the path, dashed around a fallen limb, and turned straight for his prey. The alpha male's eyes lit, his snout pulsing with the chemicals of the predominant human scent, no longer uncertain of their numbers. He made one final lunge to the right of the fire and skidded to a halt in the dry dirt at the base of the tree. His head twitched back and forth at the shirt and shorts tacked there. He did not need to communicate his disgust and disappointment to the pack. His belly growled in protest of the ruse. Chapter 2. The leader approached his prey and looked up. The rest of the pack filled in behind the alpha male, but kept their distance from the unnatural fire. The creature paced around the flames, sniffing the objects on the ground, and then craned its neck upward at the feet of the human. It must come down. That is the command given, and the one I must follow. The rest of the pack whined and shuffled about. Several of the cubs lay on the ground, enjoying the meager warmth provided by the man's fire, while the male wolves stood behind the leader and looked up into the tree. "Leave me alone," Samuel shouted. He thought he could hear the alpha male chuckle. The sound escaped the wolf's muzzle like a short guffaw. "Get out of here!" The wolves stood at attention, staring up at him. One would break off, circle its tail, and then come back to attention at the base of the tree. Samuel looked up into the pine. Branches sprouted from the trunk like a pinwheel, extending up into the blackness. Tendrils of smoke raced between them as the fire burned down to yellow coals, releasing the hiss of water inside the damp wood. Samuel reached for the next closest branch and climbed higher, until he sat on a wider branch, taking a deep breath and looking down at the pack 20 feet below. We wait. The alpha male sat, and his ears came up. The other hunters did the same, while the female wolves remained on the outer edge of the camp. The pack formed a circle around the base of the tree. Samuel felt a rumble in his stomach, and a pain gripped his side. He could not remember the last time he ate. He rubbed the blooming bruises on his neck, a painful reminder of his time inside the noose. Samuel looked out from the trees, convinced he had found temporary refuge from the pack. A sliver of moon appeared above the canopy of pines, blossoming like spilt milk into the night sky. Are wolves nocturnal? They'll go back to the den once the sun comes up, Samuel thought. Samuel watched as a new light crested off the horizon. He did not see the blazing orb of his sun. He did not feel the warmth of the day. Hours passed, and yet the light failed to chase back the darkness, seeping upward until a dull gray blanket of mist descended on the forest. A quick pulse of memory shot through his head, a late afternoon thunderstorm at the shore. The feeling lingered, but the specifics of the memory did not. He looked down at the pack. The females and cubs slept in bundles of fur, and the hunters rested their heads in their paws, all except one. The alpha male remained sitting, his eyes focused on Samuel. As the light faded yet again, Samuel felt the first cramps clutching his muscles, threatening to eject him from his safe perch. His stomach threatened to turn in on itself. He closed his eyes, unsure whether the hunger pangs could keep his mind off the muscle cramps, or whether it was better to focus on the cramps to take his mind off of his hunger. Samuel's tongue felt as though it were wrapped in cotton. Mucus dripped from his nose, while his feet felt cold and dead. It weakens. The wolves pushed up onto all fours and began circling the base of the trunk. The alpha male reared back and howled. The cubs awakened with new fervor, hunger, and bloodlust. 2 hunters leapt onto the base of the tree as if threatening to climb it. They jumped back and forth, growling and snapping at each other's tails. Samuel closed his eyes, and the world swam beneath him. He lost his sense of direction and fell from the branch, lunging out and grasping another to stop his plummet. The branch slid beneath his fingers as he looked at the ground below, feeling dizzy. He expected the ground to rush up and snatch him from the precipice. Samuel reminded himself not to look down, wondering why that seemed to be the best advice for his fear of heights. The hunters saw the movement, and the other wolves sensed it. The entire pack ran around the base, barking and growling in a frenzy. Samuel hung by one arm, his left foot 5 feet from the ground. He felt the sting as a pine branch opened a gash in his side, and blood dripped into the open maw of the alpha male. Not this way, he thought, wincing. He drew a deep breath and forced the pain from his mind. He considered giving up until the thought of the pack's teeth tearing at his flesh cleared his head. His mind raced through questions, reasons for the wolves' unending pursuit. But in that moment, he realized it did not matter. He would have to survive before he could have the luxury of reflection. Samuel shook his head, fighting the haze and scrambling to reach a higher position. The alpha male lunged, clamping his jaws on the heel of Samuel's sneaker, shaking it left to right, rear paws digging into the dirt with every back pedal. Samuel kicked with his opposite foot, but lacked power behind the motion. His toe bounced off the skull of the alpha male, agitating him more. The other wolves crowded the alpha male, snapping at Samuel's foot in support of the leader. Samuel felt his grip loosening, and his pants being tugged downward by another wolf that had a hold. He looked up at the branch, the tree about to fulfill his destiny of death in a way the noose could not. As his right hand released, and another wolf climbed to his knee, a crack echoed through the valley. Samuel crashed to the ground as the wolves froze. They spun to face the sound as another shot whistled through the air, and a slug lodged in the pine tree mere inches from Samuel's head. "We will come back." The alpha male turned to snarl at Samuel before bounding over the remains of the fire and through the trunks of the pine trees. The hunters, the females, and the cubs followed with their tails tucked. Samuel looked over the fire with blurry vision. His breathing slowed, and he sensed motion. A dark swath moved over the re-emerging fire. It stopped and hesitated. The flames jumped back to life, and Samuel squinted in the light. Again, the fire burned with a paltry, green hue, but compared to the blackness preceding it, Samuel shielded his eyes from the glare. "Who are you?" he asked. "Close your eyes. We'll talk when your body has recovered." Samuel rolled onto his back and laughed. Floating ash danced overhead against the black velvet sky. Bare tree branches reached for it like bony fingers. "The wolves, they're coming back," he said. "They will. They always do," the stranger said. Samuel smiled again and closed his eyes. He would sleep or he would die. Either would rest his weary mind. Chapter 3. "I hope Major finds him before the wolves tear him apart," Mara said. "I don't give a rat's ass about Major, newbies, or the wolves," Cole said. Mara tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and shook her head. "Course you do, Cole. You know Major can't get out of this one by himself." Major's fate, his redemption, hinged on his ability to save them all from the reversion. Cole and Mara didn't have the knowledge or the ability to escape on their own. Each new visitor had the potential to manipulate this place without knowing it, but Major had seen it a number of times. It was up to him to mold the raw talent Diva sent his way. He bounced from one universe to another, but he was unable to do so in this one. Major needed Samuel alive long enough to figure out why. "He's only out to save his own ass. I don't trust Major, and neither should you." Mara shrugged. "You have to trust somebody. As long as you know Major will sell you out to get what he wants, what's the big deal?" Cole shrugged off Mara's question. "I'm not the one making a big deal about Major, am I?" He rubbed a hand across the tattoo that sleeved his right arm, trying hard to remain focused on the conversation he had with Mara dozens of times already. Maybe you have a good reason to get back to whatever life you had, but I don't. I'm just as happy to stay here and let the cloud eat me." Mara gave up, tired of the posturing Cole used to end all of their conversations. "Major is looking for someone or something. It's his only hope, and I feel like it's mine as well." Cole looked at her and wondered how they were connected to the new visitor and ultimately to Major. He grew tired of the disappointment in Mara's eyes. Cole could feel a connection to the new arrival, and yet he could not understand why. He knew more about Mara's journey than Mara. He was with Major when she came through the forest, mumbling and disoriented like all of the troubled souls that fell from the noose. They took care of her and nursed her back to health in hopes she could find whatever it was they needed to flee the dying worlds. Major never said it, but Cole knew she wasn't the one. But she was the key to finding the one who would. Major told him she would draw that power like a magnet, and that was why Cole pretended to tolerate her in Major's presence. Cole and Major committed heinous, immoral acts in their lives and landed here. As far as Cole could tell, Mara had not, and so he felt sympathetic towards her. He knew his own suicide brought him into the reversion, although he could not decide if he was alive or dead. Most days, Cole struggled to tell the difference. When Samuel arrived, he felt the blood connection in his veins, and knew this reversion would not end like the countless others that tossed him out and back into the cursed forest. Mara convinced Major and Cole she couldn't remember crossing over. She kept that secret hidden away, fearful they would somehow use it against her. But she'd overheard Major and Cole talking at night about their old lives, and she knew why they were here. The men were violent, greedy, and selfish. But they helped her navigate the forest, and so she felt a thin and cautious connection to both. The collective energy of Major, Cole, and Mara could release them all from the cycle, but only with Samuel's help. Samuel felt the nudge of the boot in his ribs and rolled over onto his back. A gray, gauzy haze still hung in the sky. He put a hand to his throbbing forehead and wondered how long it would take to feel normal again, if ever. Samuel detected movement across the remains of the night's fire, and a pulse of fear raced through his chest. The tree, the wolves, and the howling, especially the howling, resurfaced in his head. He gulped the air and recognized the movement of a fellow human. Samuel squinted as he sat up on his elbows. "What time is it?" he asked. "Does it matter?" He shrugged. "I guess not." He watched the stranger from behind. The man sat on a felled trunk, wearing a tattered black overcoat mingled with dried leaves. He wore a black cloth headband tied at the back of his head, above a ponytail streaked with shooting bursts of gray. "Who are you?" The stranger turned and faced Samuel. His eyes sat deep in his skull, surrounded by dark blooms of age and fatigue. The headband crouched low over his eyebrows, and the stranger's nose sat crooked in between two red cheeks and lips melded together into a thin line. A bruise ran from his left ear, down across his throat, and then up underneath his right ear. "Call me Major," he said. "Is that a name or a rank?" Major smiled and shook his head. "You ask too many questions." Major placed his knife and sharpening stone on a rock, and the glint of the blade sparkled when it caught the dull glare of the daylight. "You saved my life," Samuel said. Major shrugged. Thanks. You're welcome. Samuel. You're welcome, Samuel. Major stood and walked over to Samuel, sitting on a rock facing him. What do you remember? He asked. The noose. Major's eyebrows pushed the headband up slightly. It didn't work. I know it was tight on my neck. I don't remember that, I just know it. Then it was at my feet, and the bruises on my neck turned red. Before that? Major asked. Samuel shook his head. Nothing. Family, friends, work, women. Again, Samuel shook his head. Major whistled and stood. Haven't seen many that close who don't end up with rigor mortis. Close to what? Samuel asked. Major waved his hand in the air and bent down to rummage through a rucksack a few feet from the fire pit. He pulled out a plastic jewel case. The cover had 4 symbols on it, and the spine read, Threefold Law, Revenant. He tossed the CD to Samuel. Know what that is? Samuel smiled. I'm not an idiot. It's a CD. Major snatched it from his hands and tossed it back into the sack. Personal, not cultural, he said, more to himself than Samuel. Samuel stood and stretched his back. His stomach moaned, and he stepped toward Major. I can't remember the last time I ate anything. That shook Major from a momentary daydream. He pulled the rucksack closed and reached into the blue plastic shopping bag behind it, grabbing cheese on wheat crackers wrapped in cellophane. He tossed them to Samuel. One of the few of those I have left. Might be one of the last ever. Samuel tore into the snack crackers. The overpowering sting of salt flooded his mouth and his senses, and then, as quickly as it came, the taste disappeared. He chewed what now tasted like dried cardboard. Samuel finished the crackers and immediately recognized how thirsty he had become. Major walked to the nearest pine, lifted a 12-gauge shotgun, and laid the barrel over his left shoulder. He loaded a lead pumpkin ball into the chamber and clicked it shut. Major grabbed the rucksack and swung it over his head. I've got to go. Samuel stared at him. I left you a water. Hold on, where are you going? Major ignored the question and strode past Samuel toward the enveloping darkness of the forest. The filtered light retreated downward from the sky, leading Samuel to believe it was nearing dusk. What if the wolves return? They will, Major said, but not for 2 or 3 nights. I wouldn't linger here for too long if I were you. Samuel sat at the base of the tree that had become his refuge from the pack. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes. What he recognized as night returned, smothering what remained of the reflected light in the sky. He decided against following Major into the woods. The man must have been here much longer than he had, and it would not be difficult for Major to lose him. And then Samuel remembered the wolves, and thought better of venturing into the wilderness on his own. He reached over to the water bottle Major left and noticed a scrap of paper underneath it. Placing the bottle to the side, he unfolded the note. Most of the bodies have nothing of value. Scavengers cleaned them out. The trinkets lying in piles are worthless or don't work, neither of which will help you. I can't tell, but I think it's accelerating. Not at an even pace like a clock, but more like the tides. It moves faster the closer it gets. I've seen it before. I'm moving to higher ground. So should you. Samuel read the note again. It was not addressed to him, and it was not signed. He had to assume Major left it, and decided another confrontation with the pack would not be in his best interest. He shoved his personal items into a pocket, drained the last of the water, and climbed the tree. When the morning glow crested over the horizon, he would follow Major's trail as far as he could, and hope it would lead to higher ground. Samuel awoke. He had dozed on the branch, but would not go so far as to call it sleep. He felt pain in his hips, and his muscles ached from the slight tension needed to keep him balanced and in the tree. A thin beam of light appeared on the same horizon after what felt like more than a single night of darkness. It's accelerating. Samuel thought about the phrase in Major's note, and that the night felt longer. He shook his head and turned one ear toward the unending forest. Samuel had not heard them baying, nor seen so much as a falling leaf since Major left. The silence of the forest again felt suffocating, dead. He slid off the branch and climbed backward down the trunk until his feet landed on the pine needles. Samuel made the decision to find higher ground before Major's note, and he walked into the forest in the same direction Major had, following the man's first few footsteps. Samuel laughed, and remembered tracking a deer in his youth. He smelled the fresh blood and felt the crisp snap of the frigid winter air of days gone by. He stopped, frantic, yet exhilarated. That memory had returned. If it did, others might as well. He spent the next few hours trudging through the ancient forest, unsure as to whether he was making progress or simply walking in a huge arc. Samuel had not come across his campsite again, so he considered his time as progress. He approached a narrow creek running across the path. The water moved over the low rocks and passed by without so much as a gurgle. The entire stream was silent. Samuel reached into his back pocket and removed the cap from the plastic water bottle Major left him. He dipped the bottle into the water and filled it to the top. Samuel sniffed the water, could not detect an odor, and poured a drop into his mouth. He swallowed and waited. His stomach did not cramp, and he could not detect a bitter or chemical taste. He threw the bottle back and drained it, refilling it 3 more times. Samuel continued past the creek until the forest felt as though it tipped upward toward the sky. He knew he was moving to higher ground, even though Major's trail had disappeared. As he made the ascent, the trees thinned, and the air felt colder. Samuel kept moving to keep warm, exhaling plumes of breath into the forest. He struggled to determine whether it was day or night. He trudged forward on an ever-increasing slope headed skyward. He leaned on the north side of a tree trunk, resting his legs and lungs. Samuel rubbed his eyes, certain the cabin he just spotted in the distance was a figment of his imagination. Moss-covered shingles clung to the pitched roof. A lonely brick chimney jutted out at an angle that threatened to pull it over. Weathered wood shakes covered the front and side, their stain long since dissolved. The lone window to the right of the door was glazed with time, the dust giving it an opaque finish. 3 steps led up to a door with a single brass knob and no lock. Chapter 4. Samuel came within 5 feet of the cabin and stopped. He looked over his shoulder, expecting the occupant to arrive and chastise him for trespassing. "Major?" he called out. No response. "Major, are you in there?" The surrounding forest swallowed the sounds like a muffling blanket of snow. Samuel strained to hear noise coming from inside the cabin. He was greeted with silence. He took another step closer, scanning the ground for any sign of activity. A long spider web hung diagonally across the top right corner of the door, and other webs clouded the corners of the front window. Samuel walked to the right, circling around the cabin. The wood shakes covered the other exterior walls, although some had fallen to the ground in clumps of rotted wood. He bent down and sniffed the crumbling shingle, expecting an earthy, organic scent. He caught the slightest hint of mold, and nothing more. Coming around the other side and back to the front, he did not find a cistern, privy, or any other evidence of habitation. He looked up at the gloomy ceiling above and felt as though night was coming again. Though he struggled to find the rhythm of the day, he could not determine whether the night was a few hours off or perhaps minutes away. He saw the leader of the pack in his mind's eye and decided he was not ready to face the alpha male again. Major said he would be back. Had it been one night or two since the attack? Samuel could not remember. Time was stretched and thin, like warm taffy. The front door looked back at Samuel, unmoving and uncaring. He placed a foot on the first step and heard the wood crack under his weight, the first noise registered by his ears in a long while. He felt a tingling in the bottom of his foot that climbed past his ankle, over his knee, and bolted up to his shoulders. He pulled his foot back instinctively, and the electric buzz faded. When Samuel put his foot back on the step, it returned again, like a low-voltage electric current. He looked down, and his eyes widened. A crisp, brilliant blue outlined his foot and extended to the outer edge of the step. The line glowed with an intensity that made Samuel squint. It cut through the drab grayscape of the forest and the dreary sky. The wood beneath Samuel's foot felt solid, smooth. He became aware of a scent of fresh paint that reminded him of summers spent painting fences in the neighborhood. Samuel closed his eyes as the memory rushed back. He sat on the ground in plush green grass. An aluminum paint tray cradling a puddle of pure white paint sat next to him, a wood-handled brush resting on the edge. He stared straight ahead at a picket, one half bare, smooth, and sanded, while the top half sat glistening with a fresh coat. "Hurry, Sammy. It's almost time for lunch. If you finish by 1, we can head to the pool for the rest of the afternoon." "I'm hungry. What are you making?" "Grilled cheese and yogurt." "I'll be in soon, Mom." Samuel opened his eyes, and the memory dissipated like a balloon carried away on the wind. He looked down, and the blue outline flickered. He could see the rotted step fading through the painted one of another time and place. The tingling feeling in his body disappeared until he was left standing with one foot on the step and another on the ground. The patch of illumination slipped lower in the sky as the darkness pulled it down to force another night. He thought of the wolves again and placed a hand on the doorknob, willing to risk entering the unknown instead of facing the wolves again. He turned the knob and pushed, but the door did not open. The howl of the wolves rose again, as if Samuel's touch triggered their bloodlust. The shudder worked its way through Samuel's body until it triggered the Major's words in his head. "They will return." A cold sweat broke out on Samuel's forehead, and he felt a rumbling in his bowels. The howling ceased for the moment, but he knew the next time it broke the unnatural silence, the pack would be much closer. He tried again, his hand gripping the doorknob with white knuckles. Samuel felt like the Arthur of old, trying with all his might to remove Excalibur from the stone. The knob would not move, so he pushed with one shoulder on the front of the door. The lazy spiderwebs dangled on his head, but the door did not give. He stepped to the side and used the palm of his hand to wipe the pane of the window. The next burst of howling made him shiver. The pack was closer, much closer. Samuel backed away from the window, spinning around and conducting a quick survey of the landscape surrounding the cabin. If he used a rock to break the window, the wolves would follow unless there was something inside the cabin he could use to bar it. He shoved his hands into his pockets but found nothing to help gain him access. The howl that came next froze Samuel. He turned in the direction of the noise and swore he saw the yellow eyes bouncing between the scant trees of the elevated forest. Samuel placed both hands on the knob and shook as hard as he could. He leaned back, pulling with his body weight. The paws of the wolves rustled the leaves on the forest floor. Samuel looked over his shoulder without releasing his grip. The alpha male was back, and the light in his eyes spoke to Samuel without the need for words. "God damn it, open up!" Samuel screamed at the door. The alpha male growled low, 50 yards from the cabin. The wolf downshifted from a full sprint to a light gallop, ears up and fangs bared. The rest of the pack came into the tight clearing in front of the cabin, the other hunters behind the alpha male. The females and cubs remained safely at the edge of the tree line. Samuel smelled the wet fur, the odor more pungent than any others since he fell from the noose. He felt the low, moaning growl emanating from the hungry beasts. They spread out until the cabin was surrounded. He turned and placed his back on the front of the door. Samuel pushed his heels into the wooden step and drew a deep breath. "I'm not giving in," he said to the alpha male. "I'm not dying without a fight." The alpha male's ears twitched. He strutted closer to Samuel. The others took tentative steps closer, careful not to infringe on the territory of their leader. The wolf snarled with saliva dangling from his fangs. Samuel bent his knees and leaned forward until his rear pressed on the front of the door. He held up his fists in front of his face as if getting ready for a schoolyard brawl. The alpha male ducked his head and lunged forward. He took 2 bounds and opened his jaw in midair as Samuel closed his eyes and braced for the impact. At the moment he expected to have teeth tearing at his throat, Samuel fell backward into utter and complete darkness. Speckles of dust hung in the air, dancing on thin strings of light that penetrated the cabin through gaps in the shakes. Samuel blinked twice, feeling his eyes burn from lack of moisture. He lifted his head and turned to face the door while his body remained on the floor, the bare planks digging into his shoulder blades. Cobwebs dangled from the corners of the ceiling and stretched from underneath the cracked plaster. A narrow strip of light framed the door, leading Samuel to believe it was day, or the closest thing to daylight in this world. An image of the alpha male snapped into place. Samuel closed his eyes and saw the feral yellow eyes coming at him. He looked into the beast's empty recesses, not believing such a creature could ever possess a soul. He remembered the teeth, bared and hungry, ready to tear at his flesh. Samuel even recalled the alpha male's scent, which overpowered any lingering odor present. Samuel shook his head and dispelled the memory. He sat up, stood, and surveyed the cabin. A rickety table stood in one corner, the old-fashioned type meant for writing with a quill and inkwell. The wood appeared gray in the darkened room. A wooden chair with a 3-rung back sat tucked beneath the tabletop. A rudimentary bunk hung 2 feet off the floor, the long side screwed into the wall with rusty hex bolts. A thin, lumpy pad covered the top of the bunk, which was crisscrossed with webs, but no pillow or blanket. The only other item in the room hung from a single nail protruding from the crown molding opposite the door. The frame sat askew in the middle of the wall. At first, Samuel thought it was a mirror. Ages of dust covered the surface, hiding its identity. An ornately carved frame encapsulated the piece, seemingly out of place with the other basic furniture. Samuel approached it and wiped the length of the frame several times until he stood in front of a portrait. The darkness and age made it difficult to determine whether it was a painting or a photograph. He could make out the profile of a woman, but not much else. Samuel walked to the desk and pulled the chair out from underneath it. 4 dark circles sat on the floor where the dust could not settle. He wondered how many years it would take for the dust to fill those spaces. Samuel placed the chair on the floor in front of the wall and put his right foot on it. He pushed down. Other than a slight creak of the floorboard underneath, the chair felt sturdy. Standing on it brought him eye level with the fastener and cable holding the portrait on the wall. He reached out and lifted the cable off the nail until the full weight of the portrait rested in both hands. He stepped back down to the ground. Something flickered deep within the recesses of his mind. Something stirred. Something familiar, yet just beyond his reach. Samuel walked toward the lone window, and the ambient glow of the anemic sun filtered through the grime. He wiped off more of the age covering the portrait until his eyes met those in the photograph. Eyes he knew almost as well as his own. The woman in the photograph stood, positioned in the lower right corner of the frame. Dark, long curls spilled about her shoulders and rested on her arms. She wore a black top, which combined with her dark hair to frame a pristine, youthful face. Her makeup and eyeliner made her look trendy and hip rather than cheap. Ruby lips pressed together into a thin smile that radiated warmth and good-natured teasing. But it was her eyes that ensnared Samuel, the way they had many years earlier. The woman's green eyes called to him, made him forget his name. They sat evenly spread on her face, and the eyeliner around them accentuated the contrast between her porcelain skin and emerald irises. Samuel used his finger to remove the dust from her cheekbones to her neck, as if he would somehow feel the warmth of her skin under his touch. He smiled and looked to her long, thin fingers cradled around a set of keys. With her head tilted to the side, he could almost remember what she was saying when the photograph was taken. Almost. His eyes moved toward the top right corner of the frame, where another figure stood. The man stood behind her angelic form. He wore his hair slicked back, without the creep of a widow's peak, a white t-shirt beneath a black jacket, and his waist disappeared into the black background of the photo. He appeared to be leaning against a wall, his body behind her but his face turned toward the photographer. The man wore a fuzzy beard, spotty and uneven. Like the woman, he too sealed his lips into a slight smile, as if the photographer told a joke at the moment the camera shutter opened, capturing them before the remark forced them into open laughter. The man's left arm disappeared behind the woman, while his right hung at his side. Samuel placed the frame on the ground, leaning it against the wall underneath the window. He sat on the floor and stared at it again. His mind raced, sifting through logic that no longer computed in a world that did not follow the rules of the one he knew. He shook his head. In one moment, one brief observation of one photograph, a significant portion of his memory returned. That did not bother Samuel. What shook him to his core was how an old photograph of him and his wife made it inside a desolate cabin, abandoned for decades in a dead world. That troubled him more than not knowing why he descended into this hell in the first place. She was gorgeous. Samuel jumped at the sound of the voice. Even though their conversation wasn't extensive, he recognized it. "She still is," Samuel said. "I didn't hear the door open." He turned from his spot on the floor in front of the photograph to see Major sitting on the chair now pushed back against the far wall. His silvery mane sprawled over his shoulders like the spider webs inside the cabin. The black headband he wore to hold it back was no longer in place. Neither was the ponytail. Major's receding hairline held firm against the encroaching inevitability, even though the man was clearly within his sunset years. "Maybe." "What do you mean?" Samuel asked. "I mean, maybe. She was gorgeous, she is gorgeous, and she is no longer gorgeous. All of that." Samuel stood and approached Major. The old man sat, unbothered by the closing of distance between the two. "Where did you go?" Samuel asked. "You need to slow down and let your brain catch up with your mouth. You're asking questions before the answers to the previous ones make it inside your head. We're safe here, for now. I'm sorry I had to leave you so quickly, but if I hadn't, the wolves would not have driven you to this place, and that had to happen." "What had to happen?" Samuel asked. "There you go again." Samuel stopped and put a hand to his forehead. He ruffled his hair and dropped back to the floor next to the framed photograph. He leaned against the wall and felt the chill leaking through the wood. The light that filled the window earlier now faded into lonely blackness. Major nodded before speaking. "I can tell you a bit, but when I stop, I have to stop for reasons beyond your understanding. Can you live with that?" he asked. "No, but I'm going to lie and tell you I can," Samuel said. Chapter 5. Samuel sat cross-legged on the bunk, while Major remained in the chair. The old man grimaced as he lifted one leg and placed it over the other. "The ligaments go before everything else, and there's nothing you can do about it. Remember that." Samuel smirked and tapped his fingers on his thigh. "Give me a second, Samuel. I need to think about how to frame this for you." Samuel nodded. The old man stared at the ceiling, one hand rubbing the end of his chin. He opened his mouth, held it for a moment, and then shut it again. He repeated this 2 more times. "Are the wolves coming back?" Samuel asked. Major held a finger up to Samuel, lines creasing his forehead, which drove his eyebrows down in the middle. "Did you ever play a musical instrument, like a violin or a guitar?" Samuel furrowed his brow and thought about the question. So much of himself remained as nebulous as the world outside the cabin. "I think so." "Good enough," Major said. "Do you know how sound is created on a stringed instrument?" Samuel shifted again as the stiff base of the bunk dug into his backside. "What does this have to do with anything?" Major shook his head. He swatted at the air in front of his face and fell back into the chair. "This isn't going to work." "Sorry," Samuel said. "Tell me." Major took a deep breath and continued. "When you pluck a string on a guitar, the vibration creates the sound. The string vibrates quickly, and the sound is not constant. The note is really an infinite series of oscillating sounds." Samuel shrugged. "Let me tell you the parable of the blind wise men and the lion. The blind men are hunting the lion, following its trail. Hearing it run past, they chase after it and grab its tail. Hanging on to the lion's tail, they feel the one-dimensional form and proclaim, 'It's a one! It's a one!' But then one blind man climbs up the tail and grabs onto the ear of the lion. Feeling a 2-dimensional surface, this blind man proclaims, 'No, it's really a 2. Then another blind man is able to grab the leg of the lion. Sensing a 3-dimensional solid, he shouts, 'No, you're both wrong, it's really a 3. They are all right." Samuel held both hands up. "I don't understand what that means." Just as the tail, ear, and leg are different parts of the same lion, this place and the one you're beginning to remember are different parts of the same world. For the first time, Samuel stopped tapping his finger. He looked at Major and then at the floor. He turned to face the framed photograph and then the lonely window on the other wall. "So, how do I get back to the tail or the ear or the leg or whatever the hell part of the world is mine?" "I don't know," Major said. "Why not?" Imagine walking on a vast beach near the ocean. You scoop up a handful of sand. You sift the sand until a single grain sits in your palm. A strong gust sweeps off the water and knocks that single grain out of your hand. Could you bend down and pick it up off the beach? Would you know which grain was yours? Are you trying to say millions of places are part of the same existence? Major shrugged. Maybe billions, maybe an infinite number. I really don't know. That's really hopeless, Samuel said. Depends. If your place was healthy and vibrant, it might feel hopeless to leave. On the other hand, if all that you knew was slowly dying, unwinding, coming apart, it might feel like getting into the lifeboat before the ship sinks. Samuel nodded. There is one more thing you need to know before we lie down for the night, something I want you to think about. Let your mind turn it over while you sleep. Just like grains of sand on a beach, these places exist in the same physical plane and often rub up against each other. Major let Samuel take the bunk as he slept on the floor. He thought Samuel's body needed time to adjust, but he had spent enough time in the reversion to know sleep was never like it was before. They awoke feeling no more refreshed than the night before. Samuel opened his eyes and watched Major remove 2 cylindrical objects from his bag and place them on the floor. The designs on the labels had long since faded. Major used a tool from his belt and pried the lid off the can. A faint and barely recognizable scent rose from the floor. "Sauerkraut?" Major asked. He handed a can to Samuel while using 2 fingers to dig into his own. "Cabbage of some sort, right?" Major nodded while shoving more of the wet, cold breakfast into his mouth. Samuel scooped up a handful and felt the consistency of the substance, detecting a hint of salt, but the sensation dissipated until he was left eating a tasteless, odorless meal. "I thought I remembered sauerkraut being really strong." You'll get those feelings or intuitions the longer you're here. It's like your mind slowly unrolls them for you, so your psyche isn't run over by the flood of data. Samuel let the comment roll around toward the back of his head. "Why isn't this cabbage strong? Why can't I smell it or taste it?" Samuel stopped and cocked his head sideways. "I don't know," Major said. "I mean, I can feel it. I know you have too. Things here feel like they're not quite 100%. You know what I mean? Just look at the tint of any flame you light here. It's always off, some shade of yellow or green. The sun, the odors, my taste buds, none of them operate at full speed. This place feels like it's at 60%. Major smiled while Samuel stared at the floor. Each place seems to have constants, but with slight variations. They all keep a thread that unifies them. Like our blind men chasing the lion, they'll never grab a beak or a fin. They could grab a stub of an amputated tail or half of an ear that was bitten off in a fight, but it will always be lion-like, never not lion-like. I don't think I understand. Neither do I, but you get used to it with each passing cycle. Eat your sauerkraut. We need to get out of this cabin before Wolfman Jack and his crew come back to finish you off. They finished their meal and sat on the edge of the bunk while their stomachs rumbled in protest. Samuel glanced at the framed photograph leaning against the wall. Major nodded toward the nail. "Can't hurt to put it back," Major said. Samuel stood and replaced the photograph on the wall. He stepped back and looked again, nudging the corner up until the frame hung straight. "That shit pops up everywhere." "What does?" "Reflections, these little reminders of other places. They don't ever seem to be as vibrant as the originals. That's why I call them reflections." Samuel nodded. "And there's no point in trying to take the reflections with you. Your attention will be somewhere else, and when you look back, the reflection will be gone. I know you considered rolling that photo up and tucking it in your waistband, but you'd end up with nothing but a blank piece of photo paper sooner than you realize. Best to leave it here and not torture yourself with it." "Where to?" Samuel asked. He dusted his pants off and faced away from the photograph. "I've got a feeling someone who can help us has popped out. He's at least a 2-day hike from here and through some pretty tough shit. Gonna make the fight with those wolves seem like walking your dog in the park. Plus, I've got 2 other friends I'd like you to meet." Samuel raised his eyebrows. "Or I could sit in this cabin, staring at the reflection on the wall while waiting for death." "Something like that," Major said. Chapter 6. Both men slept the entire day and through the next night. The reversion distorted time in a way that left them groggy and slow despite the hours spent asleep. Samuel opened his eyes and saw Major sitting on the same chair, rubbing a sharpening stone over multiple blades. The rhythmic scraping annoyed him. The meager light penetrating the slate skies had returned, signaling a faint resemblance to the mornings of Samuel's old life. He reached up to his neck and let his fingers trace the interlocking spirals of the medallion hanging from the leather string. "What's that?" Major asked, his eyes making contact with Samuel's while the sharpening stone continued working on the blade of a curved knife. "A triskelion. Some call it a triskele." Samuel hesitated, surprised the information was so readily available to his brain. Major saw the look on his face. "That reflection on the wall is starting to jar things loose. Go ahead. I'm sure you can recall what it is and why you're wearing it. I'd like to hear about that." Samuel paused and closed his eyes. He could feel the triskelion on his neck and felt the knowledge seeping back into his head. They're not sure where it came from, but most archaeologists date it to the European Iron Age, Celtic in origin. "Sounds like you know what you're talking about," Major said as he smiled. "Go on." They had some evidence the symbol was used for a very long time, as early as the Greek and Mycenaean civilizations centuries earlier, but the Europeans assimilated it. Wales, Brittany, they all used a variation of the form. Major waited as the blade slid back and forth across the stone. "Quocunque jacere stabit. Wherever you throw it, it will stand." "Latin, right?" Major asked. "Yes, it's a motto on a coat of arms. Olaf the Black." Samuel stopped and rubbed his head. It felt as though a door opened, one he struggled to pry loose from the rusty hinges of his damaged mind. "Historian? Archaeologist? Maybe you just read a lot," Major said. "Yeah, could be," Samuel said. "The Nazis corrupted a version for the Third Reich. I think it represents timeless human symbolism like the cross." Samuel stopped as he discovered the flow of information behind the door. There was nothing more to unearth, at least during this conversation. "Nazis. I've seen reflections of them too, mostly the swastika on armbands or officer caps, not much more." "Where did you see this stuff?" Samuel asked. Major shook his head. "My blades are sharp. Got your stuff together?" The 2 men stepped out of the cabin. Samuel drew a deep breath and noted he could no longer smell the pine needles underfoot. The forest felt as silent as a snowstorm blanketing the landscape. Even the air felt dead on his skin. He detected an absence of temperature, as if this place existed in a vacuum. Major looked down into the valley and then back toward the summit, which stuck out over the chimney of the cabin. He secured his belt and sheath over his left hip, pulled the black headband down over his forehead, and nodded at Samuel. Reversion. Samuel stared at Major and shrugged his shoulders. Is that why this place doesn't have odors, sounds? I think so. This place is in a reversion. Rewind. It's undoing itself. We'll have a lot of time to talk during the hike. I'd rather set off now before the alpha male returns. Let's go. Before Samuel could reply, a lone howl pierced the atmosphere and raised the hairs on his neck. Guess we won't have to wait long after all, Major said. Your biggest fan is back. The wolf glared at the hunters by his side. They set forth. The other hunters snapped and paced in circles. Yes, now there are two. The old man has returned seeking his escape. We are not to allow either, as he has spoken. Take the elder down first. The alpha male trotted to the edge of the clearing and looked over his shoulder. The other hunters followed with a burning hunger in their stomachs. The pack wound through the trees until the forest thinned with the rising elevation. Their sinewy bodies moved through the underbrush in silence, the leaves no longer rustling in the stillness of the air. When the alpha male crested the last rise, he could see the tip of the chimney protruding from the top of the cabin. They wait for us. He broke into an even-paced run with 7 hunters in line behind him. They will always go for the throat, Major said. Are they reflections? Samuel asked. I'm not sure, and I don't want to find out the hard way. They want you, not me, but they will attack anything that gets in their way. If they are sentient creatures, they no doubt feel the reversion like we do. They're in self-preservation mode, and that means they will fight to the death. Samuel drew a deep breath and nodded. Major shoved his hand underneath his coat and removed another curved blade. He squeezed the blunt edge between his thumb and forefinger and spun the handle toward Samuel in one motion. Ever use one of these? He asked. Maybe, Samuel said. I can't quite remember. The early Arabs called it a scimitar. Sounds like you have some history in your background as well, Samuel said. Major ignored the comment and continued. They're designed to be light and used to slash in a diagonal direction, not a stabbing motion. If you strike across the muzzles of the wolves, you'll make it impossible for them to clamp their jaws on your throat. That visual made Samuel shudder. And the blade is extremely sharp. Remember that on your follow-through. Samuel nodded. What happened to your shotgun? This, Major said, holding 2 empty shell cases in the palm of his hand. No sporting goods stores around here. What's our strategy against the pack? Samuel asked. What's the best way to take them out? I have no idea, Major said. I've never fought a wolf before. Before Samuel could respond or find a way to deal with his fear, the alpha male appeared from the edge of the tree line. The creature strutted up the slope with several hunters following him. His feral, yellow eyes never left Samuel. They seemed to float through the thick blanket of perpetual dusk that draped this place. The men stood shoulder to shoulder with their weapons drawn. A bead of sweat rolled down Samuel's nose and dropped to his upper lip as they watched the wolves trot toward the cabin. The wolves knew their prey would not run or lock themselves in the structure this time. The young one is mine. The other hunters whined and gathered to the left of the alpha male. They spread out until they formed an arc that faced the old one, and the alpha male fanned out to the right until his trajectory aligned with the young one. They stopped 20 yards from the cabin. Several of the wolves snarled and began throwing their heads toward the sky. The alpha male felt the hypnotic pull of the moon. He searched the heavens for the celestial body, but could not locate it. Millions of years of evolution, interrupted by the reversion, left him feeling out of sync, distraught. He shook his head and picked up the pace toward his prey. "I'm ready." "You'd better be," Major said. "The alpha male wants you all for himself." Before Samuel could say another word, he saw the rest of the pack spring into a run toward Major. Through the corner of his eye, he saw a blaze of fur, teeth, and those yellow eyes. Major bent his knees and raised his arms, ready to slash at the first beasts to reach him. Samuel glanced back and noticed the alpha male closed the gap and was within an arm's reach of him. He dropped to his knees and raised the scimitar as the alpha male lunged over his head. He felt the movement of air caused by the beast and rolled over. Samuel jumped and spun in the opposite direction as the wolf came back at him. The creature paused and bared its teeth, and Samuel felt a stabbing pain in the middle of his head. Pressing a palm to his forehead, he could feel someone or something else inside, like a cancerous intruder. "I must devour you. I must honor his command, or I will die with this world." Samuel felt the words enter his mind rather than his ears. He blinked and looked at the alpha male. "Why?" he asked. "You are my reflection." Samuel shook his head and raised the knife to a defensive position. The alpha male took 3 long strides forward and stopped. He bared his teeth at Samuel before darting off in the other direction, toward the rest of the pack surrounding Major. The other hunters pushed Major back against the rear wall of the cabin. He stood with a knife in each hand and a wicked smile on his face. The wolves, ears up, pinned him there until the alpha male came up from behind. "I'm waiting," Major said to the wolves. "Take him." The hunters lunged forward. One locked its jaw around Major's ankle while another reeled back from the slash that opened its throat. The wolf died before it hit the ground. Another wolf bit into Major's left arm, while 2 more flanked the alpha male. Major brought the blade in his right hand across his body until it slashed the muzzle of the wolf on his arm. He heard a whine and felt the pressure release on his wrist, followed by the warming pain of torn flesh. He brought the heel of one boot down on the head of the wolf latching to his ankle. The animal let his leg loose and stumbled into the wall of the cabin. The alpha male howled, and his 2 sentries ran at Major. One leapt at his throat, while the other bit at the injured ankle. Major cried out as the wolf's teeth snapped at his chin. He turned in toward the cabin wall in a desperate attempt to knock the animals loose. When Major dropped to his knees, the alpha male came forward. He opened his mouth, and his eyes flared yellow in the disappearing light. The wolf reared back on its hind legs, ready to lunge. Samuel came around the corner as the alpha male leapt at Major. He felt his breath catch as he realized when the wolf finished with Major, he would be next. Major caught the wolf on his chest, the weight of the beast spinning him to one side and knocking him backward over a downed tree limb. The mixture of man and beast rolled to a stop. The alpha male sprang to his feet, and a second later, Samuel landed on him. He had his hands around the wolf's neck, his fingers gripping fur while the alpha male snapped at his face. With his upper body pointing down the slope, Samuel brought both legs up and in front of the alpha male until the back of his calves rested on the wolf's head. In one motion, he brought his legs back, heels first, driving the beast to the ground. Samuel heard the yelp and the cracking of bone on the hard earth, and he stood and kicked the alpha male in the ribs. He felt a surge of adrenaline at the beast's cry and realized there was hope. The wolf jumped up and ran toward the tree line with one rear leg dangling in painful limbo. As he watched the alpha male run, Samuel began to pursue the beast before he heard another scream from Major. He winced as the white underside of the alpha male's tail disappeared beyond his sight. "We are not finished." Samuel felt threatened by the thought, but he had to put it aside for now. He saw 2 more hunters approaching Major. A knife dropped during the fight rested near one of the steps, and Samuel lunged for it and spun with the sharp edge out, slicing an ear off one of the wolves. The animal cried out and scratched at the stump with one paw. Samuel knelt and sliced horizontally through the air, his blade cutting through the mangy fur and major arteries of the wolf's neck. It flopped to the ground while blood poured from its wounds. By this time, Major maneuvered on top of the last remaining hunter, and his knife was raised high, ready for the plunge. Samuel took a step closer, staring at the carnage left by the battle with the pack. When he bent down to examine the tail of one wolf, another memory filled his head. "He's gone now, honey," came the smooth, reassuring voice of his mother. "Where?" asked Samuel, a boy of 5. "Up to heaven, with God." Samuel squeezed his Wolfie doll tight. He inhaled the scent of stuffed animal and the smell of his sheets. "Maybe Grandpa wants Wolfie doll with him." Samuel's mother smiled. She dabbed the corner of each eye with a bald tissue. "He'd want you to keep Wolfie, hun. Grandpa won't need him in heaven. God will give him everything he needs." Samuel nodded. He looked down again at the corpse of his grandfather in the casket. The white satin lining made it appear as though the man was floating within a cloud. Samuel noticed the wedding ring and yellow tobacco-stained fingertips of the man who had always given him spare nickels from his pockets. Samuel thought about the way the coins felt warm in his palm. "Will he get his smokes in heaven?" Samuel asked. "He will," his mother said. Several other Goliaths towered over Samuel as they approached the casket to pay their final respects. 2 men wore dark green uniforms, slathered in medals of various sizes and shapes. They left the folded triangular American flag next to the casket. "Your Gramps fought like hell for his country in World War II, one man said. The other simply stood with a face of stone. Samuel's mother patted her son on the head and bowed slightly to the uniformed man that spoke. More adults came forward, each one speaking to Samuel's mother with words meant for him. That little boy closed his eyes, and when he opened them, Major sat on the ground, wrapping his wounds and staring at the tree line where the alpha male disappeared. "Are you hurt?" Samuel asked. Major shrugged. "They bit me." "I hurt the alpha male, but he ran away," Samuel said. "I know. It's okay. You and him ain't done yet. At least, that's what I've heard." "From who?" Major just shrugged and continued wrapping a strip of cloth around his left wrist. "Should we get going and find the others?" Samuel asked. "I need to rest first. I think we bought ourselves some time." "How much time?" "Enough." Samuel nodded as the last of his adrenaline subsided. He felt gnawing aches and pains coming from everywhere. His eyes felt heavy, and his legs became pillars of stone. "Seems like we both need another night," Major said. Samuel walked back into the cabin. He dropped his body to the bunk and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 7. Samuel was awakened by his own snores, the sound pulling him from an undisturbed rest, and he blinked and stretched his arms. Dull pains came to life as a reminder of the combat with the alpha male and his pack. He looked around the room. The chair sat empty, pushed under the ancient desk, and the few personal items Major left on the floor were no longer there. Samuel stood and eased the door of the cabin open. The trees, the skyline, and the forest all sat in perfect silence. Not a single motion caught his attention. Samuel took a deep breath and could not smell the pines. He stood over the corpses of the wolves, inhaled, and again smelled nothing. "Major!" he yelled. No reply. He stared in the direction the alpha male left, and then opposite in the direction he assumed they had to travel. Again, not a single thing moved. Samuel tried to remember what Major said about a reverting or a rewinding, but he could not place it. Whatever it was had accelerated, and Samuel wondered how long it would take before everything, including himself, would be forever frozen in the solitary landscape. Before he could ponder that question, an item on the ground near the cabin caught his eye, one that had not been there the night before. He bent down and picked up a piece of paper, weathered and folded in half. Samuel glanced to the horizon and noticed a slight puff of charcoal that faded into deep obsidian. He felt the looming, endless night and shivered. He unfolded the paper to reveal a strong but flowery handwritten script. He recognized Major scribbled at the bottom, and he sat on the step of the cabin to read it aloud. "Samuel, I am sure you find my appearances and disappearances troubling. I'll bet you're confused about this place, this existence. The current reversion is accelerating, much like the others I've experienced. I know you've felt that. I am probably 3 to 4 days from rejoining you at the Barren, the remnants of a village. It could be a collection of reflections. I'm not sure. Whatever it is, structures are there like the cabin. To get to the Barren, you'll need to follow the path from the cabin to the summit. Looking down into the valley, you'll see a winding pass that will take you through a wide marsh, eventually ending at the foot of another mountain. You'll see the peak from the summit of the hill above the cabin. Stay on the path that cuts east around the base, and it will take you to the opposite side. The Barren sits on a high plain surrounded by unattended wheat fields. The cabins look like deer nestled in the grass from above. Wait there for me. I've left you a scimitar in the desk drawer. If you stay on the path, you won't need it. Stay on the damn path. Until then, Major." Samuel shook his hand and reread the note. "What about the alpha male?" he asked the dead air. He stood and went inside the cabin. Samuel reached into the desk and retrieved the scimitar Major left. The blade sparkled as if it had been sharpened, polished, and oiled. The leather binding wrapped around the handle and provided a solid grip. Samuel could not remember if he saw Major using this knife in the fight with the wolves. He tied the sheath to his right thigh, and the top of it looped through his belt. Samuel tossed his few personal belongings into the rucksack and wished he had a flashlight. The framed photograph hung on the wall in the same place it had for decades. The undisturbed dust covering it spread out even and smooth. Samuel stepped forward and brushed the dust from the surface as he had the first time he noticed it hanging in the cabin. This time, however, there was no picture underneath the glass, just a black square. Samuel moved closer to the surface of the glass, imagining his hand might push through it and the wall, appearing on the outside of the cabin. Instead, his hand stopped. The picture was gone, as Major said it would be. The reflections aren't as strong as the original. They don't last long. That's what Samuel remembered. He frowned and stepped back, deciding he did not care much for the reflections. He cared even less for this place. He decided to keep moving. When he looked down from the summit, he could no longer locate the cabin. He struggled to find the path winding through the trees. The horizon melted into the earth. The reversion was physically manifesting before his eyes as a massive, hazy cloud rolling across the land like a dark, silent avalanche. It was not moving as fast as a summer thunderstorm, but it was clearly moving from west to east and swallowing everything below. Samuel told himself to visually mark its progress. As long as the reversion did not leap ahead, he could manage to stay ahead of it on the way to the barren. He laughed and shook his head, wondering if the barren would provide a safe haven or simply be the final destination to succumb. Samuel put the summit behind him. He crept down the mountainside, switching back and forth on the path in a steady descent. He lost sight of the horizon, and that skewed his sense of direction. Without the horizon or a map, Samuel hoped he could find the barren and Major and whatever stood beyond that. By the time Samuel reached the valley floor, his muscles ached. He felt the sweat clinging to his clothes and robbing his body of heat as the exertion slowed him down. He tipped his forehead underneath his left arm and sniffed. His nose could not detect the faintest scent. Samuel walked a few hundred yards on the path stretching into the valley floor when the landscape began to change. As he came down the mountain, the trees reappeared in greater number and proximity. The trail narrowed until it was barely wide enough for him to pass. The massive, deciduous trees gave way to low-hanging, weeping willows and their long trails of thin leaves. He identified Spanish moss on the trunks of several, which confirmed he had reached the marsh Major mentioned. Samuel drew a deep breath and caught the slightest hint of brackish water and rotting vegetation. He drew another to confirm it was real. The reversion must unwind from one direction of this place to the other, he thought, as the cloud oozed from the western horizon toward the east, much the way natural weather fronts moved. With the hope he was outpacing the ominous cloud approaching the summit, Samuel decided to rest. He could no longer regulate day and night. The light source in this world had burnt out, like an old incandescent bulb in a lonely room, spilling the last feeble rays into eternal darkness. He laid the rucksack at his feet and looked over a shoulder at a pile of loose branches near a rock. He gathered them up and ran a hand over the surface, detecting a hint of moisture, but not enough to keep it from burning. He was not sure if he was going to need the light or the heat, but creating a fire for his camp felt like the right thing to do. Samuel arranged the twigs in an A-frame design and removed the lighter from his pocket. He bent down low and rocked his thumb back on the flint when a voice broke the heavy silence. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Samuel spun around, expecting to see Major. He saw nothing but the faint outline of the willows standing guard over the marsh. He shook his head and pulled his thumb back again, this time sure he could ignore the phantom voice in his head. "Don't do that." Samuel turned his head toward the voice. He watched as the outline of a human appeared to rise from the marsh. Water dripped from the ends of patchy strings of hair as the form walked toward Samuel. Strips of clothing that once covered a body with style dangled from pointed elbows and knees. It was not until the person stood before Samuel that he was able to see the face. The man stood with the dying light reflecting off of his exposed bone. Clumps of white covered his face where skin had once stretched over his skull. He had 2 black holes for eyes, and his mouth was parted in a demonic grin. "It speeds up the reversion. I don't know why, but it does," the man said, now standing before Samuel. "Okay," Samuel said. "I'm dead," the man said. Samuel shifted his legs and stood to face the man. He detected a whiff of decay, which disappeared quickly. The flotsam from the marsh clung to the dead man's frame like a cape hung from bony shoulders. "The dead don't speak or walk." "They do here." The dead man moved toward the stack of twigs. He sat on the ground with a wet plop. His hand, stripped of skin, motioned for Samuel to do the same. "Let's talk," he said. Samuel nodded and sat on the other side of the woodpile, never taking his eyes off the dead man. "What should I call you?" he asked. "I cannot reveal my name yet," the man said. "You can call me whatever you want." Samuel nodded again. "It must have something to do with the changing form, wood to fire to ash. It's like an energy tide that rolls the darkening cloud faster toward the opposite horizon." Samuel looked at the lighter in his hand and dropped it back into a pocket. "Are you alone?" the man asked. "Yes." Samuel sat there and decided to let the dead man have what he needed from their interaction. After a prolonged silence, the man spoke again. "Do you know of the Janes?" he asked. Samuel shook his head and thought about the sleep he craved. "No?" The dead man rocked backward and placed both bony hands on his knees. "They were the first, in your original locality, to come up with the idea of ahimsa, do no harm. They called themselves the defenders of all beings. Do you know why?" Samuel did not reply, knowing the conversation would occur anyway. "The Jains believed in conquering desire as a way of achieving enlightenment. Enlightenment, for them, was escaping the cycle of rebirth. Reincarnation was a curse to avoid, not some type of immortality." "Sounds Buddhist," Samuel said. "It is. Mahavira and Buddha were contemporaries, but they are not the same." The dead man paused before continuing. "Because of their belief in the cycle of rebirth, Jains also believed every living thing had a soul. Not just intelligent creatures, but the trees, birds, plants, everything. So the pain man inflicts on other living creatures is really the pain he inflicts on himself. Many a times I have been drawn and quartered, torn apart and skinned, helpless in snares and traps, a deer. An infinite number of times I have been felled, stripped of my bark, cut up, and sawn into planks." "That's not possible. You can't exist without destroying something else that is living," Samuel said. "I must kill to live. Everything in existence must kill something to stay alive." "You can, if you're not of the living." Samuel raised his eyebrows. The dead man stood. His bones cracked. He turned toward the marsh and took stilted steps to the water's edge. When the black liquid crept up to his knees, he turned to face Samuel once more. "Rest. Sleep. Dream. I hope you can find the peace I cannot." The dead man, known as Deva, pushed forward until the water of the marsh converged over the top of his head. Samuel watched a single bubble arise and pop soundlessly in the darkness as he fell asleep. The great cycle existed before time began. Worlds expanded and collapsed repeatedly like a cosmic heartbeat. Deva was one in a long line of overseers, responsible for managing the powers of the reversion and then transferring that power to a son. The great cycle could not operate without a guardian, in the same way a timepiece could not operate without a watchmaker. Diva had what might have been known as a normal life, but that existence was so far in the distant past, memories were nothing more than fleeting sensations of love and pain. On earth, civilization degenerated into war, famine, and disease. The leaders of the world did nothing to stem the destruction, making decisions that filled their pockets with riches, while the masses starved and died. It was then the unknowable and omniscient powers that sustain the great cycle cast the souls of that wretched world into another, more desperate place, in an attempt to cleanse it. The people of earth awoke to a barren and lifeless landscape. A black cloud came from the west, and those who fell beneath it were dispersed to another random reversion, thereby spreading Earth's original population across many worlds. Some inhabitants took their own lives during the transition, and those souls re-entered by falling from the trees with a noose around their neck, as Samuel had. As more people arrived in the world of the reversion, the same patterns emerged. The strong formed clans for protection against rival clans, and men built strongholds in the mountains. The reversion protected the space where the final portal would open, usually at the point of highest elevation. Territorial disputes led to war, just as they had on earth. Many souls gave up and let the clouds swallow them, reducing populations in the reversions to pockets of survivors trying to outrun the cloud. They had no promise of surviving if they could outrun it, and no knowledge of what waited for them if they did. Diva came through the forest with his children, but he never learned the fate of his earth wife. He pledged allegiance to a tribal leader, and the group fled from the forest and into the raw wilderness of the reversion. Samuel and Mara were with him. They came as his spiritual offspring, after having many past lives on earth, as all people there did. Cole was Diva's spiritual son too, but he did not come through the first reversion with Samuel and Mara. He arrived in a different reversion, and ended up in the same one as Diva, much later. As the group ran from the horde, Diva was separated from his children and knew nothing of their fate. After conversations with others coming through the suicide forest, Diva discovered souls swallowed by the cloud were dispersed to different reversions until they could find redemption by righting a wrong committed in a past life. It was his first true understanding that the reversion was not a new world, but an infinite series of worlds. Over the years and through countless cycles, Diva came to learn the ways of the reversion. In the reversions, he would encounter his spiritual children in different physical forms, but he always knew it was them. In Diva's 33rd reversion, he discovered the orb. He found it deep in a cave when the cloud pushed him inside. He spent the next 70 reversions of the great cycle staring into it, studying the natural laws of the new world. Diva learned the reversion had an overseer, a guardian. It was the duty of the Lord of the reversion to ensure another was in succession. He discovered his spiritual father left the orb for him. When Diva knew he was next in line, he marched the orb to the mountain peak of the reversion and sat across from his father at the cauldron. Without much ceremony, Diva's spiritual father gave his son control, with the understanding he would have to do the same someday. Diva's release from the cycle would be complete when the next guardian, his son, was in place. Although he had not done so in eons, Diva made the climb to the peak many times with hundreds of his spiritual sons, and yet none made it all the way to the cauldron, the point of transition. He always saw an aura around his spiritual sons, which distinguished them from others moving through the reversion. Diva knew Cole and Samuel were not like his other sons. They came through portals and slipped reversions and gained knowledge of their new universe. Samuel was his natural firstborn, and therefore most likely his successor. However, the paradox was not lost on Diva. He wanted Samuel to take his place and set him free. At the same time, Diva's responsibility dictated he put every obstacle in Samuel's path in order to make sure he passed the test. Only the true heir would make it to the peak, and Diva expected to see Samuel on the other side of the cauldron when the time was right. Until then, Diva would wait for the cloud to push the inhabitants of the reversion toward the mountain, hoping the next climb to the peak would be his last. The cloud would keep pushing Samuel to a cave, where he would talk to Diva again. Getting Samuel there to make amends with those he wronged in past lives was the first step in the process of becoming the next overseer. Samuel awoke, tired and achy. He gathered his things and took one last look at the marsh before continuing on the path, heading east toward the Baron and his meeting with Major. The dark cloud pushed ever closer, devouring this place. Samuel could not remember the point he left the path. He recalled the snow and the cold and the continued silence. But he felt as though one moment he stood on the worn ground and the next he was knee-deep in gray snow. The heavy flakes floated from the sky. They landed one on top of another and covered the ground within an hour. Samuel thought the snow could have been white, but without daylight and the reflection off the snowpack, the precipitation fell in waves of gray. He could not see the dark cloud that came from the west, but he felt it. He knew it was there, above the winter storm in the place where winter did not exist. He trudged onward, sensing east as best he could. The snow came in silent waves, burying the marsh, the path, and obscuring the mountain from view. Samuel realized his shirt and pants would not be enough for him to survive if this was indeed the onslaught of winter. This place carried no warning of the changing season, no hint of the autumn's leaves. Samuel felt the snow suffocating his breath with the cold wind on his back. The ice kept his fingers numb, the fatigue pulling his eyelids down. He stumbled and used his left hand to brace for the fall. Samuel's body collapsed, and the snow filled his mouth and stole his breath. He remained motionless as the cold flakes fell in silent waves. The snowy blanket covered his body, the frozen earth stealing what little heat remained. He raised his head and noticed conforming lines standing out against the random, spiky branches of the leafless trees. He rubbed the snow from his eyes and looked again, pushing himself up until he was on his hands and knees. He stumbled forward until the outline turned into a cabin, much like the first one he found. The cabin stood in the snowstorm, its chimney a defiant, obscene gesture to the raging elements. One door and one window faced Samuel, just like the other cabin. However, this one seemed a bit larger. He held his hands out, hoping to reach the door before the storm claimed his soul. Samuel staggered forward and fell on the step. He reached up with one hand until he felt the brass knob. The touch jolted him like a bolt of electricity, reminding him that failure to open this door meant a cold, slow death. His right hand seized it, but he could not make his fingers grasp the knob with enough strength to turn it. He would not consider what would happen if the door was locked. Samuel let his right hand fall and lunged at the knob with his left. Snow caked his head, and his feet tingled with the itchy pain of frostbite. He felt his fingers claw the knob, grasp it, and turn. Without the clinking sound of the opening strike plate, Samuel assumed he was dead, that the door was locked. But his left arm fell at an angle as the door to the cabin swung open. He raised his head and smiled, crawling across the threshold with a final lunge and rolling onto his back. He used an elbow to slam the door shut, and it shook the cabin without a sound. Samuel looked around and closed his eyes. His breathing slowed as relief and exhaustion pulled him into a state of unconsciousness. The crackling fire woke him. Samuel heard the hiss and pop before he smelled the rustic aroma of the hearth. He smiled with his eyes closed, savoring the sound and smell, senses he sometimes neglected in life and never would again, thanks to this place. He'd caught whiffs of scents, but nothing lingered for more than a few moments. He debated whether or not he was dead. Maybe there was fire. Maybe he was in hell. Curiosity won the mental duel, and Samuel opened his eyes in the glare of the bright yellow and orange flame. It caught his attention, as it did not have the sickly yellow shade of the fire he lit in the forest. He placed a hand over his forehead to shield himself from the unexpected light, and blinked like an ascetic emerging from a cave after years of meditation. The warmth relaxed his muscles. As his vision returned, he noticed a fuzzy aura at the edges. He pushed up onto his elbows and looked around the cabin. The hearth sat inside a black potbelly stove. A single iron pipe ran at an angle from the top and into the brick chimney, which extended up the wall and beyond the ceiling. A saucepan sizzled with tendrils of enticing steam spiraling away from the stovetop. He turned to see a wooden table with 2 chairs, one at each end. A napkin holder, candles, and steins were set on top. His rucksack sat next to the door, along with a pair of suede boots he did not recognize. Above the boots, and suspended by a single iron hook, was a long black leather trench coat. Samuel smiled, thinking of the futuristic sci-fi heroes laden with enormous weapons. In the corner sat a single reading chair with swirled sides and brass rivets holding the soft leather tight over the cushions. Samuel thought he could become lost in that chair with the help of a good book and a glass of wine. His eyes moved through the cabin so quickly that he did not notice a thick, plush sleeping bag held his body like a cocoon. He felt his feet. They did not tingle with the burning pain of extreme cold, but rather his toes wiggled in warm comfort. He glanced at the window next to the door and saw nothing but a charcoal square, as if someone had painted the window to block the outside. Samuel drifted into a deep sleep, while the potbelly stove kept him warm. He felt the panicky flutter in his chest of awakening in a strange place, until he saw the potbelly stove again. Contentment chased away his anxiety until his hunger made itself known. He had eaten little since arriving. Samuel sensed a cellular duty to push sustenance down his throat. He welcomed the hunger pangs and the feeling of being human again, though his brain cautioned him about his temporary euphoria. It reminded him he was in a single-room cabin in the midst of a strange world that was slowly unraveling. Samuel climbed from the warmth of the sleeping bag, standing naked in front of the fire. He let the heat warm his skin until it hurt, and then a little bit more. His clothes lay draped over the back of one of the chairs, and he decided a meal would take precedence over modesty. As if the cabin had suspended time while he slept, the pan on the stove continued to sizzle. "That can only be bacon," Samuel said as he rubbed his hands together and licked his upper lip. He saw the familiar fatty strips bubbling crispy at the ends, and he inhaled the aroma until he could almost taste it. Samuel grabbed his shirt and slid it over his head. With his right arm retracted, he used the sleeve to lift the pan off the stove and onto the brick pedestal supporting it. Without waiting for the grease to stop dancing, he grabbed a slice of bacon and held it in the air in front of his face, cursing the burn on his fingers and blowing on it until he could take a bite. A warm, salty sensation flooded his mouth, and he closed his eyes, leaning back against the wall and chewing like a junkie with the needle still protruding from a vein. At first, Samuel's stomach lurched. He felt a rumble and heard a gurgle. He paused, and then he devoured the other 3 strips lying in the grease. Samuel looked up and noticed a steel decanter hanging from an iron hook just above the stove. It spouted a line of steam into the room, and he cocked his head sideways, trying to remember if it had been there a moment ago. When the heady aroma of coffee beans filled the room, he no longer cared. He stood and grabbed a stein from the small table, pouring the dark coffee from the decanter and watching it form a black center within the silver mug. He brought it to his lips and let the bitter tang flood his mouth. When he was convinced it would not scald his tongue and ruin the taste, Samuel drew the coffee into his mouth and let it warm his chest like a shot of whiskey. The window remained unchanged. Samuel cupped both hands around the stein to help insulate the beverage and keep it hot as he walked over, expecting to see a brilliant sunrise creeping over the trees like the ones in the movies. But the window remained an opaque, dark hole in the wall. Samuel could almost feel the ominous cloud flowing to the east, toward him, devouring the rest of this broken world in its path. He frowned and set the stein on the table before looking at it and picking it up again, draining the remnants of the coffee before setting it back down. He noticed the fire did not seem as bright or as warm as when he fell asleep the night before. Had it been the night before? How long had he slept? Before Samuel could consider the answers, he saw it on the floor, and it almost stopped his heart. Chapter 8. It was impossible. Even in a place where the clouds ate reality and the dead spoke, this was impossible. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and blinked again. It remained. Samuel crouched down to take a closer look, resisting the urge to pick it up, as if it might shock him or something worse. He closed his eyes, counted to 5, and opened them. It remained. He remembered the mother-of-pearl inlay on the narrow handle. He could smell the oil his dad used to protect the blade and keep rust from forming where fingers touched it. He saw the thin black indentations used for drawing the blades out with the edge of a fingernail. He grasped the pocket knife in his palm and squeezed until he was sure it was real. Memories of that day rushed in. For 3 hits? That's right. I can do that. We play Penn Hills next week. No, not in the season. In 1 game. Samuel looked at his dad and shook his head back and forth. Not even Tommy Malone gets 3 hits in 1 game. Then you'll have to be better than Tommy if you want the pocket knife. Samuel shrugged. He pushed the ball cap back on his head and whistled. He checked the Little League schedule on the fridge and ran his finger down the list of under 10 league games until it stopped. On April 14th, 1979. Alpine Village, on my birthday, that's the one. His dad raised his eyebrows and nodded. Danny Cranston plays for Alpine Village. Word has it the kid has a mean curveball. Come on, Dad, Samuel said with a smirk. He's a lefty. I'll see that pitch coming from a mile away. I'm behind on the fastballs, but if he throws that curve, I can pull it to left field. That corner is shallow at Hawkeye Park. Samuel's dad squinted at the schedule. Didn't notice that. Looks like you play those guys at home. Samuel nodded and crossed his arms. I think you should tell Mom now. I'm getting that knife. Samuel kept his eyes closed and his hands wrapped around the pocket knife. He felt the memory lurch ahead. "Let's go, batter," the umpire said, standing behind the catcher. Samuel winked at Tony, the catcher who was crouched low and raising his mitt into the strike zone. "You ain't hitting Danny's curve," Tony said. "Watch me," Samuel said. The umpire dropped into position. Samuel placed his left foot inside the batter's box and dug the toes on his right cleat into the dirt. He drew the bat back behind his ear, just like his dad drilled into his head during all of those trips to the batter's cages. Samuel noted the runners on second and third and heard the moms cheering. He did his best to block it out and stared hard at Danny Cranston, perched on the mound. The first pitch came faster than Samuel expected. It blew past his nose and dropped into Tony's mitt with a snap, followed by the umpire's declaration of a strike. Samuel stepped out of the box and closed his eyes. He thought about his other at-bats. This was his fourth time at the plate, and probably his last chance at that third hit of the game. 2 singles. Fine. Those were still hits, even if they didn't count as RBIs. A third single was still a hit, too. He moved through the circular practice swing that batters individualize over the course of their baseball careers. Samuel drew the back bat again, and again Danny brought the heat. "Strike 2. Tony snickered from behind his catcher's mask and shook his head at Samuel. "You're chasing the count now, Sammy. You know he's coming with his curve. Might as well strike out right now." Samuel ignored the comment and moved back into the batter's box. He had Danny Cranston in the palm of his hand. He could tell from Danny's sidearm pitch that the ball was coming from the outside in. Samuel saw the ball rotate in slow motion, the red laces spinning over top of the white rawhide. As it came closer, Samuel gripped the bat. He brought it a tad higher over his shoulder and then started the swing forward. The contact felt so good it almost made Samuel cry. The baseball shot from the meat of the bat with a satisfying thud. Samuel's eyes drifted up to follow the ball into the summer sky of 1979. He knew he should have been running, but it didn't matter. This swing was a textbook left field pull, and he knew the ball was headed to the fence, probably over it. Samuel took a stride toward first and dropped the bat into the dirt. He smiled as the ball became a white dot doing its best to escape the atmosphere. The noise of the moment froze into silence, and Samuel imagined the ball whistling through the air like a space rocket. But then it started to drop. That space-bound projectile lost its booster fuel and turned back toward the green outfield at Hawkeye Park. Samuel pushed his walk into a slight jog around first base. The coach was screaming at him to run, but Samuel could not hear him. He jogged toward second base, watching as the left fielder ran to the fence underneath the baseball. The outfielder stopped and raised his mitt over his head. Samuel saw the glove eat the ball a split second before it cracked the leather and snapped him back into real time. "Out!" Before he made it to the second base bag, Samuel was sobbing. He felt the demeaning glare of every player on the field, every kid on the bench, and every parent watching from just beyond the foul lines. When he reached the bench, he could not even look at his dad. Samuel's chest hitched and heaved as he ended the afternoon going 2 for 4 and coming up 1 fly ball shy of a home run and a third hit in the game. Samuel shifted again, sweat building in his palm as he held the artifact from his youth. Those feelings from so long ago had returned. "I know, but it was really close. I think it was the only fly ball that kid caught all season." Samuel looked out the window at the suburban world, fluttering by at 35 miles per hour. He pulled his bottom lip into his mouth with his front teeth. "So, where are we going, Dad?" Samuel's father looked up at his son through the rearview mirror of the 1976 El Camino. Ralph's army surplus. I need some things for deer season, he said with a smirk. It's April. His dad pulled the car into the tight space at the side of the red brick store. When they entered, Samuel's dad turned right toward the lit glass display case, and Samuel had his hunch confirmed. "Hey, Billy," his dad said. "Yo, what Chin's looking for?" Billy asked. "A pocket knife. Something that'll fit a boy, something he can use to protect himself." Samuel's dad looked down at his son with a wink. "We got exactly what you need right over here." Billy the clerk waved toward the left end of the glass case, and before he could even begin the sales pitch, Samuel saw it. The knife had both blades extended, fanned out like fingers on a hand. The mother of pearl on the handle met the polished silver tips. It was not more than 3 inches in length, but it was the perfect size for a young man. "Can I see that one, Dad?" Samuel asked. Billy stooped and pulled a ring of keys from his belt. Several clicks and pops later, the back of the display case slid to the right. His disembodied hand reached in and took the knife off the red velour covering the shelf. He stood and closed both blades, then handed it to Samuel's dad. "That model's called the Scout, and it's the last one left. Heard they ain't got no more left in all of Western PA. They've been selling so good." "How much, Billy?" The clerk looked to the ceiling and rubbed a hand across the stubble on his chin, producing a rat-like scratch. "Listed for $15.99, but I can probably get it to you for $11. Samuel's dad reached into his back pocket and removed his wallet. The cracked brown leather was wrapped around a bulging mass of scrap paper and business cards. He opened it with both hands and used his forefinger to separate the tops of several bills. "Son?" Samuel had not stopped staring at the knife since the moment he saw it on display. All of the kids at St. Bernadette's school had one, except him. They would circle up at recess and pull them out, far away from the eagle-eye vision of the nuns. Sometimes a boy would unravel a lint-covered, wilting photograph cut from his father's issue of Playboy, and sometimes another would reveal the crumbled remains of a cigarette filched from his mom's soft pack of Marlboro Reds. But most of the time, it was knives. St. Bernadette's and the surrounding public school districts all closed the Monday after Thanksgiving for the first day of deer season. They kept the facade, the idea that most of the male students would go hunting with their fathers that day. But everyone knew the teachers went too. The pocket knife was the first indication of readiness. Even though Samuel and his chums would not be ready to take the hunter's safety course for another few years, the pocket knife served as public notice that they would. "Samuel?" his father said, this time with more force. "Yeah, Dad, that would be awesome. Really cool." His father nodded at the clerk. "Let me box that for you." "Can I just put it in my pocket, Dad?" Samuel felt his father's hand ruffle his hair, and then moved to the middle of his back, where it guided him out of the store. Samuel did not even notice the transaction, the receipt, or the small talk between Billy and his father. He gripped the knife in his palm, and for the first time, he felt like a man. Photographs rolled through Samuel's head, a slideshow of his life. Each one brought a remembrance of the Scout pocket knife and how it had become part of him. Samuel always kept it in his front right pocket, where it clattered together with loose change. Through his early teen years, Samuel kept the knife clean and polished. He maintained the blade and would buff the mother-of-pearl inlay. He remembered losing the knife several times, the last time in college after a night of heavy drinking. He had to scour the basement of a frat house the morning after, in a haze of hangover, stale beer, and the occasional used condom. He found it next to the toilet. He rinsed it off in the sink and placed the Scout back in his pocket where it belonged. The images shot across his mind, some lingering longer than others, until the procession slowed and finally stopped on one. A picture of Samuel in the funeral home, kneeling in front of his father's coffin. Samuel looked down at his father's still face. He felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see his mother. She held a tissue in both hands, having given up trying to keep her makeup in check. She opened her mouth, but no words came. She shook her head instead and gave Samuel a quick rub on the shoulder before turning to greet another distant relative in town for the funeral. Samuel blocked out the quiet sobbing and muffled laughter of those gathered in the room. He looked again at his dad's face, forever asleep amidst the fragrant, arranged flowers, complete with ribbons strung across the front. "I know you loved John more. It's okay. You didn't know what to do with a son like me. I'm not really sure how you managed. You and Mom struggled to understand what went on in my head, what the hell I wanted from life." He felt himself chuckle and turned to make sure his outburst did not garner attention from the rest of the family. "I mean, even now, with you lying here dead, I don't fit in. Nobody will approach me. But that's fine. I'm not here to mend fences with Uncle Frank. I think you loved me. I mean, you did as any man loves his son, but I think there was a time when it was unconditional. You bought me the Scout. I didn't deserve it. The deal was 3 hits, and I went 2 for 4. But you bought it anyway, and you bought it with your poker winnings. Mom wouldn't have allowed that purchase to come from the family budget. Don't think I don't know that." He looked over his shoulder to confirm the chasm of space still existed. None of the relatives would come near the coffin until he finished. None would risk a possible conversation with him. "I wish we could have had this conversation before cancer got you, but I guess I'll have to settle for it this way. I mean, I need to thank you. If I hadn't been so different than you and Mom, my siblings, I would still be stuck living in the same shithole suburb, wasting my life away." He paused. "Sorry. Even now it's hard for me not to take shots." Several relatives gathered near the table with the photographic collage and other remembrances. "I'll miss you, Dad. Even after everything we've been through, I'll miss you." Samuel stood and shoved both hands into his front pockets. His right hand struck his phone, and then the Scout. He wrapped his fingers around the pocket knife and held it in his palm. The tears created a wavering last image of his father in the casket. "I want you to take it with you. You never know when you might need to open a package or cut a string in the afterlife." Samuel slid his hand into the casket and tucked the Scout underneath the edge of the satin pillow, where the head of his dead father rested. Samuel shook his head as if to dislodge the cobwebs gathering inside and licked his lips, which felt dry as petrified wood. He glanced down at his palm and opened it. The knife remained, as real as the fingers grasping it. Samuel did the only thing he could think of. He placed it in his right pocket, where it sunk into the familiar space. He felt the coolness of the object through thin fabric as it rested against his leg. He stood and used his hand to clear the surface of the window, revealing the original gray landscape of this place. The snowstorm and all its fury were gone. The ground was dry, and he began to wonder if it had happened at all. He looked around the cabin and noticed it was almost identical to the first cabin. The stove, the food, the coffee, the clothing, the photographs hanging on the wall had all disappeared. Nothing remained but the chair, the table, the hard bunk, and a faint smell of burnt coffee beans. Samuel opened the door and stood on the threshold of the cabin, which faced the western horizon. The advancing cloud loomed overhead, and the landscape sat in soundless solitude. He turned to face the east, and recognized the path he hoped would lead to the barren. He was determined to reach it and survive, unsure if meeting Major there would really matter. This cabin is clearly done with me, he thought. With his rucksack full of a handful of meager belongings, Samuel set back off upon the path toward the barren. He hiked for hours around the base of the mountain, putting the second cabin and its memories behind. Every so often, Samuel would thrust his hand into his front pocket and feel the pocket knife nuzzled there. Then he'd shake his head, as though more surprised it remained there than that it appeared in the first place. The pale yellow flame caught his eye as it danced silently in the distance. Samuel sensed movement, but could not see anything around it. He hiked the path and realized it was close to night, based on the aches that came after hours of hiking. The fire grew in size as he got closer. After another hour of hiking, Samuel could discern the hot ash floating upward into the still trees. He saw a campfire and a pack sitting beside a fallen tree. A thin line of rope stretched from one sapling to another, weighted down in the middle by a shirt flipped over the top and dripping water to the ground. "Anyone here?" he asked as the pack slid from his shoulder. He stretched his arms and looked around the camp. Before he could ask again, a figure pushed through the trees. "You made it. So glad you didn't veer from the path," Major said. Samuel cast his eyes down into the fire, avoiding Major's. "That fire, it makes things worse here." "I'll take my chances," Major said. Samuel sighed. "What happened to you?" he asked. "Duty," Major shrugged. "The visitor I expected did not make it." "What happened to him?" Samuel asked. Major ignored the question and stared into the fire. "I've been hiking all day. Can I rest?" Samuel said. Major swept his arm across his body and dipped with an exaggerated bow. "Mi casa su casa," he said. Samuel knew what he meant, even if he didn't know how he knew it. "I'm sure you'll wake me when I need to get up," he said to Major. "I don't think we have a lot of time to mess around. The cloud is coming east at a good clip. I was worried it might have pulled you under. It can do that, like those huge waves on the Atlantic seaboard. I remember standing in the surf as a kid thinking they weren't so scary, until the current tugged at my ankles on its way back out." "A few hours?" Samuel asked. "1 or 2, if I can keep track. Then we've got to jump back on the path and get to the barren." Samuel nodded and rubbed his eyes. Major watched Samuel fall asleep. He tossed several twigs onto the fire before looking over his shoulder at the massive cloud inching closer. Samuel felt a hand shake his shoulder. His leg hurt, and he couldn't feel his right foot. He opened his eyes and saw that Major was kicking dirt onto the remaining coals of the fire. It was still dark, as it had been since the sky swallowed the last of the light over the eastern horizon. "How long?" Major shrugged. "How long what?" "How long was I asleep?" "I'm not really sure. The fire is burning differently now, too. If the reversion is moving at the same pace at the barren, we may already be too late." Samuel pulled himself upright and rubbed the pins and needles from his foot. "Too late for what?" "Too late to slip." Samuel waited for an explanation. When Major remained silent, he pushed. "What's a slip?" he asked. "I think we should wait until—" Samuel slammed his fist into the soft dirt and dry leaves. "I think you need to start filling me in right now. I don't know where the hell I am. I don't know who you are. I don't remember shit. Some things disappear and other things come back." "What did you say?" Major asked. "I said you need to start—" "No," Major said. "What did you say about things coming back?" Samuel paused, disappointed his tirade had no effect on Major. "A pocket knife." "From where?" from my father's casket, where I left it 10 years ago." Major bent down, his knees creaking. He grabbed Samuel by the shoulders and stared at his face. "Do you still have it?" he asked in a hushed whisper. Samuel nodded. He reached into his front pocket and gripped the contents. He opened his fist to reveal a paperclip and several coins, but no knife. "I felt it just before I came into camp," Samuel said, his words trailing as he brushed the dirt and leaves aside, expecting to find his knife where it had fallen from his pocket. "It's a reflection. It's gone," Major said. "I had it with me during the hike." "Are you sure you had it?" "I don't know," Samuel said. "I guess I'm not sure of much anymore." Major stood and rubbed his chin. He gathered a few items together and nodded at Samuel, instructing him to do the same. "I'd feel better if we got moving, put some distance between us and the cloud. We can talk as we go. I'm guessing we're a 5 or 6 hour hike from the Barren. I can explain a lot before we get there." Samuel brushed the dirt from his pants and put both hands to his ears, as if trying to keep his head together. "Whatever. I think it would be easier if I just ended it. I'm tired of dealing." "That's what got you here in the first place." Those who fell from the noose after a suicide had a certain look about them. After speaking with many people through many reversions, Major could identify them by the look in their eye. The majority of souls in the reversion were suicides, and the ones that weren't, like Mara, remained a mystery to Major. "Come on, let's move. I still worry the cloud hasn't gotten to all of the wolves yet." 7. "You're exaggerating." "No, I'm not. 7 women." "At one time." Major smiled. The laugh lines in his face told Samuel the man had enjoyed the finer indulgences in life. "It was mostly me watching, but I jumped in when I could. Needed to recharge the battery a few times. Those little pills sure helped with that. The only problem was getting it back down. That's where the whiskey on the rocks came in handy. I'd wake up, and they'd all be gone. It would take my brain 30 or 40 seconds to recalibrate, determine where the hell I was and what happened the night before. I never remembered everything, but enough to know the high-grade call girls don't come cheap, and I'd have some explaining to do to my accountant." Samuel pushed ahead as the path widened. He came up on Major's right as they curved around the base of the mountain. The path descended with a gentle slope Samuel assumed would empty them into the Barren. Samuel felt a renewed bounce in his step as he let the reversion take a back seat to Major's tail. "How far back?" he asked Samuel. "Huh?" "Childhood, high school, the drug years. How far back do you want me to go?" "How long till we reach the Barren?" Samuel asked. "Long enough to get into the good stuff," Major said. He pushed his headband up on his forehead and looked over a shoulder, as if measuring the progress of the cloud advancing from the west. "The path turns southwest for a bit before straightening out back to the east. Just want you to know I'm not walking us straight into the cloud." Samuel nodded. He drew a deep breath and exhaled an exaggerated gust of air into the otherwise silent surroundings. "I can't get used to the silence." Major smiled. He paused for a moment while his brain decided what he would share with Samuel. "We grew up in East Harlem, Spanish Harlem, before Clinton moved his office there and made it trendy again." Samuel frowned, becoming impatient with his own memory. The names struck a familiar chord, like recognizing the face of a lost acquaintance, but not remembering his name. He decided to let Major continue, and he hoped his memory would eventually catch up to fill in the gaps of the world he once knew. "My dad was a son of a bitch. He'd come home from the corner bar and beat the shit out of my mom. My brother and I, we'd hide under our beds. Not because he didn't know we were there. He knew. We stayed underneath it because he couldn't get his barrel chest far enough in to grab us. Anyway, my mom was from the barrio, and I don't ever remember finding out how they hooked up. Quite a scene, right? Some pale, red-haired Irishman with a sassy Latina girl on his arm. Samuel looked at Major's face and saw the mix of cultures. The man's nose was bulbous and red, but roots of black hair snuck out from under the ponytail. By the time I was 16, I was running with all the wrong folks. You know the story. We'd break into bodegas and go right for the register. Later on, we'd even take a crack at those little ATMs shoved in the corner of the market. You remember those? The ones that would nail you with a $5 fee on top of what your bank would charge? Samuel sniffled. School sucked, and by the time I was 17, I'd had enough of the petty shit. I got greedy, just like everyone else. The subway stop at East 90th would provide us some sweet marks, the assholes that lived on the Upper East Side in their multi-million-dollar townhomes with iron bars on the doors and a blinking security pad at the front. We'd jump 'em and got the cash when they came out of the station. Not sure why so many got out on the wrong side of Broadway, but we'd make the most of it. Summer of '88, I headed to the Jersey Shore with the guys in the crew. They had a few Dago contacts in Atlantic City, getting into the hooker and blow trades. Seemed like slapping bitches around was easier than risking a cuff in Manhattan. That's when I first realized I had it. Had what? Asked Samuel. The nose. I could smell deals a mile away. Drug deals at first, which I eventually turned into legit businesses like used cars. Major laughed at his own joke. He looked at the confused look on Samuel's face and decided to continue. I was great at the table games, too. $5 and $10 blackjack led me to the high roller rooms. I played where winnings came with a chick on your arm and a vial of blow. AIDS was breaking then, but when you're strung out on crack and cards, it's not much of a concern. Not sure how in the hell I escaped that, but I did. You tag so many asses without a Jimmy hat, you're rolling the dice. I wasn't much of a family man. I mean, I had a wife and kids, but I wasn't part of the family. My money provided housekeepers, pool boys, nannies, whatever we needed. But the money couldn't listen to my wife or help my kids with homework. The family made me legit, somehow gave me the air of a responsible citizen. That's the thing with the white-collar criminals. They sit next to you at the PTA meetings, you see them in the grocery store, you wave at them as they walk their dogs. Hell, some of them even pick up dog shit with a blue plastic bag, yet they were robbing taxpayers blind. The bailout? Samuel asked. His face twisted as if someone else had used the term. Oh, you bet I got a chunk of that. We all did. By the time the mid-2000s rolled around, I had several business holdings in various countries. I had secret offshore accounts and enough capital to pay my mid-managers hundreds of thousands in bonuses. We had holiday blowouts that made the gangster movies look like children's birthday parties. Women everywhere, and not the skanks from the streets. I'm talking top-notch girls, good pussy, the kind that makes you forget your name. Samuel smiled. By 2008, I had offices in Manhattan and Newark. Jersey was a dump, but it was easier to hide assets there than it was in the 5 boroughs. I had departments trading mortgages for years, and we all knew that shit was going to crash. Anyone, including the Fed, that claims they didn't know is a bullshitter. An unspoken panic rippled through our ranks about 6 months before the shit hit the fan. Guys were getting out fast, selling assets, liquidating the adjustable rate loans. We all knew those were going to kill us. By the time Goldman Sachs became the media's whipping boy, I had stashed $400 million I thought would be invisible. That's what I thought. Samuel noticed a hitch in Major's throat. His pace on the trail quickened as they turned directly into the path of the cloud, soundlessly rolling over trees as it approached the east. But then a few of my guys turned. They'd been working with the FBI the entire time. I had no idea. These were guys that had been with me a long time, going all the way back to our private bordellos and roulette wheels in the shadow of the boardwalk in Atlantic City. These were guys I trusted with my life. My wife had left and taken the kids with her by then. My new girl tipped me off. I was shacked up with this broad in one of my Manhattan penthouses. I can't remember exactly how we got together, but she was doing some hardcore porn at the time. I saw her in a film and knew I wanted a piece of that ass. Anyways, she rang my cell about 11:30 in the morning, which I knew was trouble because she never got out of bed before noon. She told me the feds had been there and were on their way to my office. She said they had warrants and paperwork and all the bullshit they needed to put me away for a long time. Samuel stopped. As the path curved to the right and descended down the gentle slope of the mountain, he saw the tops of several cabins. They looked exactly like the others, and the curvature of the land would no doubt reveal more as they approached. Major followed Samuel's gaze. Yep, that's it. The Barren. We still got another hour to reach it. So what did you do when the cops arrived? Samuel asked. I had to take care of things before they did. There was no way I was going to rot in a cell, become Bubba's girlfriend. I couldn't do that. Plus, the lead prosecutor was a dickhead from way back. In fact, I think I may have jumped him in a subway station back in the day. After I got the call, I went to a hidden panel in my office. I didn't even have time to open the safe. Even if I did, what was I going to do? They were coming. I couldn't find the bullets to the revolver under my desk, so I pushed through a drawer of sex toys until I found the velvet rope. I had glass walls in my office that gave you a stunning view of Manhattan. That turned the ladies on, and they'd even let me tie them up. Some of those ladies got crazy. Anyway, I stood on a chair and pushed the ceiling tile to the side. With the rope in one hand, I tossed it over a steel beam. The end came back to my other hand, and by that time I could hear them coming. The private elevator dinged a single tone. Footsteps in the marble foyer. If I had more time, who knows? I might have reconsidered. But I didn't. I tied a knot at the top underneath the beam and took the other end and twisted it around my neck. I wasn't schooled in the knot-tying Boy Scout bullshit, so I triple-looped it just to make sure it wouldn't give. I remember standing on the chair with that noose around my neck, and I was laughing. Maybe it was the absurdity of it all, or maybe I had lost my mind by that point. The door to the waiting room slammed against the wall, which meant the raid was seconds from reaching me. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and leapt off the chair. I think they came through at the same time, because I remember someone shouting, and I felt hands grasping my legs. But they were too late. Those knots held better than they were supposed to, because they snapped my neck. Samuel stopped walking and turned to face Major. He shook his head and coughed. "Is that all you remember?" Major shook his head. I remember waking up at the foot of a tree. I remember looking around and seeing other ropes hanging from branches and dangling next to streamers of yellow caution tape. "You woke up here in this place?" Samuel asked. "Not far from your swinging tree, my friend. But it wasn't my first rodeo. I quit counting how many times I've dropped from that cursed tree." Chapter 8. It was impossible. Even in a place where the clouds ate reality and the dead spoke, this was impossible. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and blinked again. It remained. Samuel crouched down to take a closer look, resisting the urge to pick it up, as if it might shock him or something worse. He closed his eyes, counted to 5, and opened them. It remained. He remembered the mother-of-pearl inlay on the narrow handle. He could smell the oil his dad used to protect the blade and keep rust from forming where fingers touched it. He saw the thin black indentations used for drawing the blades out with the edge of a fingernail. He grasped the pocket knife in his palm and squeezed until he was sure it was real. Memories of that day rushed in. For 3 hits? That's right. I can do that. We play Penn Hills next week. No, not in the season. In 1 game. Samuel looked at his dad and shook his head back and forth. Not even Tommy Malone gets 3 hits in 1 game. Then you'll have to be better than Tommy if you want the pocket knife. Samuel shrugged. He pushed the ball cap back on his head and whistled. He checked the Little League schedule on the fridge and ran his finger down the list of under 10 league games until it stopped. On April 14th, 1979. Alpine Village, on my birthday, that's the one. His dad raised his eyebrows and nodded. Danny Cranston plays for Alpine Village. Word has it the kid has a mean curveball. Come on, Dad, Samuel said with a smirk. He's a lefty. I'll see that pitch coming from a mile away. I'm behind on the fastballs, but if he throws that curve, I can pull it to left field. That corner is shallow at Hawkeye Park. Samuel's dad squinted at the schedule. Didn't notice that. Looks like you play those guys at home. Samuel nodded and crossed his arms. I think you should tell Mom now. I'm getting that knife. Samuel kept his eyes closed and his hands wrapped around the pocket knife. He felt the memory lurch ahead. Let's go, batter, the umpire said, standing behind the catcher. Samuel winked at Tony, the catcher who was crouched low and raising his mitt into the strike zone. You ain't hitting Danny's curve, Tony said. Watch me, Samuel said. The umpire dropped into position. Samuel placed his left foot inside the batter's box and dug the toes on his right cleat into the dirt. He drew the bat back behind his ear, just like his dad drilled into his head during all of those trips to the batter's cages. Samuel noted the runners on second and third and heard the moms cheering. He did his best to block it out and stared hard at Danny Cranston, perched on the mound. The first pitch came faster than Samuel expected. It blew past his nose and dropped into Tony's mitt with a snap, followed by the umpire's declaration of a strike. Samuel stepped out of the box and closed his eyes. He thought about his other at-bats. This was his 4th time at the plate, and probably his last chance at that 3rd hit of the game. 2 singles. Fine. Those were still hits, even if they didn't count as RBIs. A 3rd single was still a hit, too. He moved through the circular practice swing that batters individualize over the course of their baseball careers. Samuel drew the back bat again, and again Danny brought the heat. Strike 2. Tony snickered from behind his catcher's mask and shook his head at Samuel. You're chasing the count now, Sammy. You know he's coming with his curve. Might as well strike out right now. Samuel ignored the comment and moved back into the batter's box. He had Danny Cranston in the palm of his hand. He could tell from Danny's sidearm pitch that the ball was coming from the outside in. Samuel saw the ball rotate in slow motion, the red laces spinning over top of the white rawhide. As it came closer, Samuel gripped the bat. He brought it a tad higher over his shoulder and then started the swing forward. The contact felt so good it almost made Samuel cry. The baseball shot from the meat of the bat with a satisfying thud. Samuel's eyes drifted up to follow the ball into the summer sky of 1979. He knew he should have been running, But it didn't matter. This swing was a textbook left-field pull, and he knew the ball was headed to the fence, probably over it. Samuel took a stride toward first and dropped the bat into the dirt. He smiled as the ball became a white dot doing its best to escape the atmosphere. The noise of the moment froze into silence, and Samuel imagined the ball whistling through the air like a space rocket. But then it started to drop. That space-bound projectile lost its booster fuel and turned back toward the green outfield at Hawkeye Park. Samuel pushed his walk into a slight jog around first base. The coach was screaming at him to run, but Samuel could not hear him. He jogged toward second base, watching as the left fielder ran to the fence underneath the baseball. The outfielder stopped and raised his mitt over his head. Samuel saw the glove eat the ball a split second before it cracked the leather and snapped him back into real time. Out! Before he made it to the second base bag, Samuel was sobbing. He felt the demeaning glare of every player on the field, every kid on the bench, and every parent watching from just beyond the foul lines. When he reached the bench, he could not even look at his dad. Samuel's chest hitched and heaved as he ended the afternoon going 2 for 4 and coming up one fly ball shy of a home run and a third hit in the game. Samuel shifted again, sweat building in his palm as he held the artifact from his youth. Those feelings from so long ago had returned. I know, but it was really close. I think it was the only fly ball that kid caught all season. Samuel looked out the window at the suburban world, fluttering by at 35 miles per hour. He pulled his bottom lip into his mouth with his front teeth. So, where are we going, Dad? Samuel's father looked up at his son through the rearview mirror of the 1976 El Camino. Ralph's Army surplus. I need some things for deer season, he said with a smirk. It's April. His dad pulled the car into the tight space at the side of the red brick store. When they entered, Samuel's dad turned right toward the lit glass display case, and Samuel had his hunch confirmed. Hey, Billy, his dad said. Yo, what Jin's looking for? Billy asked. A pocket knife, something that'll fit a boy, something he can use to protect himself. Samuel's dad looked down at his son with a wink. We got exactly what you need right over here. Billy the clerk waved toward the left end of the glass case, and before he could even begin the sales pitch, Samuel saw it. The knife had both blades extended, fanned out like fingers on a hand. The mother-of-pearl on the handle met the polished silver tips. It was not more than 3 inches in length, but it was the perfect size for a young man. Can I see that one, Dad? Samuel asked. Billy stooped and pulled a ring of keys from his belt. Several clicks and pops later, the back of the display case slid to the right. His disembodied hand reached in and took the knife off the red velour covering the shelf. He stood and closed both blades, then handed it to Samuel's dad. That model's called the Scout, and it's the last one left. Heard they ain't got no more left in all of western PA. They've been selling so good. How much, Billy? The clerk looked to the ceiling and rubbed a hand across the stubble on his chin, producing a rat-like scratch. Listed for $15.99, but I can probably get it to you for $11. Samuel's dad reached into his back pocket and removed his wallet. The cracked brown leather was wrapped around a bulging mass of scrap paper and business cards. He opened it with both hands and used his forefinger to separate the tops of several bills. Son? Samuel had not stopped staring at the knife since the moment he saw it on display. All of the kids at St. Bernadette's school had one, except him. They would circle up at recess and pull them out, far away from the eagle-eye vision of the nuns. Sometimes a boy would unravel a lint-covered, wilting photograph cut from his father's issue of Playboy, and sometimes another would reveal the crumbled remains of a cigarette filched from his mom's soft pack of Marlboro Reds. But most of the time, it was knives. St. Bernadette's and the surrounding public school districts all closed the Monday after Thanksgiving for the first day of deer season. They kept the facade, the idea that most of the male students would go hunting with their fathers that day. But everyone knew the teachers went too. The pocket knife was the first indication of readiness. Even though Samuel and his chums would not be ready to take the hunter's safety course for another few years, the pocket knife served as public notice that they would. "Samuel," his father said, this time with more force. "Yeah, Dad, that would be awesome. Really cool." His father nodded at the clerk. "Let me box that for you." "Can I just put it in my pocket, Dad?" Samuel felt his father's hand ruffle his hair, and then move to the middle of his back, where it guided him out of the store. Samuel did not even notice the transaction, the receipt, or the small talk between Billy and his father. He gripped the knife in his palm, and for the first time, he felt like a man. Photographs rolled through Samuel's head, a slideshow of his life. Each one brought a remembrance of the scout pocket knife and how it had become part of him. Samuel always kept it in his front right pocket, where it clattered together with loose change. Through his early teen years, Samuel kept the knife clean and polished. He maintained the blade and would buff the mother-of-pearl inlay. He remembered losing the knife several times, the last time in college after a night of heavy drinking. He had to scour the basement of a frat house the morning after, in a haze of hangover, stale beer, and the occasional used condom. He found it next to the toilet. He rinsed it off in the sink and placed the scout back in his pocket where it belonged. The images shot across his mind, some lingering longer than others, until the procession slowed and finally stopped on one. A picture of Samuel in the funeral home, kneeling in front of his father's coffin. Samuel looked down at his father's still face. He felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see his mother. She held a tissue in both hands, having given up trying to keep her makeup in check. She opened her mouth, but no words came. She shook her head instead and gave Samuel a quick rub on the shoulder before turning to greet another distant relative in town for the funeral. Samuel blocked out the quiet sobbing and muffled laughter of those gathered in the room. He looked again at his dad's face, forever asleep amidst the fragrant, arranged flowers, complete with ribbons strung across the front. "I know you love John more. It's okay. You didn't know what to do with a son like me. I'm not really sure how you managed. You and Mom struggled to understand what went on in my head, what the hell I wanted from life." He felt himself chuckle and turned to make sure his outburst did not garner attention from the rest of the family. "I mean, even now, with you lying here dead, I don't fit in. Nobody will approach me. But that's fine. I'm not here to mend fences with Uncle Frank. I think you loved me. I mean, you did as any man loves his son, but I think there was a time when it was unconditional. You bought me the Scout. I didn't deserve it. The deal was 3 hits, and I went 2 for 4. But you bought it anyway, and you bought it with your poker winnings. Mom wouldn't have allowed that purchase to come from the family budget. Don't think I don't know that." He looked over his shoulder to confirm the chasm of space still existed. None of the relatives would come near the coffin until he finished. None would risk a possible conversation with him. "I wish we could have had this conversation before cancer got you, but I guess I'll have to settle for it this way. I mean, I need to thank you. If I hadn't been so different than you and Mom, my siblings, I would still be stuck living in the same shithole suburb, wasting my life away." He paused. "Sorry. Even now it's hard for me not to take shots." Several relatives gathered near the table with the photographic collage and other remembrances. I'll miss you, Dad. Even after everything we've been through, I'll miss you. Samuel stood and shoved both hands into his front pockets. His right hand struck his phone, and then the Scout. He wrapped his fingers around the pocket knife and held it in his palm. The tears created a wavering last image of his father in the casket. I want you to take it with you. You never know when you might need to open a package or cut a string in the afterlife. Samuel slid his hand into the casket and tucked the Scout underneath the edge of the satin pillow, where the head of his dead father rested. Samuel shook his head as if to dislodge the cobwebs gathering inside and licked his lips, which felt dry as petrified wood. He glanced down at his palm and opened it. The knife remained, as real as the fingers grasping it. Samuel did the only thing he could think of. He placed it in his right pocket, where it sunk into the familiar space. He felt the coolness of the object through thin fabric as it rested against his leg. He stood and used his hand to clear the surface of the window, revealing the original gray landscape of this place. The snowstorm and all its fury were gone. The ground was dry, and he began to wonder if it had happened at all. He looked around the cabin and noticed it was almost identical to the first cabin. The stove, the food, the coffee, the clothing, the photographs hanging on the wall had all disappeared. Nothing remained but the chair, the table, the hard bunk, and a faint smell of burnt coffee beans. Samuel opened the door and stood on the threshold of the cabin, which faced the western horizon. The advancing cloud loomed overhead, and the landscape sat in soundless solitude. He turned to face the east, and recognized the path he hoped would lead to the barren. He was determined to reach it and survive, unsure if meeting Major there would really matter. This cabin is clearly done with me, he thought. With his rucksack full of a handful of meager belongings, Samuel set back off upon the path toward the barren. He hiked for hours around the base of the mountain, putting the second cabin and its memories behind. Every so often, Samuel would thrust his hand into his front pocket and feel the pocket knife nuzzled there. Then he'd shake his head, as though more surprised it remained there than that it appeared in the first place. The pale yellow flame caught his eye as it danced silently in the distance. Samuel sensed movement, but could not see anything around it. He hiked the path and realized it was close to night, based on the aches that came after hours of hiking. The fire grew in size as he got closer. After another hour of hiking, Samuel could discern the hot ash floating upward into the still trees. He saw a campfire and a pack sitting beside a fallen tree. A thin line of rope stretched from one sapling to another, weighted down in the middle by a shirt flipped over the top and dripping water to the ground. "Anyone here?" he asked as the pack slid from his shoulder. He stretched his arms and looked around the camp. Before he could ask again, a figure pushed through the trees. "You made it. So glad you didn't veer from the path," Major said. Samuel cast his eyes down into the fire, avoiding Major's. "That fire, it makes things worse here." "I'll take my chances," Major said. Samuel sighed. "What happened to you?" he asked. "Duty," Major shrugged. "The visitor I expected did not make it." "What happened to him?" Samuel asked. Major ignored the question and stared into the fire. "I've been hiking all day. Can I rest?" Samuel said. Major swept his arm across his body and dipped with an exaggerated bow. "Mi casa su casa," he said. Samuel knew what he meant, even if he didn't know how he knew it. "I'm sure you'll wake me when I need to get up," he said to Major. "I don't think we have a lot of time to mess around. The cloud is coming east at a good clip. I was worried it might have pulled you under. It can do that, like those huge waves on the Atlantic seaboard. I remember standing in the surf as a kid thinking they weren't so scary, until the current tugged at my ankles on its way back out. "A few hours?" Samuel asked. "1 or 2, if I can keep track. Then we've got to jump back on the path and get to the barren." Samuel nodded and rubbed his eyes. Major watched Samuel fall asleep. He tossed several twigs onto the fire before looking over his shoulder at the massive cloud inching closer. Samuel felt a hand shake his shoulder. His leg hurt, and he couldn't feel his right foot. He opened his eyes and saw that Major was kicking dirt onto the remaining coals of the fire. It was still dark, as it had been since the sky swallowed the last of the light over the eastern horizon. "How long?" Major shrugged. "How long what?" "How long was I asleep?" "I'm not really sure. The fire is burning differently now, too. If the reversion is moving at the same pace at the barren, we may already be too late." Samuel pulled himself upright and rubbed the pins and needles from his foot. "Too late for what?" "Too late to slip." Samuel waited for an explanation. When Major remained silent, he pushed. "What's a slip?" he asked. "I think we should wait until—" Samuel slammed his fist into the soft dirt and dry leaves. "I think you need to start filling me in right now. I don't know where the hell I am. I don't know who you are. I don't remember shit. Some things disappear and other things come back." "What did you say?" Major asked. "I said you need to start—" "No," Major said. "What did you say about things coming back?" Samuel paused, disappointed his tirade had no effect on Major. "A pocket knife." "From where?" "From my father's casket, where I left it 10 years ago." Major bent down, his knees creaking. He grabbed Samuel by the shoulders and stared at his face. "Do you still have it?" he asked in a hushed whisper. Samuel nodded. He reached into his front pocket and gripped the contents. He opened his fist to reveal a paperclip and several coins, but no knife. "I felt it just before I came into camp," Samuel said, his words trailing as he brushed the dirt and leaves aside, expecting to find his knife where it had fallen from his pocket. "It's a reflection. It's gone," Major said. "I had it with me during the hike." "Are you sure you had it?" "I don't know," Samuel said. "I guess I'm not sure of much anymore." Major stood and rubbed his chin. He gathered a few items together and nodded at Samuel, instructing him to do the same. "I'd feel better if we got moving, put some distance between us and the cloud. We can talk as we go. I'm guessing we're a 5 or 6 hour hike from the barren. I can explain a lot before we get there." Samuel brushed the dirt from his pants and put both hands to his ears, as if trying to keep his head together. "Whatever. I think it would be easier if I just ended it. I'm tired of dealing." "That's what got you here in the first place." Those who fell from the noose after a suicide had a certain look about them. After speaking with many people through many reversions, Major could identify them by the look in their eye. The majority of souls in the reversion were suicides, and the ones that weren't, like Mara, remained a mystery to Major. "Come on, let's move. I still worry the cloud hasn't gotten to all of the wolves yet." 7. "You're exaggerating." "No, I'm not. 7 women." "At one time." Major smiled. The laugh lines in his face told Samuel the man had enjoyed the finer indulgences in life. "It was mostly me watching, but I jumped in when I could. Needed to recharge the battery a few times. Those little pills sure helped with that. The only problem was getting it back down. That's where the whiskey on the rocks came in handy. I'd wake up, and they'd all be gone. It would take my brain 30 or 40 seconds to recalibrate, determine where the hell I was and what happened the night before. I never remembered everything, but enough to know the high-grade call girls don't come cheap, and I'd have some explaining to do to my accountant. Samuel pushed ahead as the path widened. He came up on Major's right as they curved around the base of the mountain. The path descended with a gentle slope Samuel assumed would empty them into the barren. Samuel felt a renewed bounce in his step as he let the Reversion take a back seat to Major's tail. "How far back?" he asked Samuel. "Huh? Childhood, high school, the drug years? How far back do you want me to go?" "How long till we reach the barren?" Samuel asked. "Long enough to get into the good stuff," Major said. He pushed his headband up on his forehead and looked over a shoulder, as if measuring the progress of the cloud advancing from the west. "The path turns southwest for a bit before straightening out back to the east. Just want you to know I'm not walking us straight into the cloud." Samuel nodded. He drew a deep breath and exhaled an exaggerated gust of air into the otherwise silent surroundings. "I can't get used to the silence." Major smiled. He paused for a moment while his brain decided what he would share with Samuel. "We grew up in East Harlem, Spanish Harlem, before Clinton moved his office there and made it trendy again." Samuel frowned, becoming impatient with his own memory. The names struck a familiar chord, like recognizing the face of a lost acquaintance, but not remembering his name. He decided to let Major continue, and he hoped his memory would eventually catch up to fill in the gaps of the world he once knew. "My dad was a son of a bitch. He'd come home from the corner bar and beat the shit out of my mom. My brother and I, we'd hide under our beds. Not because he didn't know we were there. He knew. We stayed underneath it because he couldn't get his barrel chest far enough in to grab us. Anyway, my mom was from the barrio, and I don't ever remember finding out how they hooked up. Quite a scene, right? Some pale, red-haired Irishman with a sassy Latina girl on his arm." Samuel looked at Major's face and saw the mix of cultures. The man's nose was bulbous and red, but roots of black hair snuck out from under the ponytail. "By the time I was 16, I was running with all the wrong folks. You know the story. We'd break into bodegas and go right for the register. Later on, we'd even take a crack at those little ATMs shoved in the corner of the market. You remember those? The ones that would nail you with a $5 fee on top of what your bank would charge?" Samuel sniffled. "School sucked, and by the time I was 17, I'd had enough of the petty shit. I got greedy, just like everyone else. The subway stop at East 90th would provide us some sweet marks, the assholes that lived on the Upper East Side in their multi-million-dollar townhomes with iron bars on the doors and a blinking security pad at the front. We'd jump 'em and got the cash when they came out of the station. Not sure why so many got out on the wrong side of Broadway, but we'd make the most of it. Summer of '88, I headed to the Jersey Shore with the guys in the crew. They had a few Dago contacts in Atlantic City getting into the hooker and blow trades. Seemed like slapping bitches around was easier than risking a cuff in Manhattan. That's when I first realized I had it." "Had what?" asked Samuel. "The nose. I could smell deals a mile away. Drug deals at first, which I eventually turned into legit businesses like used cars." Major laughed at his own joke. He looked at the confused look on Samuel's face and decided to continue. "I was great at the table games, too. $5 and $10 blackjack led me to the high roller rooms. I played where winnings came with a chick on your arm and a vial of blow. AIDS was breaking then, but when you're strung out on crack and cards, it's not much of a concern. Not sure how in the hell I escaped that, but I did. You tag so many asses without a Jimmy hat, you're rolling the dice. I wasn't much of a family man. I mean, I had a wife and kids, but I wasn't part of the family. My money provided housekeepers, pool boys, nannies, whatever we needed. But the money couldn't listen to my wife or help my kids with homework. The family made me legit, somehow gave me the air of a responsible citizen. That's the thing with the white-collar criminals. They sit next to you at the PTA meetings, you see them in the grocery store, you wave at them as they walk their dogs. Hell, some of them even pick up dog shit with a blue plastic bag, yet they were robbing taxpayers blind. "The bailout?" Samuel asked. His face twisted as if someone else had used the term. "Oh, you bet I got a chunk of that. We all did. By the time the mid-2000s rolled around, I had several business holdings in various countries. I had secret offshore accounts and enough capital to pay my mid-managers hundreds of thousands in bonuses. We had holiday blowouts that made the gangster movies look like children's birthday parties. Women everywhere, and not the skanks from the streets. I'm talking top-notch girls, good pussy, the kind that makes you forget your name." Samuel smiled. By 2008, I had offices in Manhattan and Newark. Jersey was a dump, but it was easier to hide assets there than it was in the 5 boroughs. I had departments trading mortgages for years, and we all knew that shit was going to crash. Anyone, including the Fed, that claims they didn't know is a bullshitter. An unspoken panic rippled through our ranks about 6 months before the shit hit the fan. Guys were getting out fast, selling assets, liquidating the adjustable rate loans. We all knew those were going to kill us. By the time Goldman Sachs became the media's whipping boy, I had stashed $400 million I thought would be invisible. That's what I thought. Samuel noticed a hitch in Major's throat. His pace on the trail quickened as they turned directly into the path of the cloud, soundlessly rolling over trees as it approached the east. But then a few of my guys turned. They'd been working with the FBI the entire time. I had no idea. These were guys that had been with me a long time, going all the way back to our private bordellos and roulette wheels in the shadow of the boardwalk in Atlantic City. These were guys I trusted with my life. My wife had left and taken the kids with her by then. My new girl tipped me off. I was shacked up with this broad in one of my Manhattan penthouses. I can't remember exactly how we got together, but she was doing some hardcore porn at the time. I saw her in a film and knew I wanted a piece of that ass. Anyways, she rang my cell about 11:30 in the morning, which I knew was trouble because she never got out of bed before noon. She told me the feds had been there and were on their way to my office. She said they had warrants and paperwork and all the bullshit they needed to put me away for a long time. Samuel stopped. As the path curved to the right and descended down the gentle slope of the mountain, he saw the tops of several cabins. They looked exactly like the others, and the curvature of the land would no doubt reveal more as they approached. Major followed Samuel's gaze. "Yep, that's it. The Barren. We still got another hour to reach it." "So what did you do when the cops arrived?" Samuel asked. I had to take care of things before they did. There was no way I was going to rot in a cell, become Bubba's girlfriend. I couldn't do that. Plus, the lead prosecutor was a dickhead from way back. In fact, I think I may have jumped him in a subway station back in the day. After I got the call, I went to a hidden panel in my office. I didn't even have time to open the safe. Even if I did, what was I going to do? They were coming. I couldn't find the bullets to the revolver under my desk, so I pushed through a drawer of sex toys until I found the velvet rope. I had glass walls in my office that gave you a stunning view of Manhattan. That turned the ladies on, and they'd even let me tie them up. Some of those ladies got crazy. Anyway, I stood on a chair and pushed the ceiling tile to the side. With the rope in one hand, I tossed it over a steel beam. The end came back to my other hand, and by that time I could hear them coming. The private elevator dinged a single tone. Footsteps in the marble foyer. If I had more time, who knows? I might have reconsidered. But I didn't. I tied a knot at the top underneath the beam and took the other end and twisted it around my neck. I wasn't schooled in the knot-tying Boy Scout bullshit, so I triple-looped it just to make sure it wouldn't give. I remember standing on the chair with that noose around my neck, and I was laughing. Maybe it was the absurdity of it all, or maybe I had lost my mind by that point. The door to the waiting room slammed against the wall, which meant the raid was seconds from reaching me. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and leapt off the chair. I think they came through at the same time, because I remember someone shouting, and I felt hands grasping my legs. But they were too late. Those knots held better than they were supposed to, because they snapped my neck. Samuel stopped walking and turned to face Major. He shook his head and coughed. "Is that all you remember?" Major shook his head. I remember waking up at the foot of a tree. I remember looking around and seeing other ropes hanging from branches and dangling next to streamers of yellow caution tape. "You woke up here in this place?" Samuel asked. "Not far from your swinging tree, my friend. But it wasn't my first rodeo. I quit counting how many times I've dropped from that cursed tree." Chapter 9. Samuel peered down the path at the barren. He saw 3 cabins. Although not identical to the 2 he already discovered, they looked the same. Major led them through towering trees and into the valley. He had gone quiet since finishing his story, and Samuel wondered if the retelling put an emotional drain on the old man. Major looked over his shoulder as he walked, measuring the pace of the cloud as it approached from the west. Samuel could see 2 people at the barren, but they were still too far away for him to make out features. The shapes appeared to be gathering things off the ground. A week, maybe 2. The comment caught Samuel by surprise. He stopped walking and shifted his weight to one hip, waiting for Major to elaborate. When he didn't, Samuel spoke. "Until the cloud arrives? Until this reversion gets here?" Major didn't answer. He kept maneuvering down the path, stepping over jagged rocks and debris, trying not to twist an ankle in the process. Samuel followed Major. As they approached the barren, the shapes began to take form, a man and a woman. He noticed the eyes first. It wasn't their gazes so much as the hurt behind them. Samuel shivered and felt an ache in his heart. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, thin yet magnetic. He imagined she was once an actress or possibly a singer. She had scraggly black hair that hadn't been washed in days. Remnants of makeup were brushed across her face in random places. Eyeshadow ran down her cheeks like cracks in a porcelain cup. She held her lips together, creating the single line of her mouth. The woman's pointy nose sat in perfect symmetry with the rest of her face. Samuel flushed, realizing he had been staring longer than was socially acceptable. He looked at the ground and then back up at the woman. This time his eyes locked on her neck. Underneath her jaw and across her collarbone was a diagonal black bruise. The discolored skin made a line toward her heart, and the bruise looked recent, but not fresh. The man stepped in front of the woman and broke Samuel's gaze. He sneered at Samuel and shook his head. "Who's this?" he asked, directing his question at Major. Major walked up and placed a hand on the man's shoulder. He smiled. "It's speeding up, Cole." The man shook his head and nodded his chin towards Samuel, who stood behind and to the right of Major. "Find him in Aokigahara?" "Yeah," Major said. "He landed in the sea of trees, like the rest of us." "We don't need his help," Cole said. The woman stared at the top of the path, through Samuel, as though he didn't exist. "Posturing," Major said. "He's trying to act like a tough guy." Samuel watched as Cole put his hands on his hips. His dark, rich hair crept far enough down on his forehead that it could have been fake. He wore a tattered white T-shirt that accentuated the taut muscles underneath. A black belt fastened black jeans on his slender waist. Black leather completed the outfit. A sleeve of tattoos full of cryptic symbols and half-naked women circled his right arm, and a needle track ran up his left. The top 3 punctures sat atop a blue, swollen vein that oozed pus. 2 red lines bisected both of his earlobes, where earrings once hung. "We're wasting time. Did you find anyone who can slip?" the woman asked Major, indicating Samuel could not be the man for the job. "I was hoping someone else would here at the Baron." "Well, nobody's here but us," Cole said. He kicked at the dirt with the toe of his boot. The woman stepped past Cole and Major until she stood face to face with Samuel. He caught a whiff of vanishing fragrance, masked by natural body oils, and then it scuttled off, leaving the vacant emptiness of this place with its silent stillness. He felt her eyes latch onto him again, and he could not turn away. Samuel's mouth went dry, and he felt a tingling in his feet. "What's your name?" she asked. "Samuel." The woman nodded. "I'm Mara. That charmer over there is Cole." Samuel dropped his head to Mara, and then turned to look at Cole. "He's a dick. You'll get used to it." Cole glared at Mara. "Fuck you," he said, "and fuck you." He pointed at Samuel. Major laughed, tossing his head back and grabbing his abdomen with both hands. Kids, stop. You'll have time for your schoolyard scraps tonight. For now, we need to get our supplies in order. Cole, make sure we have enough wood. You know how hard it is to maintain a fire here. Mara, get the gruel going. I think it's been days since Sammy Boy here ate, and he's going to start feeling it soon." Cole waved a hand at Mara and Samuel. He shuffled past the cabin and toward the edge of the tree line. "Whatever you say, old-timer. Apparently someone put you in charge when we weren't paying attention." Major smiled and put his arm around Samuel. Mara turned and headed into one of the cabins, shutting the door behind her. "You and I need to examine some things, see if we can punch a hole in this place. Based on the speed of the death cloud over there, we're running out of time." Samuel shook his head, trying to use the physical motion to make sense of the situation. After several more attempts, he realized it wasn't working. "We have to get out of here," he said. Major turned and looked at the cloud, then toward the cabin with Mara, then beyond the path to where Cole was picking up firewood. "Without a doubt," he said. Major poured the steaming liquid into a filthy clay mug, where it bubbled with a light froth. "Drink," he said to Samuel. Samuel sniffed the mug and wrinkled his nose. "A hint of licorice?" he asked. "I hate licorice." "It's one of the few things in this place you'll still taste. That's got to be better than a colorless, bland drink." Samuel shrugged and sipped. The tea burnt his lip and caused him to inhale. "I want you to try something," Major said. Samuel set the mug on the table. He looked through the greasy window of the cabin and saw Cole and Mara arguing with each other. Mara thought they should be cautious with Samuel, while Cole agreed with Major's plan of testing Samuel's abilities in the reversion. "What are they doing?" Major grabbed Samuel's right wrist with his left hand. "I need you to try something." Samuel nodded. "There's a man who might be trapped in the ether. It's a nowhere place, a void. He might have the ability to punch a hole in this place." "Slip." "That's right," Major said. He let a smile creep into the corners of his mouth. "We can slip into another place. That's not to say we escape the existence and go home. That might be lost forever. You know that, right? Mathematically speaking, odds are you'll never see that place again." "Now you're a statistician?" Samuel asked. Major released Samuel's wrist and rocked back on his chair. "When you've sat at as many table games as I have, you get to know the odds," Major continued, not allowing Samuel the time to respond. "This guy may be able to punch the hole if he's not damaged." "Damaged like us?" Major laughed. "Yeah, like that. Let's hope he doesn't swan dive from the top of a skyscraper or shove the end of a shotgun in his mouth. That's what I call damaged." Samuel looked at Major, not sharing in his light-hearted giggles. "Is this hell? Are we dead?" "Depends on how you define hell and what you mean by dead," Major said. Samuel fought to remain focused on the conversation. He felt like his head was buzzing with thoughts he couldn't quite catch. "What do you want me to try?" he asked. Major raised one hand and let it fall to the table. "I almost forgot." He turned as Cole entered the cabin, followed by Mara. They stood shoulder to shoulder and leaned against the cabin wall. Major looked at them, and then back to Samuel. "I'm going to put you in someone else's head and see if you can get out. You good with that?" "He's a fucking noob," Cole said. Mara was shooting Cole red-hot daggers. She pushed a lock of hair behind one ear. "Give him a chance," she said. Major looked at Cole and Mara, waiting in silence for them to finish their verbal sparring. "Are you ready?" he asked Samuel. Samuel nodded. Major looked at his clothes, his eyes pausing on the silver charm resting on Samuel's chest. He wanted to yank it and run, testing the amulet himself to see if it was the talisman that would get him out of the reversion. But Major knew he had to let Samuel prove he could slip before he made a play for the talisman. "Close your eyes," he said to Samuel. "If you get in deep shit, we'll yank you back." The cabin disintegrated, and the accelerated rush of lights filled Samuel's vision. He looked up and to the right and saw the reflection of his own eyes, but they were not his. He noticed large red eyebrows on pasty skin and touched a finger to a widow's peak that retreated back toward thinning red hair, tainted with gossamer strands of silver. His hands gripped the steering wheel of an Italian sports car as it blew past the other cars in the right lane of the expressway. Samuel looked to his left and was met with a darkened reflection of someone else's body. It appeared to be mid-40s, paunchy and pampered. The silk tie sat askew on his collar, while a diamond stud penetrated his left ear. The whine of the engine caught Samuel's attention as the speedometer pushed past 95 on the gauge. Rain fell in large, loud drops and obscured the dividing line on the pavement. "Death wish," Samuel said. Major looked at Samuel, his eyes closed and his palm wrapped around the ignition key, with the blood draining from his fingers. "Do you know where you are?" Major asked. "In a car on a highway." Before Major could reply, a force snapped Samuel back into the shell, occupying the driver's seat. He saw the glow of brake lights ahead, like the eyes of angry monsters. Samuel caught a glimpse of the approaching off-ramp in the interval between windshield wiper swipes. He guided the car onto the shoulder amidst the sound of horns trailing off behind him. Samuel turned the wheel to the left and pulled his foot off the accelerator, bringing the car into a controlled fishtail on the rain-slicked pavement. He pushed the flashy BMW to its limits. He snapped the wheel into the turn and straightened the vehicle out as it approached a congested intersection trapped within four walls of suburban strip mall hell. "Running it into a wall or bridge?" Cole asked. Major shook his head. "No, he's headed somewhere. The driving is reckless, but that's the emotional state. He has other plans." Samuel felt the car lurch as he downshifted from second to first gear. His breathing felt shallow and rapid as the adrenaline heightened his senses. He followed the flow of traffic while checking his rear view for flashing lights. It would be miles before they caught up, and even then they wouldn't know which exit he had taken. Samuel made several turns until he passed the sparkling new sign for Golden Meadow Development. Samuel slowed down and drove through the gate and into the private community. He turned through several streets designed after the old inner-ring suburbs of the 20th century, complete with tree lawns, sidewalks, and street lamps. Samuel spun the wheel into the slick, wet asphalt driveway at 1329. His plump finger reached up to the sunshade and punched the button that opened the double-car garage. Samuel pulled the car into the silence so the rain could no longer pummel the roof. With the car's engine idling in neutral, Samuel hit the button again, which dropped the garage door behind him. He sat in the front seat as the song on the CD player came to an end. Samuel let the song fade before hitting the power button. As if in cosmic alliance, the overhead light of the garage door opener clicked off, leaving him blinded by the reflected rays coming from the car's headlights. He slammed that button, too, sitting in complete darkness. Samuel's ears adjusted as he heard renegade raindrops crashing into the steel roof of the garage, while the engine continued to idle in neutral. Mara stood behind Samuel with her arms crossed, while Cole stared at Major. Both of them were becoming agitated with Major's test of Samuel, what he called a test slip. As long as Samuel had a talisman, he would be able to invade the soul of another in a different universe, and those in the reversion with him could watch it as if the entire experience was being broadcast over closed-circuit television. A test slip was temporary, but the effects were not. Although nobody but Major saw this happen in a prior reversion, he made it clear that dying in the inhabited soul during a test slip meant dying in the current reversion as well. This was a dead end in the cycle, not an escape from it. For Cole and Mara, losing Samuel during Major's test would mean the end of any hope. Major knew it as well, but he had to be certain Samuel could return on his own. "He can't do it. I told you he can't. Pull him out," Cole said. Mara looked at Samuel and then to Major. "Cole's right. Pull him before it's too late. You know he can slip." Major shook his head. "No, I need to know if he can get back on his own." Mara huffed. "No, you don't. That doesn't matter. Pull him." "I'm not watching this," Cole said. He opened the door and walked from the cabin into the eternal dusk of the locality. "Do it, or I'll cut him right now." Mara pulled a knife from her hip and placed it on Samuel's throat. "Is that a threat?" Major said. "Yes," Mara said. Major rubbed a hand on the stubble covering his chin. He chuckled and shook his head. "I would have spanked your ass back in the day. Taught you some manners, missy." Mara opened her mouth slightly, hesitated, then closed it. She narrowed her eyes without taking them off Major. "Go," he said with a wave of a hand. "Go in and pull him out of there." Samuel felt his head become lighter, as if he were swimming in ether. He turned the CD player on again, and it kicked back around to the first track. Samuel felt the guitar waver through the air, and he reached out, almost touching the notes. The engine ran with a smooth, steady purr. Samuel tilted his head back until it struck the headrest. He looked at the dull reflection of this other body in the driver's side window. He saw the eyelids drooping and felt a heavy sleep pushing him down into the leather seat. Samuel blinked and closed these eyes. He could feel the sounds of the car slipping away in the distance, surrounded by the comforting silence. He felt the car shake and opened one eye. Another shake came along with a muffled thump. Samuel! He opened both eyes, and a shiver ran across his neck and down his spine. A woman stood on the other side of the glass, pounding it with the meat of her fist. Her jet-black, shoulder-length hair fell across her face. Thin eyebrows narrowed and came together at the top of her thin, pointy nose. Samuel followed the lines of her high cheekbones. Samuel! This time he heard it clearly and knew the woman called his name. He searched in his mind for her name, but couldn't unlock the mystery. Samuel's mouth was dry, and a dull ache grew from the back of his head, coming forward like a storm cloud. "Mara?" he heard himself ask. She smiled and said one word, "Duck." A second later, a red brick crashed through his window. Mara took a step forward, reached through the gaping hole, and unlocked the power doors. She took another step forward and yanked open the door. Samuel sat there with a grin, amused at the amount of activity around him. Mara turned the ignition off with one hand and slapped the button on the garage door opener with the other. Cool, moist air flooded the garage, and the carbon monoxide oozed into the night. She reached down and released the seatbelt holding Samuel tight. "Come on, let's go." Samuel tilted his head sideways like an old drunk. He grinned again and slapped one knee. "Not sure how I got here, but thanks for helping me out." He slurred the words at her. "Major got an opening, but I don't know how long it'll last. I don't even know if it's going to bring us back to that place, but there's no time to discuss it. Let's go." Mara turned, and Samuel stared at her lithe form as she walked toward the open garage door. He saw the way her hair rested on the black biker jacket, the chains and zippers glistening like miniature serpents on her back. He followed the coat to where it stopped, at the base of her spine. Samuel gawked at her well-proportioned legs, which looked utterly smooth in the tight leather pants, as if she wore an outfit of crude oil. Damn! Mara turned and shook her head. She grabbed Samuel's arm so hard it made him wince, dragging him upright and tossing his upper body toward the open door. She blew past him with a blur of black and a hint of perfume. "Around back and through the tree line," she said. Samuel stumbled behind her as Mara bolted down the driveway and to the gate between two segments of chain-link fence. She flipped the horseshoe up and pushed the gate open, running down the sidewalk and past the gas grill to the fence stretching across the rear of the yard. She stopped and turned to face Samuel. Her face appeared to be floating amidst a sea of darkness. Towering trees, silhouetted against the rainy night sky, swayed above as if daring entry. She waited another second, and then motioned for him to hurry before leaping over the fence. Samuel watched as she swung both legs to one side and vaulted over the top. He smiled again before he doubled over with a fit of coughs. The more he hacked, the less air made it to his lungs. Tears filled his eyes and mixed with the steady drizzle on his face. "Get up," she said. Samuel rolled over and clawed at the manicured grass with both hands until he felt the cold metal of the fence. He climbed up the links until the top rail was at his waist. He swung one leg up and over the rail and let gravity take over, bringing Samuel crashing over and into a pile of wet leaves. Before he could cry out, Mara was moving again, running between the trees. He stumbled forward until another round of coughing arrested his lungs. He collapsed and looked back at the house. Red and blue lights appeared, splashing the white siding with resplendent color. A back porch light came on, as did the house lights of several neighbors. "Get up!" Mara broke him from his gaze, and he scrambled upright and followed her path. The bark of a dog and a bleating car horn reminded him he was running through a copse of trees separating two streets of a modern neighborhood. He ripped the tie from his neck and focused on the light reflecting from Mara's wet leathers. Shouts broke through his hazy head as dark figures burst into the backyard like a black avalanche. He put his hand to his forehead to try to ease the pain. Samuel felt as though a tank had taken a detour through his skull. "I can almost see the cabin," Mara shouted. He followed her farther until he saw it as well. Samuel rubbed his eyes, turning to look at the flurry of activity coming their way, and then back to Mara. She was there. It was there. Mara bolted for the door. She lunged and grabbed the doorknob in one motion. "Come on, it only stays open for a second." Mara waited, breathing heavily and looking from side to side. Samuel slowed to a trot and placed his hands on his hips. "The cabin?" he asked. "If you don't step through here with me, you will die." Samuel shook his head. He looked down at his clothes, held a hand up to his face. "This ain't me. I'm dreaming or something." Mara bit her bottom lip. She let go of the doorknob and walked toward him. "I want to show you something." Her voice dropped as though she were breathing the words. A hand came up and stroked the side of Samuel's face. His eyes met hers, and his breath hitched as he tried to encourage his lungs to work while keeping his heartbeat in check. Mara took his hand and turned toward the door of the cabin. She looked over one shoulder and smiled at him. She winked. Samuel allowed her to lead this foreign body to the threshold of the door. He no longer cared about the pursuers. He no longer heard the manhunt emerging a few hundred yards from the tree line. "Damn, yeah, sure, I'd like for you." Before he could finish, Mara's knee drove upward into Samuel's groin. Colors exploded in his vision, and before he could cry out, he felt the sickening crunch of her fist, smashing the cartilage in his nose. Mara opened the door and dragged his bleeding and disoriented body through with her. "Reckless. Aren't we all?" Cole stood with both hands wrapped around a mug. He sipped and smirked while tattoos stretched across his bulging muscles. "The other guy still trapped in the ether?" Major didn't reply, and Cole shook his head. "So, now we know Samuel can slip, but we don't know if he can do it alone. Pointless." Major shook his head. "He can," he said. "You don't know that," Mara said. Mara wanted to believe Samuel could slip, that he could transport them out of this universe and into one that wasn't eating itself, but the only sure way of knowing would be to try. Samuel stirred. His mouth opened and closed as he grimaced in unspoken pain. "Worse than a hangover," Cole said, before returning to his tea. Major shrugged and walked over to Mara. The cabin felt cramped and suffocating. "You volunteered to go get him. Cole would have done it." Mara ran a hand through her stringy, greasy hair. She took a deep breath and exhaled over her bottom lip. Even the short amount of time she spent in the test slip was enough to muddy her thoughts and upset her stomach. "Yeah, I did." Major reached out and tapped her shoulders with his fingers. "Deep breaths. You're here." "Right," she said, shrugging off his hand like a renegade snowflake. "I'm back here, safe and sound, in this shithole that's getting eaten by the cloud with you three assholes." Cole laughed into his mug, sending drops of tea to the floor. "Where am I?" Samuel asked. Major turned away from Mara and sat on the chair next to him. Samuel's legs moved beneath the rough wool blanket like two monsters prowling the depths of the ocean. "Back, in this place, against the odds," Major said. Cramps gripped Samuel's stomach, and the meager light from the fire hurt his eyes. "Right, that explains it," he said. Cole grinned and walked around the other side of the cabin to face him. "I don't know what the old man or the little girl have been telling you, champ, but you ain't ever going home. Once you slip, you're done." "Don't listen to him," Mara said. "He's a cynical dickhead." "I'm honest. Tell him, Major. Tell him what you know. He deserves to understand the situation, just like we did." Samuel sat up as fireworks exploded behind his forehead. His tongue felt like a ball of yarn inside his mouth. Mara returned from the edges of his vision, carrying a cup, presumably one with more of the licorice tea. Samuel accepted it from her, his hunch confirmed. "I wasn't in my body, but I was back in the real world." Major sighed and looked at Cole and then Mara. They waited, neither speaking nor moving. "We thought we could rescue that man, but we couldn't. We're on our own. You were in him, and he was determined to find a gruesome end. He probably did once Mara pulled you back." Samuel nodded at Mara. "It looked like the world I remember." "Yes, it probably did," Major said. "But if you had been a kind of tourist, you probably would have discovered minor anomalies with that place. French fries may not exist there, or Jimmy Page may have been a founding member of Black Sabbath." "Does this have something to do with the parable you told me when we first met? Something about the lion and its different parts?" Samuel asked. He struggled to recall the earlier conversation through the pain in his head. Major looked at Mara and Cole. Mara nodded, and Cole threw an arm into the air. "Tell him, old man." Major squared up to Samuel and spoke inches from his nose. "What's the first thing you remember from this place?" Samuel looked at the ceiling. Bits of memory had come back, especially when he was able to hold reflections, like the picture on the wall and his pocket knife. Without the physical prompt, he struggled again. "I remember dropping from the tree. Someone tried hanging me, I guess." Cole whistled and shook his head, amused. "Someone hanged you?" Major asked, his voice prodding into Samuel's memory. "Or maybe you were trying to get off by yourself. What do they call it, autoerotic asphyxiation?" Cole laughed, but Mara stayed quiet. Samuel's face glazed over. He looked to Cole and then back to Major. "Suicide? You think I was committing suicide?" Cole tried, as did I. Mara hasn't been able to unlock her memory. If you can, that would mean 3 of the 4 of us ended up here as a result of a suicide attempt. Samuel's hand came up to his throat, and he remembered the bruises. He looked at Major's neck. "I remember the circumstances, and I think you will too, eventually," Major said. "Yeah, just in time for the cloud to eat us all," Cole said. "Can you shut up for more than 3 minutes at a time?" Mara asked. Cole shrugged and went back to the stove to pour himself another mug of tea. "So we slipped in the process and ended up here in this place," Samuel said. "And the reversion is eating it, and it's coming toward us. Don't forget that we don't know if we can all slip, and if we can, we don't know what we're slipping into or if we can get back. Could be a world of blind supermodels where you're the only guy, or it could be a dark, empty world getting eaten by a black cloud." Major glared at Cole. "We seem to be in a holding tank of some kind." "What about the wolves? What happened to them?" Samuel asked. "I don't know," Major said. He trailed off, but with a thin veneer of truth covering his words. Samuel opened his mouth to ask about the other spirit he encountered on his way to the Baron, but then he reconsidered. Mara read the look on his face. "What? Is there something else?" she asked. Samuel shook his head and turned back to Major. "So, how do we get out?" "I hoped the man you slipped into had the answer. But he doesn't," Major said. "The solution must come from within these walls." Samuel watched Mara move about the Baron. She walked with a determined grace, as if every step had its own purpose. He followed her to the tree line, where she gathered sticks for kindling, snapping the twigs to place them in a bag. "Need some help?" he asked. Mara shrugged without lifting her head from the forest floor. Samuel approached, bending down to pick up pieces of broken branches. "So, you don't remember how you got here?" Mara spun on him, her eyes glaring with untold emotion. Her nostrils flared, and she closed her eyes. Samuel watched the surge pass. Mara opened her eyes. No, I can't remember," she said. "Did you go to your senior prom?" Mara stopped and made eye contact with Samuel. A slight smile forced the corners of her mouth up. "Excuse me?" she asked. "Prom. Did you go?" "Yes." Samuel let the one-word reply hang in the silence. "Did you?" she asked. "Not on my own. I was too cool. Spent the night sitting in the woods with my other loser buddies, a case of beer and a bag of weed. Had a girlfriend a few years younger when I was in college. Ended up going to her prom at my old high school when I was 21. My younger brother was in her class, so I was at their senior prom 3 years after not going to my own." Mara waited until she was sure Samuel finished recounting his experience. "That's pathetic," she said, her face relenting with a reluctant smile. Her comment brought another wave of recollection from Samuel. He brushed past the light banter and dug deeper into his patchwork of memory. "I know I had a wife, but that's about it. I mean, I saw the picture on the wall, the reflection, as Major calls them. I knew that was my wife, but I don't remember anything. I couldn't remember the name of the thing that sparked fire when I first woke up here." "A lighter?" Mara said. "Yeah, a lighter. So I get these bursts of memory, but it's more like being asleep on a train. The ones I can remember now are only snippets of my life." Samuel waited. Mara looked at him and shook her head. "The fire is probably low. Let's get this back to the cabin," she said. Samuel followed her, watching her hips sway with every step. Mara's feet appeared to glide across the organic debris on the forest floor. Before she opened the door, he spoke. "There's something he isn't telling me." Mara turned to face him. She dropped the sack of kindling next to the door and put her hands on her hips. "And there's something you're hiding too," she said. She stepped toward him and turned her worried eyes up to his face. "I don't know where we are. I don't know what this place is, and I'm not even sure I want to return to my locality. It's not likely that would happen anyway, but this reversion will wipe us from existence, and I don't want to be here when it does." Mara stepped around Samuel and pointed to the west, where the pulsing dark cloud loomed higher in the sky. "You see that? It's coming for us, and when it does, we're finished." "Major knows how to get out of here? Is that why you're at the Barren?" "I'm at the Barren because the Barren is the only place to be. I know you've met our friends the wolves, and I'm not convinced they've been sucked up by the cloud. So if you have doubts about this place or us, there's the path." Mara pointed at the narrow trail leading to the tree line and to the west. "I don't trust any of you. And whatever it is you need me to do to get out of here ain't going to happen until Major or you or the dickhead levels with me." Mara huffed and looked over her shoulder. Samuel nodded and picked up the bag of firewood before opening the cabin door. Chapter 10. The rain came like a cruel, silent invader. It fell from the sky in glistening waves that obscured the tops of the trees, swallowing the light. Major, Cole, Mara, and Samuel sat on the floor of the cabin watching the dwindling supply of kindling burn down into anemic yellow flames. Samuel could not remember when the rain began, or how long it continued. The lack of natural light combined with the quickening reversion hampered his ability to judge time. He recalled 2 fits of sleep on the hard wooden floor where he thrashed and awoke achy, a prisoner of fitful dreams just beyond his grasp. He remembered the image of a train moving on a track in the most desolate place his head could conjure, but the vision disappeared before he could recall it. Major rationed the remaining crackers from his rucksack. Samuel was thankful. The odd locality made sustenance less of a survival necessity. "Look." Mara's silhouette cut a shape in the greasy window next to the door. Cole huffed and waved a hand, while Major and Samuel craned their necks forward, seeing nothing but the back of her head. "What's that?" she asked. Samuel stood and bent down to look through the pane of glass Mara had cleared with her sleeve. She managed to push the grime across the surface with enough force so they could see out of it. They both stood, staring into the black abyss. "I can't see anything," Samuel said. "You have to wait for the lightning," she said. "Lightning?" Major asked. "When did that begin?" "It caught my eye a few hours ago. Of course, no thunder coming with it, but the lightning came, and each flash drenched that black place with a burst of light." Samuel looked at Major, and then back to Mara. Cole continued to sit on the floor, using his finger to draw concentric circles in the dust. "There!" Major shook his head in frustration as he looked outside a second too late, but Samuel saw it. At first, he chuckled to himself. He held his breath, withholding judgment until he could take a better look. What felt like hours passed before the next strike, but Samuel was ready. His initial curiosity washed away with the surging rain. The bright bolt illuminated a form standing 20 yards from the cabin, facing east. Samuel kept telling himself it was an ape, but he knew better. Mara reached down and grasped his hand, squeezing hard. She continued to stare out the window, her breathing erratic and muffled. "Did you see it?" she asked. Samuel gave her hand a return squeeze and looked at Major. "I did," Samuel said. The storm tossed another round of lightning down from the sky. Samuel wondered whether the dark cloud eating this place sent the storm, or if it happened naturally. Either way, the darkness and the downpour seemed to conspire against his sanity. The concurrent blasts of soundless light fastened to the shape like a spotlight. Samuel held that image in his mind like a photograph, a single frame of time frozen in memory. The rain matted the man's hair to his head, covering the gray, exposed scalp. Water dripped at an angle as it ran from his chin. Ragged flaps of flesh lay exposed on the man's face, bloodless and rotten. Samuel noticed the man wore tattered remnants of clothing that fell in strips about his body. His arm jutted inward at an unnatural angle. Artifacts of pants came toward the ground to meet bare feet that sank into the cold mud left exposed by the melting snow. Nothing on the creature mattered to Samuel more than its eyes. Samuel looked into the lifeless black orbs and felt a whimper crushed within his chest. "Who could it be?" Mara asked. Another round of bolts crashed through the forest as Major stood. He looked over Mara's tousled black hair at Samuel. "There's more." Samuel heard the words enter his ears as if they came from outside of his own head. He shuddered and felt the muscles in his abdomen cramp. He could no longer feel Mara's vice grip on his fingers. 2 more stood behind the first. "Are they people?" Mara asked, still hopeful in her heart but not in her mind. "They used to be," Major said. Samuel looked at him, tilting his head to one side, awaiting elaboration. "When I first saw them, I thought they were reflections, but they're not. When they appear, the wolves get real skittish." "Undead?" Samuel asked. "That's one way to describe them. I think they're more like warnings. They come just before the final phases of reversion. Canaries in the coal mine." "Ha!" Cole said, still sitting on the floor drawing in the dust. "Zombie birds." Mara crinkled her face and shook her head at Cole. "What do they do?" Samuel asked. "Not sure," Major said, shaking his head. "I've only come across them a few times. They don't do much but draw more of their kind, like moths to the flame." "For fuck's sake, dude, are they canaries or are they moths?" Cole asked. "Tell it like it is, and quit being a fucking drama queen." "He's just trying to explain what's happening, you asshole." The outburst from Mara grabbed Samuel's attention. He saw her shake her head and heard Cole laugh in response. "It doesn't matter, does it, hun? This place is heading to the shitter with zombie tour guides. Your Prince Charming there can slip, but he's got no way of controlling it, and we don't know if he can do it without us. Probably has a small pecker, too." Samuel shifted and turned his shoulders toward Cole. "Everyone, quiet down." Major rubbed his forehead, trying to think and de-escalate the situation at the same time. "Tell the bitch to quit her yapping," Cole said. Samuel took a step toward him, and Cole stood at the same time. The men faced each other, nose to nose. Cole flexed his biceps. "Go ahead, Sammy. You want to crack at me? Go ahead." Samuel balled both fists. He had eased the right one back to his hip when he felt Mara grip his wrist. "Let it be. Don't give the prick the fight he wants. Save your strength." Samuel looked into Mara's eyes, and his fingers eased back from inside his palms. He shook his head at Cole, who hadn't moved. "Why here?" Samuel asked Major, as he stepped away from the confrontation. Cole winked at Mara, and she glared back. "It could be that the Baron draws them somehow, like magnets. It drew us here, didn't it?" "You told me to come here," Samuel said. Major shrugged. "Semantics. You would have ended up here regardless." "What do we do?" Mara asked. "There isn't much we can do. Nobody is planning a Sunday hike any time soon. We stay here for now." "Genius," Cole said. "Man, you're not helping," Samuel said, snapping. "Look," Mara said. In the flashes of electricity filling the sky, the handful of motionless figures had turned into dozens. Although Major passed through many reversions, he did not have a memory of the horde and did not remember their function, which was to keep the talisman from being used and to immobilize anyone who could use it. As the undead stood shoulder to shoulder surrounding the cabin, Major ordered a watch. Samuel and Mara agreed, while Cole refused to cooperate. His dust drawings had evolved into charcoal portraits, which he drew on the walls using the ash from the fire. During Major's shift, Samuel felt the pull of sleep. He curled into a ball with his head on the hardwood floor. The image of a train returned as a new dream seeped into his subconscious. The track extended to the horizon in one long, loping stride. It curled like a tail around to the east, where the setting sun tore a flaming path in the sky on its descent in a bizarre, retrograded motion. A wind moaned outside the cabin car, the noise signifying to Samuel that he was dreaming. The landscape lay as a flat expanse, with an occasional pile of scree left like crumbs on a table. The dream world contained no trees or man-made structures, as far as Samuel could see. He turned his dreaming eye inward to the passenger cabin. 2 rows of seats sat divided by an aisle, 2 chairs in each row. The dark cloth on the seats hid stains left by thousands of riders covering thousands of miles. Samuel looked up and noticed a single glowing bulb above his seat. The car rattled and hitched as the train pulled it through a slight curve in the track, still bearing east on its unknown eternal voyage. "I'm not leaving here." Samuel turned to his right and saw Cole in the seat across the aisle, smiling and flipping through a pornographic magazine. "I'm dreaming," Samuel said. Cole shook his head and chuckled. "No shit." Samuel sat forward and raised his head above the seats. He looked to the front of the car and then toward the back. "Just the 2 of us." Samuel turned back to face Cole with a look of disgust. I've always hated that song. The single reading light flickered and died, leaving Samuel's dream self with nothing but the silhouette of empty seats and Cole's voice. I don't care, because I die with this place. The sentence drained the remaining frivolity from Cole's voice. What about me? Samuel asked. What about you? I don't know what your trip is, man. I don't know what punched your hole or how you slipped, but I know why I ain't going home. Samuel slid from the window to the aisle seat. He looked into Cole's face and saw a line of moisture under one eye, the darkness concealing everything else. I can't give you absolution, but I can listen. Cole nodded and began. Always shot my mouth off before my brain could catch up. Guess they would have labeled me ADHD these days, shoved drugs down my throat to cure me. Back in the late 70s, I was a simple troublemaker. Knew early on college was not in my future. My older bro got the brains, I got the brawn. Samuel saw Cole glance down at his left bicep. After high school, I started to unravel. Hung out in the wrong places with the wrong people, and sooner or later, that shit catches up to you. My dad warned me. I always knew he liked me the best, well, best out of the boys. My youngest sister was definitely his favorite kid. Anyway, he knew where I was headed. He never told us stories of his childhood, but I had a feeling he'd been up to the same shit, which is why him and I bonded. I ran numbers for a while and scored a stash with low-level dealers, mostly street thugs who would sell you a vial of rat poison and let you die an agonizing death for $10. I found out selling drugs required much less time than running numbers, and if you skimmed the inventory, you could get high for free. That's when I lost control. A low, rumbling whistle emerged as the train continued toward the horizon, now dotted with the first stars of the evening. A sliver of moon poked up from the underworld. Samuel looked at Cole. Drugs make you do shit. They make you do things you couldn't imagine doing. The system is broke. I did 3 stints in county, and none of them were long enough to straighten me out. All they did was make me that much more hungry for the good shit, the drugs you can't get from dealing with the prison guards. The 3rd time I got out is when it happened. Samuel leaned in closer to Cole. The floor of the train vibrated underneath his feet and began to rattle his teeth. Got hopped up on the synthetic shit. Some redneck in a trailer probably cooked it up in a bathtub. He was really bad. I probably would have been better off if it made my heart explode, but it didn't. Nope, just shut my brain down to the point where I was more animal than man. I never did deals in a park or in crowded places. Sure, it was safer and less of a chance of eating a bullet, but I didn't give a shit about my own safety by then. That deal in the park should have never gone down, for many reasons. My sidekick, Hoppy, set it up with one of the local street gangs. These thugs got their hands on a crate of Russian assault rifles, and all of a sudden they were rolling through town with their cocks swinging. I told Hoppy we didn't need the score, that we could move it without dealing with these assholes, but the money was too tempting, and the drugs fuck with your ability to make rational decisions. Cole paused. He knew most of the story was procrastination. He pushed through without a choice. I never saw her. Well, that's not true. I stood over her dying body punched with 17 bullet holes, but I never saw her before that. Was it my gun? Hoppy's gun? The motherfucking puta that emptied his clip in the park? Doesn't really matter, does it? Samuel waited, understanding Cole wasn't looking for an answer. Her mom was in shock. She kept tugging at the girl's backpack, trying to brush the blood off it like it was dirt. She brushed her daughter's hair back and ignored the hole that oozed black blood from her forehead. The scum that tried ripping us off bolted, and that's probably what kept Hoppy and me from getting pinched for it. Everyone in the park fingered the dark-skinned fellows with machine guns strapped to their backs, fleeing the park at a full sprint. Hoppy and me? We just kind of walked out. We shoved our handguns into our waistbands and shuffled through the crowd with the same look of terror everyone else had. The court never got a chance to put them or us on trial. That mom never got a chance to speak her mind on her dead daughter's behalf. Is it justice? Maybe. The cops caught up to them 3 blocks, and 10 minutes later, put over 60 rounds in each of the thugs. The train accelerated. Samuel felt the windows vibrate and looked down at the rock piles now blurring past in the darkness. Hundreds of white pinpoints appeared in the otherwise black canvas. I think Hoppy met his match under a bridge about a year later. He thought he was getting a $10 blowjob, but it turned into a switchblade to the gut. They say it takes a long time to bleed out that way, that it's painful. I hope it was. That fucker deserved to die like a pig. Something is happening with the train, Samuel said. It's speeding up. Cole shook his head. We ain't got much time. I think you know all you need to know about me. Except how you got here, Samuel said. Come on, man. Do I have to spell it all out for you? Samuel waited. After the deal went south and I parted ways with Hoppy, I went from king shit to your average street junkie. I tried killing myself with that stuff. Man, did I try. But I ran out of money before I could finish the job. I got real low, as if having that little girl's blood on my hands wasn't low enough. I started doing shit for money. Shit I'm not proud of. Samuel raised his eyebrows. Sucking dick, okay? Not like it matters. I'm telling you this now. You don't even know me. But yeah, that's what I had to do to get my money for blow. Blow for blow. Cole watched Samuel stifle a snicker. It's cool, man. I was making a joke. Cole waited for Samuel to stop smiling before he continued. It's never across, always with. The movies get it wrong. Slicing with the vein will almost always guarantee a tub full of blood. The train jerked to the left and then to the right. Cole extended both arms toward Samuel, turning his forearms upside down. So, you pulled it off at the tub full of blood? Samuel asked. You tell me, hotshot. I'm here with you, the old man, and the skinny emo chick. This place ain't home, and it's being eaten by a fucking cloud while zombies parade around the cabin that wild wolves left to rot. Did I pull it off? Samuel stared at Cole's face until he blinked. When his eyes reopened, he saw the crusty hardwood floor of the cabin and the wall he faced on his makeshift bunk. Major stood at the window, his back facing the others in a cabin that felt more cramped with each passing hour. He shifted from one leg to the next, muttering underneath his breath. Samuel looked at Mara. She smiled, legs crossed on the chair. He felt the twinge in his chest as their eyes met. She was so young. It wouldn't matter unless he was a college professor and she was a second-semester freshman. He could see Mara, dreamy-eyed and optimistic. But this was not a campus, and he was not a professor. He let go of her gaze and turned to face Cole. He had run out of charcoal, and so resumed drawing figures in the dust. Cole winked at Samuel and dropped his chin. Samuel raised his eyebrows and turned away. Thousands, probably, Major said. Samuel stood and walked over to him. He used his elbow to smear more grease from the window pane and stooped to look out. The human forms clumped like cattle in anticipation of a thunderstorm. They stood underneath trees and out in the open. The lonely figures canted to one side, always leaning toward the west and the oncoming force of destruction. Others grouped together, huddled in their rags with colorless faces. Samuel stared, thinking the creatures could be confused for statues. He didn't see them move, but realized they had to have arrived there somehow. The barren no longer stretched open and clear to the tree line. The silent forms hid the ground from view. "Are they planning an attack?" Mara asked from the chair, one hand circling and rubbing her other wrist. "I think they're guardians, going to keep us in here, stand guard until the cloud can consume it all." Samuel looked at Major's face and grimaced at his response. "Pinning us down with sheer numbers?" he asked. "Could be." Cole stood and threw a piece of kindling into the corner of the cabin. "I'm out," he said, walking toward the door. Samuel stepped in front of him and spun so his back rested on the cool wood of the door. "Nobody's leaving," Samuel said. "Out of my way, cowboy." Samuel looked at Mara, then Major. Neither moved. "I can't let you do that. If you go out there, who knows what they'll do." "Looks to me like they aren't doing anything but making you shit your pants," Cole said. "Get out of my way before I knock you out." Major nodded at Samuel, who stepped to the side and turned a palm up toward the doorknob. "Fine. Go right ahead." Cole snickered. He bent his right arm at an angle and lifted it to kiss the bicep. Smackdown. Cole turned the knob, and Samuel heard the gasp from Major. The thousands of faces that had been staring at the ground turned up to the door in one motion. Every form revealed a blank, dead gaze, their eyes nothing but eternal black marks, mouths open with tongues protruding like baby serpents. "Don't," Samuel said to Cole. Cole pulled the door the rest of the way open and stepped out on the porch. The creatures groaned in unison. Legs moved toward the cabin with the sounds of brittle bones snapping under the strain. The creatures shifted forward in a mass of gray, decaying flesh. Mara lunged for the door and slammed it shut behind Cole. She threw herself against it, her chest rising and falling in rapid succession. "He sparked some interest," Major said. Samuel moved back to the window and watched Cole take 2 steps off the porch. The bodies continued moving toward him. They marched at a slow pace, but with the certainty their prey would never escape. Samuel looked deeper, toward the tree line, and saw wave after wave of the creatures coming out of the forest and making their way to Cole. Cole crouched, bent his knees, and raised his fist. He yelled something, but the sound was swallowed by the dying locality. The first 2 undead who came close to Cole wore men's clothing. They extended their arms, thumbs touching. Their eyes locked on Cole, and their mouths opened and closed at irregular intervals. Cole cocked his right arm behind his ear and stepped into the punch. The form closest absorbed the strike with his cheek, its head twisting with the force of it. The creature's legs continued to propel it toward Cole. Cole reared back and struck the walking corpse 2 more times in the face, each one sending a spray of skin and rotted cloth into the air, but not stopping its forward momentum. Its fingers grasped Cole's shoulder, while the second one grabbed his waist. Cole flailed, and fists flung through the air as if tethered by rope instead of arms. Every landed punch sounded like a sledgehammer striking a rotted pumpkin. Others continued walking toward the altercation, mobs beneath the trees and more coming from the forest. "They're going to tear him apart," Mara said, the nail on her index finger secured between her teeth. "It's what he wanted," Major said. Samuel shook his head and turned back to the fight in the yard. 4 more creatures made it to Cole. "Move," he said to Mara. Samuel nudged her aside and opened the door. He heard the grunts of the creatures and Cole's heavy breathing from underneath their arms. Samuel took 2 strides from the bottom of the steps and into the middle of the undead mob, pinning Cole to the ground. He grabbed the shoulder of one. The creature turned, and Samuel froze. Its dead eyes stared into his, and he felt his heart stammer in his chest. He regained his composure and tossed the creature to the side, where it crumpled to the ground, struggling to stand again. Samuel heard Cole gasp, but couldn't see him beneath the pile of rotted flesh. He shoved a hand toward where he thought Cole might be. "Grab my hand," he said, shoving his arm among undead bodies and ratted clothing. The creatures ignored Samuel and his rescue attempt, determined to rip Cole apart. A colorful sleeve of tattoos reached out, snapping tight on Samuel's wrist. He pulled until there was enough for him to grab Cole's elbow with his other arm. Samuel dug his heels in and yanked again. Cole's head emerged, his eyes frantic. With his free arm, Cole swatted at his attackers, as if they were hornets from a crushed nest. Samuel took another step backward until the resistance dropped, sending him into the railing of the front porch. The impact knocked the air from his lungs. Cole landed on top of him. The door swung open, and Major and Mara each grabbed one of Cole's arms and dragged him inside the cabin. They dropped him in a whimpering pile as Samuel burst through the doorway, slamming the door shut. Major ran to the window. The forms had stopped moving, standing in place, as if shut down by a master switch. "Are you okay?" Mara asked Cole. He brushed her hand aside and grabbed Samuel by the shirt collar. Cole turned his head toward Samuel, trying to force the words over his hitching breath. "Thanks for nothing, asshole," Cole said. He reached back and punched Samuel in the nose. Samuel saw the explosion of color in his field of vision and felt the warm flow of salty blood starting to ooze down his throat. Before he could wince in pain, he lost consciousness. Mara slapped Cole in the back of the head. He stood, wobbled to one side, and backhanded her across the face. The sharp slap bounced off the walls of the cramped cabin. She dropped to one knee, her hand massaging the red mark blooming on her cheek. Major stepped up, and Cole met him in the middle of the room. "Back off, old man," he said. Major saw the fury on Cole's face and knew he could not overpower a man half his age and twice as mad. He looked at Samuel and Mara before responding to Cole. "Sit and calm down." Cole looked at Major and then at Mara. He snickered and slumped down the wall to the floor. "It don't matter. Death by zombie or by reversion. It's all the same to me." Samuel winced as he rolled over and sat up, brushing a lock of hair off his forehead. The heel of his palm glanced off the bridge of his nose, and he felt the pain radiate through his entire body. His eyes watered, and he bit his lip. When his vision cleared, Samuel struggled to see past the swollen mess of his face. Major, Mara, and Cole sat in a circle on the rickety chairs, Major keeping one eye on the window. Samuel stood and swayed, reaching out with both hands to grasp the wall and keep the room from spinning. Dried blood caked in the creases of his face and stained his neck with dark, maroon lines. Samuel touched the bridge of his nose until the pain began to blossom. He grabbed a chair and swung it around until it sat between Cole and Mara. "Sucker punch," he mumbled to Cole. "Whatever," Cole said. "Are you okay?" Mara asked as she touched his forearm. I mean from them, not your nose. That looks pretty bad too, though." "Isn't the first time I broke it. Probably won't be the last." Major glanced over his shoulder and then turned back to the window. "What did I miss while I was bleeding on the floor?" "More," Mara said. "You can barely see anything but the tops of their disgusting heads. Filthy, stringy hair as far as you can see. They sway back and forth like long grass in the wind, but none of them move. It's like they're filling in the gaps so we're packed in here." Samuel stooped and leaned over Mara to look out the window. He saw countless, empty, dead faces staring back in the maddening silence. Samuel thought it wouldn't be so bad if they made noise or screamed or pounded on the door. The silence of this decaying place, combined with the ominous approach of the cloud overhead, sent a chill up his spine. "They won't move unless one of us tries to leave the cabin. Then their brittle bones shuffle ahead in one mass." "The fuckers wanted a piece of me," Cole said, never taking his eyes off the window. "No," Major said. He shook his head. "They were holding you down. I don't think they were trying to harm you." "Nice to know I risked my ass and took a sucker punch to the nose for nothing." Cole looked at Samuel's nose and then at Mara. "Got your pity pussy all worked up. You should thank me for that." Mara sent a glare of disgust toward him. Major pushed back on his chair until the front two legs came off the floor. "I don't know how we're supposed to fight through so many of those things, but I do know if we don't, the cloud will reach this cabin soon, and the reversion will take us with it. If there is any hope of survival, we have to get out of here." Mara reached out again and placed a hand on Samuel's arm, while Cole shook his head and snickered under his breath. The fire smoldered over the coals, the heat failing to dispel the chill from the cabin, as if the flame itself was losing its will to exist. Mara stirred a wooden ladle of broth inside an iron pot with a steady, mindless motion while staring at the wall. Cole and Major sat next to each other on their respective chairs, shoulder to shoulder, casting long gazes across the undead landscape. Samuel walked over and stood next to Mara. He inhaled and recognized the scent of her hair. He thought that when the reversion dulled the rest of his senses, he might lose his mind. A chuckle escaped his lips as the term cabin fever rolled around in his head. "What?" she asked. "Nothing." "So you laugh at random times about nothing? Are you psychotic?" "I remembered a phrase that made me laugh, that's all," he said. Cole stole a glance over one shoulder and decided the rotten horde was more interesting than Samuel and Mara's conversation. "Do you remember stuff?" Samuel asked. Mara stopped stirring and let the ladle rest against the side. "More than I care to," she said. "I get snapshots. I see a picture from my past, and the story fills in around it. 1 second my past doesn't exist, and the next an image brings back a chunk of it." Mara shrugged. "If this reversion is really the end and those things aren't letting us out, I'm not sure it really matters. Not sure anything does." "I agree." "I don't think this," Mara said, with an arm spinning to unfold the cabin, the Baron, the locality, the entire situation. "I don't think this matters. It's not in our control." "Kind of depressing." "Kind of true," she said. Major and Cole remained seated and silent, their eyes following the swaying bodies. Samuel felt a desire for privacy, a need to have Mara's conversation all to himself. He looked about the cabin and its 4 menacing walls which seemed to creep in further toward the center. He remembered his dream and the conversation with Cole. "I think I need to rest," he said. She nodded. Samuel balled a rucksack for a pillow and curled up in the corner, while the heat from the fire did little to comfort him. He opened his eyes to a bustle of activity. Glowing orbs of glass hung from a silver cable, warming the room with incandescent light. The bitter aroma of roasted coffee filled every crevice. Burlap sacks that once held beans hung from the walls, decorated with stamps from their countries of origin. A behemoth silver freezer sat in one corner, rumbling as it kept the gourmet ice cream frozen. The machine on the counter whistled, and a barista coaxed the hot air into a frothy mix. A man with a black fedora sat in the corner, perched atop a 3-legged stool like a pigeon on a skyscraper. He wore a maple-bodied acoustic guitar strapped across his torso, fingers moving across the frets. He spilled blue notes and minor chords into the swirling mix of muted conversation and clanking dishes. Samuel recognized the melody, an old Delta blues standard, but he could not place the song. A microphone jutted from the top of a stand, but the guitarist ignored its existence, his head down and swaying along with the swinging beat created by his right hand above the sound hole. Samuel looked down at a white mug on a table. A book and a folded newspaper sat askew, the newspaper dangling from the edge as if trying to escape. He could see the dark swirls in his chai latte as the steam climbed through the air. He noticed a half-dozen other people involved in various solitary acts. One woman bounced her head in rhythm to the song confined to her earbuds, ignoring the guitarist pouring his soul forth from the guitar. One man sat in the corner, a single chair at a small table facing the wall. He thumbed through a crumpled, dog-eared book. A young couple sat at a table across the room. They both wore safety pins for earrings and patches on their black leather jackets, declaring allegiance to long-dead punk bands. The man had his hands on the table face up, while the woman had hers inside of his face down. They gazed into each other's faces, oblivious to everyone else in the room. Samuel turned back to the bluesman. He saw the alabaster skin on his hands and chuckled. Purists claimed the white man could never play the blues like the originators, but he wasn't a purist. Samuel closed his eyes and let the familiar 12-bar pattern soothe his nerves. "Is this seat taken?" The question ripped him from his thoughts. He opened his eyes to find a woman standing before him, holding a steaming mug and a Danish on a plate. The corner of the wax paper beneath the pastry stuck out at Samuel like a preschooler's tongue. "No," he said. Samuel felt an immediate sense of connection with the woman, or more accurately, the girl. But he also felt a deep sadness. She appeared to be on the verge of womanhood, sparkling eyes, slight hips, and an optimism about love and life she would share with everyone she knew. She wore her jet-black hair below the shoulder in wavy patterns that reflected deep purple hues in the light of the coffee shop. Samuel loved the way it framed her oval face. The woman's skin shone with a brilliance punctuated by dark eyeshadow and glistening maroon lips. She shed her bulky winter coat to reveal a lithe form beneath. Faded, black jeans clung to her shapely legs and rode low on slender hips. She wore a ragged gray sweater over a black nylon top that held her breasts upright. Samuel guessed her to be in her early 20s, but with a vulnerability that made her appear even younger. He made eye contact, trying to avoid being hypnotized by her blue eyes. "I'm Mara," she said, extending her hand outward while placing her coffee on the table. "Samuel," he said. "I never approach guys, even at the bar. Sorry if this is a bit awkward." He smiled and waved off the fumbling attempt to break the ice. "It's fine." Mara paused and took a long look. She gazed at Samuel, and he saw electricity pass through her face. "Oh, my God," she whispered. Samuel sat still. He lifted his mug to his lips until the coffee singed his bottom lip. "What am I doing here?" she asked. Without waiting to confirm her revelation, Samuel explained. "I know I'm asleep, dreaming. Maybe you are too. Even if you're not, I think we can communicate this way. I did with Cole." She froze as if that name slapped her across the face. She looked around at the bluesman, the punk lovers, the bustling barista. "I don't know," she said. Mara looked at her hands holding shiny red nails up to her face. "It feels so real." "Most dreams do until you wake up." She nodded in agreement. "How can we... what should..." Samuel laughed as Mara's brain struggled to process what was happening. "I don't know. The dream scenario I had with Cole was, well, not quite as comfortable as this one. Why don't we enjoy our gourmet coffees and talk?" Mara looked over each shoulder as if the authorities were about to break down the door in an FBI raid. "I think we're good until I wake up. Scone?" She smiled and leaned back in the chair. "I miss this," she said, twirling a strand of hair around her slim fingers. "I miss my hair, the fragrance of my body wash, insignificant things." "Funny how life's little pleasures escape your notice until you lose them all," Samuel said. "I miss my music." He turned to face the man in the fedora. The melody changed. The key changed. However, the faceless guitar slinger continued to jam those comfortable, familiar chords. "Tell me about you," Samuel said. Mara blushed and passed a hand in front of her face. "Sorry, that sounded so bad. Didn't mean to embarrass you." He shuffled in his seat and moved his mug from one hand to the other. "It's okay. I'm not very good around guys." "What do you mean?" he asked, leaning forward. "Guys at your school must be tripping over you." Mara shook her head. "Dropped out second semester sophomore year and never went back. I commuted, anyways. Didn't really buy into the whole college experience." Samuel left it at that, sensing the scab on that wound never entirely healed. "I get it." What was college like for you, back in the day? She asked with a wide smile. Samuel leaned back and looked at the ceiling. It was hard carrying all the clay tablets back and forth to class. We didn't even have the wheel back then. I didn't mean it that way. Samuel took a turn at dispelling the clumsiness. I know. Mara sipped from her mug. Samuel loved the way she cupped her long, slender fingers around it on both sides. If she had a scarf, she could be on the cover of one of those trendy catalogs for European kitchen gadgets. You're kind of cute for an older guy. Samuel blushed. The bluesman stopped playing and was shuffling through a handful of papers while holding the guitar on his lap. Tell me your story, Samuel said. Can't we just sit here and drink coffee and leave it at that? He sensed reluctance in her voice, but felt a pressure to force the issue. I don't think that's why we're here. I think I'm getting these dream opportunities for a reason. It must have something to do with the reversion. The last word made her shudder. It pulled the curtain back on the coffeehouse facade, which Mara had convinced herself was the new reality. Fine, she said, a new coldness emanating from her face. Samuel waited. He drummed his fingers on the table as the notes spewed forth from the guitar again. The punk rockers brushed past with a mixture of leather, espresso, and jasmine incense. We didn't have much. My dad worked the factory. He turned a nut on rods or some bullshit like that. We never really knew exactly what he did, but it kept him at 60 to 70 hours a week. He'd work a full 8-hour shift on Sunday and be home by noon. She let the statement hang and gave Samuel time to do the math. Didn't leave much quality family time. My mom babysat, which made me and my brother feel even less special. On any given day, 10 or 12 kids would be running through the house. My dad would come home after a 12-hour shift, and the chaos would eat at him. I swear you could see it in his face. The guitarist shifted into a down-tempo shuffle that reminded Samuel of Stormy Monday. He thought of the dark cloud propelling the reversion forward and the title of the song before pushing it from his thoughts. I'm telling you this because it had a lot to do with me leaving school. My mom got sick and couldn't watch kids anymore, and the factory started losing contracts to overseas companies, which meant my dad lost hours and eventually his job. I took over parenting for my younger brother, and I couldn't do that and keep up with my studies at the same time. I wonder how many other women have been in that same situation. Samuel meant the comment as a token of empathy, understanding, but Mara simply shrugged and continued. Tommy, my little brother, was late that night. I was going to pick him up from hockey practice because my dad was already asleep and my mom had taken too many of her little sleep helpers to even consider getting behind the wheel. I remember thinking how crazy it was for a 12-year-old kid to be at hockey practice until 11 o'clock on a Friday night. They don't call Detroit Hockey Town for nothing. Hearing the name of the city ignited a synapse in Samuel's dream brain. He felt an ache behind his forehead, trapped in a place where it would gnaw and fester. I think it was December. It had already been dark for like 7 hours, and a heavy, wet snow had been falling for the past 2. Detroit was in dire shape. They couldn't afford to put police officers on the street, let alone rock salt or sand from a plow. If you live there, you accept it. So I was on my way to get Tommy, cranking some killer metal on the car's CD player. Samuel nodded. Then he held up his hand, flashing Mara the devil horns, an international sign for heavy metal. I don't think Dio started that, but it's fine if history thinks so. Samuel raised his eyebrows and smiled. His mind flashed to a Judas Priest concert he attended as a teenager, and he couldn't remember any fans that even remotely resembled someone like Mara. He would have gone to many more if they had. Yeah, so the car is really warm and the music is really loud, 2 things that wouldn't be happening in our house. My time in the car was as much of an escape as I could manage. I guess it's why I never complained too much about chauffeuring Tommy around. He gave me time alone to think and listen to metal. He was waiting for me on the curb with his stick held like a sword in one of those high fantasy movies. I remember him being the only kid sitting out there on top of his hockey bag. He came running over to the car, toward the trunk. I pulled the latch, and it rose like the opening jaws of a monster. He swung all of his weight around to get the bag to clear the bottom of the bumper. He pushed the rest of it in, and then shoved the stick on top. I heard the muffled thump of the trunk shutting. Tommy yanked on the handle of the passenger side door, and I shook my head. He was a skinny kid, and not heavy enough to sit in the front, with the airbag laws and stuff. Samuel nodded. The more Mara talked, the more he shifted in his seat. The delicate strumming of the bluesman started to erode his patience. Tommy climbed into the back seat and started immediately yapping about practice. I turned the music down to let Tommy have his say. It's not like Mom or Dad was going to ask him about practice when we got home. I made a right out of the parking lot and eased onto Route 24. The 4-lane cut right through our hometown. Strip malls and used car lots straddled it with an occasional stoplight thrown in to allow greedy idiots out of the big box stores with their plastic crap. Samuel smiled. He wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and began shooting glances about the room. The patrons continued on their individual pursuits, and the notes coming from the guitar strings felt like death by 1,000 cuts. Like I said, it was December, dark and cold, with snow, but that wasn't really a factor in it. A wheeze escaped Samuel's lips. I passed through a busier section of 24, closer to the stretch with the car dealerships. They were all closed, but there was an Italian restaurant across the street from one that always served dinner late. We were driving at about 45, keeping the limit. We had some old-school Metallica jamming. Pretty sure it was Ride the Lightning, probably Fade to Black. Tommy and me, we loved that song. The dynamics are brutal. There weren't many cars on the road, but enough to keep the headlights dancing in the mirrors. Tommy shifted into the center area of the back seat, finding some way to do that while keeping the seatbelt fastened. He knew I'd friggin' flip if he didn't have it on. Mara shifted in her seat and drew a breath. She had doled out as many of the inconsequential details as she could, and now it was time to tell Samuel what he wanted to know. There was a car in front of me, maybe 100 yards or so, and nobody behind. We were in the left lane with nothing but faded lines on asphalt to separate us from the traffic going the other way. Mara could no longer look at Samuel. Her vision clouded from the tears oozing from the corner of her eyes. So, anyway, the car in front hits the brakes hard. I see the flash and think he probably wanted a lasagna and pass the parking lot going 45 or 50. But then I got that feeling in my gut, the kind that probably comes from evolutionary instinct, if you believe in that kind of thing. The car fishtails, and by now I've closed the distance and I've taken my foot off the accelerator. Dad always got pissed when I used the brake to slow down on the highway. He said, if you remove your foot from the gas, you'll slow down and won't scare the shit out of the people behind you. By now, the car is spinning on the slick roads, and I see the side of some featureless sedan. And as soon as it crosses to the right into the slow lane, I saw the headlights from a car coming in the opposite direction and crossing the double yellow line. The blues player stopped strumming. The barista stood with a dirty dish rag in one hand and an empty mug in another. Everyone inside the coffee shop stopped and stood like motionless creatures trapped in a dying world. Samuel's eyes shifted from one to the next as their skin, hair, and clothing morphed into a grayscale curtain of despair. He watched as teeth fell out and eyes turned to obsidian voids. The oppressive silence of the Reversion swallowed the hustle of the coffee shop. The smell of incense and roasted coffee disappeared as well. Samuel watched the lights dim and the walls dropped their adornments like a tattered robe, allowing the crooked and rotten planks to show through. The headlights looked like eyes, Mara said. I know that's a corny cliché, but it's true. The car looked like an angry beast. I remember starting to swerve the wheel in the midst of Tommy yelling. Time sped up, and then slowed. I watched as the filaments in the headlights exploded on impact. That was the last thing I could see. I remembered thinking I wasn't even going to see the face of the other driver. Was it a man? woman? Were they drunk? Lost? Disoriented? Were they courting death? Like me? The hood shot upward into the shape of an inverted V on impact. I can't really explain the sound. You would literally piss your pants if you heard it. I think I did. I felt it more than I heard it. It was like the oncoming beast was eating my car. Mara paused. She put a napkin to each eye while Samuel stared at his folded hands. More and more of the creatures from the dying locality appeared in the coffee shop in complete silence. They stood next to the table and behind Mara. Samuel tried not to look into those lost faces. "I'm short. I was short," Mara said, stumbling over her existence within an unknown world buried in the dream of another. The seatbelt locked, and I felt the burn on my neck. Samuel lifted his head and saw Mara tugging at the collar of her shirt. She pulled it down far enough for him to see the bruise he noticed when he arrived at the Barren. And then, blackness. I don't remember pain. Not sure what happened to Tommy. What happened to anything. The tears came freely, without Mara using words to plug the dike. I can't even remember how long there was blackness. When I opened my eyes again, I was here, she said, using an arm to scan the room of the standing undead. Well, not here, but here in this locality. Where? Samuel asked, unable to speak more than a single syllable. Wandering through that fucking forest, the one where nooses hang like leaves from the branches, the one you came from. He paused and put a hand over his mouth. Do you think you're dead? He asked. Do you think I'm dead? She asked. I guess I wasn't sure until now. Samuel felt the room shudder. The forms in front of his face shimmered as if the entire room were submersed in water. He lifted his shoulders, sensing what was coming. I'm waking up. He reached across the table to grasp Mara's hand. She extended hers and looked into his face through puffy, red eyes. Samuel blinked the sleep from his eyes, staring at the back of Cole's head as he slept on the floor of the cabin. Major glanced down at Samuel, and then returned his stare to the window and the undead sentinels on the other side. Chapter 11. The four of them sat like prisoners within the walls of the one-room cell. Major shifted every so often, bending and craning his neck to acquire a better view of the army of undead soldiers surrounding the cabin. Their presence destroyed the Barren and any hope of exploring it further. Mara and Samuel sat on their respective chairs, across from each other at the table, while Cole remained slumped on the floor, running his finger through the dust. One lonely pot of gruel remained, which they hoped would last for as long as they needed it. Major saved 3 cloudy bottles of water, now positioned at his feet. The harbinger of the reversion, the looming cloud, blotted out the sky. It devoured the tops of the trees and crept ever eastward in the march toward the end. Swirls of gray and slate slurry moved through the silent, roiling mass. Any light Samuel could remember from his arrival in this place had become a distant memory. The standing human remains continued to sway back and forth as if caught in a slight breeze. Mara held her chin low on her chest and fidgeted with her hands. Samuel saw her fingernails and winced. Ragged lines of red ran down her cuticles, raw from her own teeth and saliva. Her once luxurious black hair, which radiated the ambient light of the coffee shop, lay in greasy, clumped masses, flakes of dandruff speckled like maggots on rotting meat. Samuel could not see her eyes, and he thought it was probably better this way. He didn't think he could handle the sorrow contained in them. Every so often, Mara would sigh and shake her head, never raising it. "We're running out of time," Major spoke, the most he had in days, if days could still be measured here. "They've got us pinned down. You saw what happened when Cole tried getting through?" Cole looked up at the mention of his name and shrugged his shoulders. "What's the cloud do?" Mara asked, head tilted upward, but face covered in stringy hair. "It's an eater of worlds. It leaves nothing behind." "Will the creatures kill us? Can they kill us?" Samuel asked. "Death by zombie, eh?" Major asked with a chuckle, like running out to a cop and waving a gun in his face. "This is the land of suicide." "What about the wolves?" Samuel asked. Major sat upright and raised his eyebrows. "What about them?" "Are they gone? Did the cloud get to them already?" Major shrugged. "If we could get them here, it might be enough to distract the creatures outside," Samuel said. "For what?" Cole asked. "Distract them so we can go where? Do you see the fucking storm brewing out there? I might opt for having my brains eaten instead of what that evil cloud might bring." Mara dug her forehead into the heel of her palms. "I'm not ready to lie down and die," Samuel said. "Yeah, well, maybe you should be," Cole said. "Is there any rope in this cabin?" Samuel asked. Major held both palms out. "Haven't you had enough of swinging from the noose?" "Listen," Samuel said. "I'm climbing to the roof, and then with rope and the low-hanging branches, I'm getting out in front of the horde." "They're as far as the eye can see," Cole said, referring to the undead swarming the land. "But they're slow. If I can get out in front, there might be a chance." "Better than sitting here," Mara said. Major pushed a chair aside and opened a cabinet near the table, lifting out a bucket. Tied to the handle was a coiled rope. "The hemp looks rotted and shaky, but it's all yours if you want it," Major said. Samuel stood and grabbed it. He untied the knot from the handle and pulled a 3-foot section taut. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Major. The old man smiled and looked at Cole. Cole shook his head and went back to circling his finger around a knot in the floorboard. Mara stood. "Looks like they're a few yards away from the front door. If you get out there quickly, you might be able to shimmy up the corner post and hop onto the roof of the cabin before they close in." "Any other suggestions?" Samuel asked, trying to keep the glimmer of hope from overtaking reality. "Yeah, send the bitch first," Cole said. Samuel ignored him. He set the rope down on the floor and began to pull it through his hands, a foot or two at a time. He noticed several places where the fibers felt weak or had begun to unravel, but not enough for him to consider cutting it and using a shorter piece. Samuel guessed he had about 20 feet of rope he could depend on, and another 10 that could snap under pressure. "Please, get us out of here," Mara whispered. Samuel nodded. Mara rose up on her toes and placed a kiss on Samuel's lips. He felt the push of her warm breath on his mouth and the excitement of having a woman so close. But when her lips contacted his mind reeled. Conflicting emotions and deep sorrow raced through his body. "Time is short," Major said, breaking the spell. "Take this knife. It ain't much, but—" Samuel looked at Mara and did not speak. She sat back down on the chair and crossed her legs. Major stepped between her and Samuel. "Consider going east. If you can get out in front of the horde, that's great, but it's the cloud you're really racing." Major shoved his hand out to Samuel, and the two men shook. Cole waved them off without moving from the floor. "Get high, and do it fast. The longer you stay on the ground, the easier it will be for them to pin you down," Major said. "I'll do my best," Samuel said, searching for a more convincing line and not finding it. Major walked to the door, followed by Samuel. Mara remained, as did Cole, who didn't bother looking up. The old man placed one hand on the knob and the other on the back of the door. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After springing them open, he turned to face Samuel. "Ready?" he asked. Samuel nodded. Major turned the squeaky knob with one hand and yanked the plank door open. The front line of the horde turned their empty faces from the ground to the cabin. Mouths hung open in silent screams as the dirt shuffled beneath their feet. Samuel stood, fixed to the cabin floor as the creatures moved toward him. He froze, his mouth turning dry, and his heart accelerating in his chest. "And out you go," Cole said from behind him. Samuel felt two hands strike his shoulder blades, sending him sprawling to the ground in front of the cabin. He spun around in time to see Cole's wicked grin disappearing behind the door. The first thing Samuel did was reach down to secure the knife on his hip. He lifted his head and saw feet moving toward him, sending up clouds of brown dust. Most of them were bare, and many had bones poking through thin skin. Samuel pushed off the ground and onto his backside. He watched dozens of the horde meander in his direction, arms at their sides and heads cocked in one direction. Their black orbs remained open with an empty stare, as if they felt his presence. Samuel glanced back at the window of the cabin to see shifting, pale faces behind the greasy film coating the panes. He looked to the right, where a support post held the roof. Samuel stood and gripped the top of the post with both hands. He used his upper body to pull himself toward the roof, his legs locked around the pole to prevent a slide back down. He heaved his body onto the mossy wooden shake roof and rolled onto his back before pulling his legs up too. The formless, silent cloud tumbled in the space where the sky used to be. It looked down on Samuel, and he thought he detected motion from left to right, the cloud heading toward the east to conclude its consummation of this place. Swirls of deep gray extended out and contracted like oil in water. Before he could lose himself in the shapeless horror of it, he felt the cabin shudder. Samuel leaned over the edge and gazed out upon a sea of creatures shambling toward the cabin 10 feet below. He watched countless heads with tufts of tangled hair pushing forward like a crowd at a rock concert. They nudged and leaned on each other, but never stopped moving forward. He noticed they didn't try to open the door or break the window. They had no concern for those inside, the ones the Reversion would swallow whole. Instead, they gathered under the support pole, pursuing him, the one who left the sanctity of their final resting place, attempting to escape the inevitable. Samuel looked down and watched as hands reached into the air like the filaments of a jellyfish, slim, random movements in an ocean of certain decay. The horde either could not or did not want to climb. Samuel considered the roof his temporary haven and sat down to think. He unfurled the rope and took one end in his hands. He wrapped it around his waist and tied the best knot he could before standing and assessing the trees. A tall oak stood about 20 feet from the edge of the roof, far out of his reach. However, one of its major branches sagged low, angling 5 feet from the cabin. He spun in a circle to verify this was the only tree close enough to attempt what he knew had to be done. Samuel tied the loose end of the rope into a bulge of knots. If he could toss it over the branch and have it swing back like a pendulum, he might be able to grab it and pull himself onto the low-hanging branch like an adventure seeker gripping a zip line. He moved as close to the edge as possible, prompting the horde to flow to that side of the cabin. Most kept their heads down like obedient cattle, but several began raising their bony arms, reaching for him. He cocked his arm back and let the rope fly. It smacked off the bottom of the trunk, nowhere near the branch, and swung low over the heads of the creatures on the ground. They could not react fast enough to grab it, but their shuffling became more rapid, as though they sensed what he was trying to do. He reared back again. This time, the knotted end cleared the branch, but he missed it when it came swinging back underneath. Samuel yanked at the rope and pulled it back for a third try. Again, he lobbed the rope clear of the branch and caught it. Samuel pulled the rope taut, tied both ends together, and leapt from the roof with both hands on the rope. At first, he swung back and forth, his feet kicking in air in a vain attempt to slow his momentum. He closed his eyes and imagined the old, frayed hemp snapping and dropping him 10 feet to the ground amidst the undead. Samuel shook his head and cleared his vision. He waited as gravity slowed his swing until the rope rested perpendicular to the ground, suspending him above the horde. Gravity and physics, my safety net, he thought, thankful the reversion hadn't violated universal laws. Samuel used his hands to pull himself up the rope 5 feet until he was within reach of the branch. It stuck out from the tree trunk like a bony, crooked finger, and Samuel was not sure it would hold his weight. He felt the burn in his biceps and chest. Samuel never thought the pull-up bar in his basement was good for much more than a bump on the head when walking underneath it. Now he was thankful for those early morning workouts that concluded with 50 reps. He clawed the bark until he had enough room to swing his left leg over the branch. Within seconds, he straddled it, looking down at the horde. Like a logger, Samuel quickly removed the slack from the rope and shuffled forward 15 feet until he reached the main trunk of the old tree. He pulled himself up and stood with his feet together, plenty of room to turn and push his back against the trunk. He took a deep breath and let a smile creep across his face. It wasn't much, but he had made it out of the cabin to a place the horde couldn't reach. Because that's the best you can come up with? Nope, it's the least I can come up with. I don't owe you or the old man any explanation, Cole said. Mara tucked her hands underneath her arms to accentuate the way they crossed her chest. You're a real asshole, she said. That's the best you can come up with? He asked, mocking her. Major stared out the window while Mara and Cole faced off. He shook his head and mumbled to himself when he no longer heard Samuel's feet above. He's off the roof, and the creatures are moving toward that tree. Mara and Cole stooped to have a better view, jostling like brother and sister. Do you think he's going to make it? Mara asked. Make it where? Cole asked. Before you get your panties all wet, consider where we are. I don't see him, or us for that matter, outrunning that fucking cloud, do you? It might be possible to survive it. Cole looked at Major after he spoke and shook his head. What are you talking about? Major sat back and looked into Cole's eyes. He could see the darkness eating the man from the inside out. Like surviving a tornado or a flood. Even though the disaster lays waste to the land, people survive it. Somehow, people always survive it. Cole reared back, his fists balled and blood rushing to his face. I'm done with you. I'm done with your cryptic bullshit. If there is more about this place, those fucking creatures, anything, if there's more, I want to hear it now, or I'll split your fucking head open with my bare fists. Mara stepped in front of Cole, her face inches from Major's. Tell us. There are ways to slip out of a reversion. I've done it before, Major said. Samuel scanned the horizon, above the cabin and as far as he could see in the empty gloom brought by the cloud. He looked toward what he thought was the east, hoping to find a glimmer of ambient light, struggling to break through the darkness, but he saw nothing. The shapes of nearby trees stood out in relief against the cloud, the leafless branches scratching at the sky with bony fingers. He could see over the barren and cabins. He thought of Mara. He saw her at the table, sipping a mug of coffee and enjoying the outlook of optimistic youth. He felt a twinge in his chest and pushed his emotions aside. The horde had reconfigured. Half of the closest creatures swayed beneath his tree, no longer looking up or reaching into the sky for him. The other half, inside the barren, circled the cabin, standing silent guard and waiting to pounce on Major, Cole, or Mara if they came out. He thought about those three. I really don't know who they are. I can speak with them in dreams. Maybe I'm not concerned about getting them out. Maybe I'll swing through these trees like Tarzan and make them a distant memory. As much as he tried, he could not convince himself to abandon them in the cabin. They're my responsibility now. I've got to go back. Samuel shook the thoughts from his head and focused on the immediate task. He shimmied around the trunk until he was able to climb onto another branch on the opposite side of the tree. This one grew out toward another, 20 yards away. He looked down at the huddle of creatures and then inched out, locking his feet behind him, toes down on the surface of the branch, while he used his knees to squeeze it between his thighs. Samuel put his chest on the rough bark, shuffling forward. He had made it halfway across when he looked down. The branch angled upward toward the sky at a sharp angle. The creatures had reassembled, following his motion. They shambled along 20 feet below. Samuel closed his eyes and kept moving until the branch brought him to the main trunk of the next tree. He sat up and hugged the trunk and swung his legs around until he was standing upright in a new tree. Samuel slapped the trunk and let out a victory holler, the only sound in the barren landscape. He stood and surveyed the situation again. Although the darkness and the cloud fought over the locality like two mutts over a hunk of meat, he had gained a different perspective. The barren stretched out a bit behind him, facing west. Samuel thought he could see a faint, blurry area between the edge of the advancing cloud and the black sky. The strip glimmered as if hanging above a bonfire. He watched the shapes break and meld, and wondered what would happen if the cloud swallowed the entire sky, as he thought it would. Beyond the barren, and as far east as he could see, Samuel spotted another rise, probably a mountain. The peak extended into the blackness as if surrounded by clouds. He strained to see a fine line meandering down the tree line and into the valley at the base of the mountain. Whatever it was, Samuel believed it was proof something other than the horde created a path beyond the barren. He committed as much of the landscape to memory as he could before sitting on the branch and resting. He looked down at the swaying heads of gray flesh and bone beneath him. They attract each other like powerful magnets, he thought. Too many to fight. There has to be another way. Before his mind had time to contemplate the thought, a swift motion caught his eye. The cabin door was flung open. "You think if he gets out in front of those monsters, he's going to repel the cloud, stop the reversion, and come back to save you? How fucking romantic," Cole said. "We should leave the cabin now while they're distracted by Samuel," Major said. "We're not in a position to wait things out. Time is not in our favor." "What is, Chief? Every time we face a rotten situation, you lay some bullshit on us, something you've been holding back. Well, I've had enough." Cole stepped behind Mara and put his back to the door. "Nobody is leaving this cabin unless I open the door." Mara stepped forward and slammed her balled fists into Cole's chest. He stood motionless. Mara winced as her hands lost the battle. "What's it going to take, son?" "I'm not your son, first of all, and for me to open this door is going to require some answers, like right now." "To what questions?" Major asked. "Don't be fucking cute with me. You know what I'm talking about. I want to know how you've slipped reversions." Major sighed and brushed his hand at Mara, as if signaling that her attempts were futile. "Fine." Cole nodded at Major and crossed his arms on his chest. He did not step away from the door. "This isn't my first rodeo." Mara felt a perplexed look creep onto her face. Cole shook his head at her, signaling not to interrupt the old man. "And you ain't the first folks I found here. This is the third or fourth locality I've entered with a slip. Based on what's outside, I'd say it's the most depressing of the lot." "You've slipped," Cole said. He waited, expecting Major to explain why they hadn't done so yet. Major nodded. "So, how do we slip out of this shithole?" Cole asked. Major raised one palm and shook his head with a smirk. Not so easy. If you want answers, you gotta shut up and quit asking me questions. Mara smiled, and Cole closed his mouth. The last one had only wolves, not the horde. It felt more like winter than whatever the hell we're in here, and it was forest as far as you could see. No mountains, hills, valleys, just trees. I came across 2 people in that one. 2 men. Older. They had the growing paunch and shrinking hairline of middle age, although they didn't seem to know each other. I found them arguing on a path that led to the barren. "This place?" Mara asked. "No," Major said. "It was a series of caves, but I think it served the same purpose. The men called it the barren, and so that's what I called these cabins when I found them." Mara shook her head. "Don't know if it's the slips or the fact that I'm always landing in a locality that happens to be fighting a reversion, and I don't remember how I got there or where I came from, but I do know I didn't slip from my birth locality, what you guys might think of as your real-world existence. Anyways, the wolves eventually became like the undead, and they served the same function. Whatever runs the different localities must reformulate in different ways, because the wolves did the same thing. They pinned us down inside the cave. If someone went out, they pushed him back in. I know what you're thinking, Muscle Man. I can see it in your eyes." Cole smirked. "I searched every square inch of the inside of that cave, and it was solid rock, no way out." Cole stopped smiling. "So we're in the same boat. One of the guys decided he would make a run for it, not sure if the wolves would get him or not." "The wolves are here too, aren't they?" Mara asked. "They are, sweetheart, and I'm not sure why or where they've gone. Maybe they can smell the rotting corpses out there," Major said with a light chuckle. "Good thing we can't." "You said you got out," Cole said, trying to force the pace of the old man's story. "Eventually. We tried a few times to get past the wolves. Hundreds of them blocked us in with fangs bared. Once we realized the cloud would get us before the wolves would let us out, things got desperate." "How desperate?" Mara asked. "Bad enough that the 2 men came to fisticuffs, almost the way our 2 meatheads did." Mara looked at Cole, and he avoided her stare. "The man that tried to get past the wolves had it all along. He just didn't know how to use it." "Had what?" Cole asked. "The talisman. It's a physical item that somehow punches a hole in the locale and sets you up to slip and to take others with you. I can't remember what mine were, but I must have had them to get here. It's the only way of escaping the reversion. The kicker is I keep slipping into another locality that's in the same shitty condition. The cloud keeps following me." Mara paused and looked at Cole. Major remained quiet, letting them process the information. "You think one of us has a talisman that'll slip us all out of here?" Cole asked. "Nope. He knows that neither of us has it," Mara said. Cole looked at Major, and then back to Mara. "Then that means—" "Yes," Mara said. "That means Samuel has it, and if he doesn't, we're all going down in this reversion." Major sat back and folded his hands on his lap. He smiled at Mara. "And you let him go? They have needs to fulfill out there. Carrying our key out of this place to fend off the horde?" "It was a test," Mara said, pointing at the door. "And now Major has his proof." Cole turned his head sideways as he looked at Mara. It never occurred to him the horde pursued Samuel because he was carrying the talisman. The creatures tried to devour Cole because he attacked them, but it was the talisman they were meant to isolate. If given the opportunity, the horde would have torn Cole apart, but not Samuel. Their role was only to contain him, protecting the talisman. "So, I guess it's time we get him back here and find out how he's going to slip us the hell out," Cole said. Chapter 12. The horde responded to the opening door with a consistent, sludgy movement. The creatures slithered toward the stimulus, dragging remnants of clothing and tattered flesh behind them. Samuel placed a hand over his eyes more out of reflex than necessity. No sunlight existed here to play with his vision. He saw Major, followed by Cole and Mara, stepping outside the cabin to stand shoulder to shoulder. "What the hell are you doing?" he yelled. Mara stepped down and ran to the opposite side of the cabin, drawing a portion of the fluctuating mass to her. Major yelled something to Cole, who dashed in the other direction, creating a narrow gap between the undead. Major looked at Samuel and waved him down. Samuel noticed there were only one or two creatures remaining at the base of the tree. They both paced tight circles, bumping into each other, mindlessly moving like forgotten leaves tossed by the winter wind. Major waved again, his motion more urgent this time. "Damn it," Samuel said. He turned for one final look at the path extending out of the barren, blinking several times in hopes he could burn the features of the landscape into his memory. He tied the loose end of the rope around the trunk of the tree, threading it over the top of the branch that held him aloft. He then checked to make sure the other end held fast around his waist. Like an expert rock climber rappelling down the face of a mountain, Samuel gripped the rope in both hands. He backed off the branch, using his feet to push outward, while allowing the rope to slide through his hands. Samuel cried out as the friction of the rope on his palms began to burn. He descended in a lazy arc from the last push, and the rope slackened as his feet landed on the ground. 3 of the creatures shambled in his direction, angling in a way that pushed Samuel toward the cabin. He cut the rope from his waist and ran to the steps of the cabin, where Major stood with his arms crossed on his chest. Cole came around the cabin from one side, and Mara appeared on the other. Like a drain clogged with blackened sludge, the horde oozed back out and around the cabin, encapsulating it. The creatures moved forward, tightening the noose, letting them know it would be best if they opened the door and went back inside. "Come on," Major said, waving over his shoulder. He opened the door and stepped inside, followed by Mara and Cole. Samuel stopped and turned to face the rope dangling from the tree. He watched it sway back and forth, writhing like a snake. Samuel looked at the cloud above, and then to the unseen trail in the distance, before entering the cabin and pulling the door shut behind him. "I saw a path, east." "It doesn't matter." "Sure it does," Samuel said. "It's going away from the cloud." "That thing will eventually swallow this entire locality. Going east on the path only buys us a little more time," Major said. Mara and Cole sat on the floor, waiting for their heartbeats to subside after the dash around the cabin. "Unless you have a plan for getting us out of here, I'm not sure what choice we have," Samuel said. "You have something that will allow us all to slip with you. Get us out of the path of the reversion and land you in another locality. It might be a world degenerating faster than this one, but it'd be a different locality either way," Major said. "I don't have much on me," Samuel said. He didn't trust Major and was not about to submit to a search. Samuel thought about the fact that Major let him leave the cabin, knowing full well the horde would try to contain him. The old man knew Samuel wouldn't make it out of the barren. "Then it shouldn't take long to determine which object is the talisman." Major stepped forward with a smile, cracking the lower half of his face. Samuel stepped back into the wall without thinking. He felt the rough planks nibbling at the fabric of his shirt. "What are you doing?" Samuel asked. Mara stood and looked at her feet. Cole jumped up and moved beside Major. "Just let us look at your shit. Don't need to get your panties in a bunch," Cole said. Samuel exchanged glances with Mara. He saw a flicker of fear in her eyes. "I don't need help from either of you," Samuel said. He separated his feet to match the width of his shoulders. He bent at the knees and balled both hands into fists. Major stopped his approach and held both hands in the air, palms facing out. "Calm down. This doesn't need to be messy. Once we determine which object is the talisman, you can try to punch a hole that slips all four of us out of here. I know how it works, and I can show you." "No," Mara said. "It's a trick. They'll leave us." The men looked at her as she trembled. "What?" Cole asked with a sneer. "Don't give them anything, Samuel." Major chuckled and shook his head, treating Mara like an insolent child. He turned and spoke to Samuel. "We're going to find the talisman. I'm going to show you how to use it, and then you'll get us all out of here just like you were doing in the tree, except this way will work. There's nothing on that path out there but painful emptiness. More nothing until the reversion claims the last pathetic creatures here. It'll churn us in the cloud along with the horde and the wolves. If you're fine with that, then so am I. I've been punched through enough localities. I'm tired." Cole stepped between Major and Samuel. "Give Major the talisman, you little bitch." When Mara's eyes met Samuel's, she knew what he wanted her to do. She lunged forward, placing her hands on Cole's forehead and plunging her thumbs into his eye sockets. She felt his warm, moist eyeballs against the pad of her thumbs as he screamed in pain. Samuel raised a knee upward until he felt it stop against Major's pelvis. The old man dropped to the floor and pulled his knees to his chest while writhing in the fetal position. When Samuel looked back at Cole, he was on his knees with Mara draped over his back. She removed her thumbs from his eyes while dragging her nails across his face. Samuel watched the crimson lines appear like whiskers. Before Mara could utter a sound, Samuel grabbed her by the wrist and spun for the door. He pulled it open to reveal the horde exactly where they had left them. Black orbs in grave faces lifted at the change in the environment. Samuel dashed forward, pulling Mara with him. They stepped outside the cabin, and before Samuel could slam the door shut, he heard Major. "They won't let you leave," Major said. His voice sounded shaken, defeated. "We can try climbing the trees and get back on the path to the other side of the barren." Samuel knew this would not work, but he was not going to give up or let Major determine how he was going to leave the reversion. Samuel would rather be torn apart by the horde than leave his fate in Major's hands, and he was not about to leave Mara to Cole's wrath. Major's laugh slid into a ragged, choking cough. Cole remained on the floor with his hand over his eyes, blood seeping through his fingers. "I'm not talking about the undead." Samuel looked at Mara with his head sideways and eyebrows raised. Before they could speak, a distant, muffled howling came from the west, riding the black cloud that hovered above the barren. "We'll never catch up to them." Major pulled himself upright and placed a hand on Cole's shoulder. "We won't have to. The pack will eat their flesh and leave the rest." Cole rocked back and forth, his eyes running with a watery pink mixture of tears and blood. He blinked and wiped his face with the back of his hand. The lines drawn into his flesh by Mara's nails turned black as the blood coagulated and dried on his skin. "She's not like us. We knew the time would come when we'd have to force the situation. We can't slip 3, Major said. Cole huffed and dabbed his face with the collar of his shirt. "She tried gouging my eyes out. I want to hurt her. Bad." Major stood and swayed as the nausea radiated from his groin into his lower abdomen. He sat down again. "Samuel is like us," Major said, ignoring Cole's desire to inflict pain. "He slipped into this locality under the same circumstances as we did." Cole shrugged, nurturing his wounds and festering revenge. "So what?" he asked. "Nothing. I'm not sure it means a thing," Major said. "But unless you or I get our hands on the talisman, well—" Major's voice trailed off. More distant howls reverberated off the mountains, resonating back to the Baron, trying hard to puncture the oppressive silence. "They're coming," Major said. "Did you call them?" Major leaned his head back to rest on the wall of the cabin. He did not answer. "That means you did," Cole said. "I sure hope you know what you're doing, old man. Ain't like these are trained canines sniffing for drugs." "Well, I've been trying to dig my balls out of my abdomen since he kneed me. Do you have any better ideas?" Cole wiped another drop of blood from behind his ear and decided to shut up. Major had been beaten down by a man, but he had been bested by a woman, a flimsy girl. "Yeah, me neither," Major said. "Besides, the pack don't know the deal. They're only working on animal instinct." "You sure about that?" Cole asked. "What's it matter?" Major said. "Don't stop," Samuel yelled as they dodged the oncoming horde that tried to reconfigure itself and block the path. They sprinted for the tree, but several of the undead arrived first, making it impossible for them to climb the rope. Samuel recalled the view of the landscape, adjusting the altitude to fit where he was on the ground. When the howls rolled in underneath the dark cloud, Samuel pushed his legs to pump even faster. "The pack! The alpha male! They're back!" "What are you talking about?" Mara asked as she followed Samuel, struggling to keep his pace. "We've got to get back on the path and find ourselves another shelter." Samuel didn't have time to consider why the horde was now allowing him to move freely. He was focused on getting Mara to safety. Diva was accelerating the unwinding of the universe, pushing Samuel toward the cave in the east where the two would meet. Diva's powers grew stronger the closer he was to the last open portal in a reversion. In this place, that spot was the cave. Meeting there would give Diva more influence on the outcome, much like cell phone reception improves closer to a tower. So anything that happened in that cave would favor Diva. If the clouds swallowed Samuel before he got to the cave, it could dump him into an infinite number of unknown universes, and it could take Diva thousands of cycles to find Samuel again. Diva accepted the calculated risk. Mara could only make out a word or two as Samuel ran, projecting his comments into the heavy, dead air. The horde started to recede as Samuel and Mara put space between them. No new creatures appeared from the west, which led Samuel to believe they could outrun the horde created by the cloud. He pushed the image of the alpha male from his mind, as well as the inevitable reversion that crawled ever eastward. He kept on the path, which was only visible for 10 or 15 feet into the distance. Samuel thought if a new group of the undead stumbled upon the path, he'd have no choice but to run at them. "Up there," Samuel heard Mara say as he dodged right to miss a low-hanging branch. He saw the outline of a structure about 10 feet from the path. Samuel traced the shape with his eyes and knew it was another cabin, almost identical to the ones he already discovered in this locality. When he took a few more strides, his hunch was confirmed. Samuel slowed and let go of Mara's hand. She leapt to his side as they both stood in front of the door. Samuel turned to see the first of the horde coming into view, shuffling down the path in slow pursuit. More howls reverberated through the silent stillness until they raised the hairs on his neck. Mara looked at Samuel, and they made a decision without speaking. Samuel stepped into the inky blackness of the cabin, pulling Mara behind him. He slammed the door shut, her sweaty hand in his and his heart hammering in his chest. Major opened the door to a desolate and empty scene. He had become so accustomed to the horde occupying the space that the Baron felt like an underwater realm, filled with a formless void of darkness and silence. The locality held no trace of its occupying army of the undead. It had pulled up stakes and set off on the path, following Samuel and his talisman. He could not muster a lick of concern over the girl. She was cute, like a pixie, punk rock chick, but Major felt he was far beyond the ability to ever experience a crush again. While he felt no direct animosity toward Mara, he would gladly remove her if she was in his way. The howls grew in intensity, but Major did not need verbal confirmation to figure it out. He could feel the alpha male coming, and the wolf was angry. He had been denied the hunt and the spoils. "We going after them?" The question broke Major from his thoughts. He turned to see Cole standing several feet back. He had dirty scraps of cotton in his hands to dab the blood from his face. Cole blinked constantly, and his puffy red eyes looked possessed. "Can you see?" Major asked. "Yeah, enough," Cole said. "The horde followed the path, which I'm sure they used. Samuel said he saw it extend to the east, on the other side of the barren. No doubt he headed that way with Mara." Cole growled at the sound of her name. "And now the pack is coming hard out of the west. Seems like we got ourselves a party." "What are we going to do with them?" Cole asked. "It may not be up to us," Major said. "If the horde or the pack get to them before we do—" Major let his sentence trail off with a shrug. "Hike up your boots, Sally." Cole bristled at Major's insult and wiped another drop of blood from his face. Samuel had lost the ability to register sensations. He groped like a drowning man bobbing in the infinite ocean. He felt his eyes bulge and dry as he forced his lids open only to see nothing but blackness. He flailed his arms in hopes of striking Mara and verifying her existence as well as his own. He opened his mouth and screamed, but the space stole the words from his ears. He sensed his body floating and stopped fighting the momentum. Samuel drifted until the images, in soft focus, came to life inside his head. "Another round?" The bartender looked at him with his mouth slightly agape, the beginnings of a smile that would never quite blossom. "I don't think so, pal." Samuel shrugged his shoulders and looked at the young woman sitting next to him. She wagged her index finger back and forth while stifling a drunken giggle. "Come on, man. One more for me and the lady. We're walking through campus after last call, not like we're getting behind the wheel." The bartender rubbed the iron cross tattoo on his outer bicep and snapped the dish rag down on the edge of the bar. He grabbed a clear, tall bottle covered in Cyrillic and poured 2 fingers of vodka into each shot glass. $6. Samuel reached into the pocket of his jeans and pulled out a ruffled ball of paper money. He slapped a $10 bill on the polished maple bar and lifted 1 shot glass with each hand. "Thanks, man. Keep the change." Samuel spun to face the woman on the stool next to him. Her face glowed, a mixture of alcohol-infused color and youth. "Don't know if I'm going to be able to make it back to my dorm," she said, accepting the shot glass from Samuel. He felt a bolt of electricity as her hand touched his. The charge traveled through his torso like a whiskey burn and settled in his groin with a slow smoldering. She moved her leg inside of his and ran her toes up his calf. Samuel looked down at her bare foot, untethered from her sandal, and fantasized about seeing her perfectly painted toenails next to his ears. "You can always crash at my place. My roommate's already left for the semester. Got the whole place to myself." She smiled and let her eyes peek at Samuel's lap. She let the look linger. "Certainly don't want you to be all alone now, do we?" Samuel looked around the bar at the survivors. The underclassmen and underage kids had binged through the early evening and had already been escorted home or put into a cab. The shot and beer regulars had not returned yet, although once spring bled into summer, They would come to reclaim their neighborhood bar, at least until dorm move-in day in August. For now, Samuel felt like the bar was his, and the people finishing their drinks in it belonged to him as well. He had taken the remainder of his finals yesterday and printed out the last history paper in the university computer lab that morning. Samuel's parents wouldn't be expecting him home for another week, and it would be a week after that before he'd be back on the assembly line at the factory, making enough money in the summer to pay for his books in the fall. Pride motivated Samuel more than the promise of a good job or the adulation of his family, who marveled at him as he became the first to steer toward a college degree. In fact, Samuel believed most material possessions owned him. He had a car, a beauty of Detroit engineering. Samuel loved his 1988 Dodge Daytona, but he still had a year of payments left. He belonged to that car, or more accurately, to the bank that owned it. He spent long hours at the circulation desk. The countless stupid questions and disparaging glances from blue-haired librarians felt like a chain tethering him to a world he knew he was inevitably entering. The position as a circulation desk assistant came with a stipend, which, to Samuel, was another way of getting owned. He savored the few moments in his life when he felt truly liberated, and this night was going to be the first in a string of 6 or 7 that would belong to him and to him only. "I'm afraid of the dark, so maybe you could come into my room, tuck me in." The girl smiled, which precipitated a burp, which turned into a full revolution ignited by the acidic burn in her stomach. She turned in time to project the vomit over the bar and onto the webbed plastic mat that kept the bartenders from slipping on the wet floor. She coughed and spattered like an old truck, and Samuel could do nothing but stare at the skin horizon that appeared under her shirt and above her shorts when she leaned forward on the stool. He studied the smooth white skin, turning his head sideways. Samuel was glad she did not ruin that space with a tramp stamp, like most of the girls in college. He knew the 90s were just the beginning for tattoos, and he really liked the hot biker chick look, but on this lady he was hoping to slide in behind her and enjoy the unobstructed view of the beads of sweat that would collect in the small of her back. He imagined her long blonde hair splayed out and falling down over the sides of her breasts. He would grab her hips and hold on for as long as the ride lasted. "Get her out," the bartender said, unfurling countless paper towels off a roll and dropping them to cover the puke. The remark and ensuing odor of sickness snapped Samuel out of his fantasy. He noticed he had been rubbing her back while she vomited, and his fingers had moved further south until they caressed the waistband of her hip-hugger jeans. Samuel blinked, returning him back to the present and his mental prison. He took shallow breaths, knowing the memory was not finished. He thought of Mara, wondering if she was being forced to relive a time from her past, the reopening of wounds that had never quite closed. He felt the warm, penetrating feel of her tongue in his mouth. Samuel pulled her closer with 2 hands on her hips. The alcohol killed the taste of vomit on her lips, but did not protect his nose from the odor of summer trash coming from the dumpsters in the alley. "Right here. I want you right here." Samuel put his hands on her breasts and pushed them up, feeling the stiffness of her nipples through the thin t-shirt. He looked into her eyes and saw the hazy glaze of 3 a.m. in them. The woman's head moved in stuttering motions as Samuel fought a losing war against the vodka shots. "I have a queen-size bed in my room. We can do all kinds of stuff on that." She grinned and slid her hand inside his jeans. Samuel moaned, tilting his head back against the wall until more loose mortar rained down on them. "Get a fucking room." Samuel and the woman looked down the alley at the opened steel door at the back of Joey's grill. A short-ordered cook, with a soiled apron and a cigarette dangling from his lips, emptied a garbage pail into the dumpster with a wet smack. "Get out, for I call the cops, or worse yet, for Slimy Larry comes back to his cardboard house and stabs you both in the gut." Samuel giggled, and the woman slid both hands around his waist. "I can't walk no more," the woman said. "I think I'm parked around the corner at a meter." She stepped back, lifting her head off his chest. She drew an index finger down over her bottom lip, smirking at Samuel before waving it at him. "Naughty boy. Gonna have to punish ya." "The house is only a few blocks. I'll be fine. No faster than 25, I promise." The cook shook his head. He flicked his cigarette into the dumpster while stepping through the steel door, pulling it shut with a sound of metal on metal echoing through the alley. "'Kay," the woman said. "But hurry." Samuel led her to the sidewalk. A few lonely souls skulked by, caught in drunken limbo. The bars had last call, and the breakfast restaurants hadn't opened yet. He glanced to his right and watched the neon sign of the bar flicker into cold darkness. He turned in the other direction and stared until he saw the taillights of his Dodge, the 20-inch tires snuggling up to the curb. He had done this before, many times. Samuel knew the drill, knew his limitations like every good drunk. He would ease into the street, stay slow, and keep to the residential streets. Avoid traffic. That would allow him to reach home safely. Intellectually, Samuel understood the risks he was taking, but the young college girl pawing at him skewed all of the statistics. He would return to his room, and they would explore each other like first-time lovers. It was the aroma that drove him mad. Samuel could smell her. "Let's go, silly," she murmured, placing a hand in his lap. Samuel shook his thoughts loose and put the key in the ignition. Fear slid across his face until he realized it was the wrong key. After 4 more tries, Samuel discovered the ignition key and started the car. The Dodge came alive with a throaty rumble after he pushed the clutch to the floor and pumped the accelerator 3 times. Pearl Jam's Oceans came through the speaker system, and the woman fumbled for the volume knob, turning it until Samuel felt like Eddie Vedder was singing to them from the back seat. "Album of the year," she said. "This is killer. Not sure how Pearl Jam is going to top this record." Samuel fastened his seatbelt and looked over both shoulders before easing into the empty street. His body took over as if the effects of the alcohol, the slurred speech, and the slowed reflexes had subsided. He looked at the girl and pointed to her seatbelt. Samuel wanted to see the way the nylon restraint would run between her breasts, accentuating her curves. "I trust you," she said. The woman closed her eyes and leaned back against the headrest. Samuel put the Dodge in first gear and eased from the curb. The parking meter stared at them as they drove past, its cyclopean eye red and menacing. He coasted underneath the first traffic light, which blinked yellow in the pre-dawn darkness of Fifth Avenue, the main strip dissecting the quaint college town. The next set of lights swung red in the gentle summer breeze. "What's up with these?" he asked. The girl just mumbled. Samuel waited and looked back and forth, wondering why the second intersection's lights had not gone to blinking yellow, and, more importantly, why they were red in his direction. Before he could contemplate the answer, a dagger of light pierced his rearview mirror. By the time Samuel reached to flip his mirror to the nightshade angle, the vehicle was beside his. The chrome side mirror captured the reflection from the copper streetlights in a way that made it look alien. But it was the 1977 Chevy Corvette attached to the mirror that made Samuel forget about the sexual tryst he had in the works. The tinted windows and T-tops made him think the vehicle had to be from California. They did not have the need or the legislation to make that happen out here. Chrome side pipes ran from the back of the front tires underneath the door until they flared out at the rear. The black paint job glistened as if the car were wet. The vet slowed at the intersection until 4 inches separated the passenger side window from Samuel's. He waited as the vet's window came down with the slow lurch of a handle turn. "Dodge," said a voice from inside the Corvette. Samuel paused and looked over at the girl. She smiled and then winked at them. "Ain't even close. You got 16 pistons under that hood, over 300 horses. Go pick on someone your own size," he said. A voice came from inside the Corvette, hidden in the blackness. "No balls. I get it." Samuel gripped the leather covering on his steering wheel. "I can handle the lady, too, seeing as how you ain't got what it takes to satisfy her." Samuel looked at the light and back at the empty void of the Corvette's window. He nodded and turned his attention back to the dangling traffic light, anticipating the turn to green. He set his left hand on top of the steering wheel and dropped the right on the gear shift set between the seats. He revved the engine a few times and used his left foot to push back into the seat. Samuel took his right foot off the brake and teased the clutch with his left, until he felt the gears of the manual transmission edging forward, pleading to open up into a full gallop. When the light turned green, Samuel slammed the accelerator to the floor and popped the clutch with his left foot. The Dodge lurched forward, and he heard a giggle from the woman sitting next to him. The engine drowned out the passionate wailing of Eddie Vedder as the CD player moved on to play Release. The rear tires of the Dodge screamed, and the acrid smoke of burning rubber reached his nose as the Dodge pulled him underneath the traffic light and down the right side of the street, now serving as a drag strip. The Corvette appeared to hover next to Samuel's car, teasing and taunting him like an angry sibling. It stayed locked in position, using the oncoming lane as its own. Samuel heard laughing coming from the passenger window until it closed, drenching the Corvette in inky blackness. Samuel glanced at his gauges, the needle pushing towards 60. The blinking yellow lights at some of the intersections faded like fireflies in the summer night. He tried not to think about the people stumbling from the bars, witnessing the race. Samuel loved this college town. They knew him here. They knew his car. The Corvette roared, and Samuel saw it lurch forward. He smiled and shook his head, frustrated by the driver's decision to toy with him, and, at the same time, impressed by the sheer brutality of the Chevy's 305 block. He feathered the clutch to bring the RPM gauge back into the red before shifting gears. Samuel watched the taillights of the Corvette move forward as his own speedometer broke the century mark. The two cars rocketed down the sleepy street like 2 bullets from a gun. When the Corvette jacked low and dipped a shoulder into the highway on-ramp, Samuel realized he had to concede. He knew the Daytona did not have the handling of the Corvette, and he pulled the car to the curb, feeling the effects of the alcohol replacing the adrenaline of the race. He picked up the woman's purse and searched through her wallet until he found her ID, complete with home address. Samuel glanced at the woman, and he turned the car around. He drove toward her apartment where he would most likely need help to take her safely inside. The race left him dizzy as its effects receded. Samuel would have to lick his wounded pride and forego the physical satisfaction of a sexual conquest. He found no solace in doing the right thing. He felt her hand in his, tiny and vulnerable. She squeezed to let him know she was still there. The room came back into focus, and he recognized the same indistinguishable furniture that had been in the other cabins. Samuel's breath hitched in his chest. He stood in the middle of the room, with Mara at his side. "Did you see it?" he asked. She nodded and wiped a tear from her face. "I should have learned from that. It was so close to being a catastrophe. Mara turned and trailed a finger down his cheek. We all fall short. We all screw up. Samuel brushed her hand aside and walked to the window. Blackened film covered the window panes as it had all of the cabin windows. He tried seeing out of one, hiding the rest of his tears from her. "Where are we?" he asked. "Another cabin, probably a little further down the path, but not too far from the Baron." The moments preceding his visceral memory flooded Samuel's head. He recalled the shuffling horde of the undead and the distant but closing sound of the pack howling at the dead sky. "Major and Cole, what do they want?" "Not sure," Mara said, shaking her head. "I think Cole wants to inflict pain, and he doesn't care who he hurts. But Major? Yeah, Major wants something more." "More than what?" "More than hurting you. He wants out of here. We all do." Cole and Major ambled along the path, weaving in and out between the creatures. Major expected to be blown back by their rotten filth, but the sense of smell had all but disappeared in the locality. Along with the loss of sound, he knew the reversion was almost complete. "Can we get to them?" Cole asked. "Yep," Major said. "Looks like the walking corpses will keep 'em pinned down. Won't hurt 'em none." Cole nodded and kept walking, occasionally sidestepping a group of the creatures. He passed one on his left, looking deep into its face. Cole shuddered when the creature turned its blank eyes on him. He felt the desperation there, the pain. "Think the next cabin is over that ridge," Major said. Major pointed along the path in the direction the horde was traveling. A throaty howl broke through the silence and made the horde stop in their tracks. Major and Cole turned to face the alpha male, striding along the path as the creatures parted, the wolf's eyes never leaving the staggering undead. Cole and Major stood between the wolf coming from the west and what was left of the place in the east, with the undead lining the path like folks at a parade. Chapter 13. You stole my prey, and now you must make recompense. Major stopped and looked at the alpha male. I protected my investment. Cole looked at Major, and then back at the wolf. What the fuck are you talking about? He asked. The old man brushed off the question with a wave of his hand. Where is he? Up the trail. The horde follows, like you. The alpha male stopped 5 feet in front of the men. The other hunters in the pack flanked him on each side until they stood blocking the path. The horde froze in place, swaying in the imaginary breeze. He has the girl? She's with him. I'm not sure who has what. Cole stepped up to stand beside Major. Are you talking to these coyotes? He asked. Wolves. Whatever. Can you really understand them? Our pact involved you, and you only. I know, Major said, looking at Cole. I know. What, man? Cole asked. What do you know? He shuffled on his feet, clenching his fists and looking back and forth between the wolves and Major. We'll still hunt the man in order to fulfill his command, but we also want recompense for the delay. The girl. I don't give a fuck about her. Then it isn't genuine, is it? We'll take him too. Major felt the alpha male's mental nod toward Cole. He is not mine. Hey, hold up. What the hell are you talking about? Cole asked. Major turned to look at Cole, his eyes hard, dark, determined. It's out of my control, he said. What is? Cole asked. The alpha male padded forward, and the rest of the pack circled the 2 men, while the horde remained fixed. Cole looked at Major, and then at the wolves, understanding seeping into his mind like water running over a dam. "You can't do this!" he yelled. The old man shrugged and took a step back as the alpha male emitted a low growl, ears up and eyes fixed on Cole. "This is not my doing. I'm a subject of this place like you. I wouldn't worry about it. The reversion is going to swallow us all soon anyway." Cole gave Major a menacing look before tossing his bloodied bandages to the ground. A few of the hunters snuck forward and sniffed the blood as if it were an aphrodisiac. "In a world losing all sensory input, you throw hungry wolves a handful of bloody bandages." Before Cole could reply, the alpha male sprang forward. His lean body flew through the air toward Cole's neck. Cole raised a forearm, striking the alpha male on the head, deflecting his lunge with a whimper. The other hunters stepped forward. "No, he is mine." "They want to prove themselves, the way you did. They want to fight their way to the top of the pack." "Stop talking to them, you asshole," Cole said, spitting each syllable into the still air. "Mine." The hunters stopped, but their eyes remained locked on Cole. "Why are you letting them attack me?" Cole asked. "I'm not letting them do anything," Major said. "They have needs to fulfill, like all of us, and they have beliefs about the reversion and what might stop it." "Human blood?" "Probably, but I'm not a wolf, so I can't say for sure." The alpha male growled again, shaking its head and realigning its equilibrium after absorbing Cole's shot. "What about Mara and Samuel? Let's sell them out." "Mara," Major said, "is not worth a thing to me, or them. But Samuel, he has something I need, and if I have to sacrifice you and the girl to get it, I will." "This isn't fair," Cole said. "Of course it isn't, you spoiled little shit. You've slipped into another locality, one damned for all time, or at least until the reversion eats it. You were nothing but a disgusting human being in your life. Why do you think you're owed any decency now? Be happy you didn't slip into a place more violent than this. The alpha male will tear out your throat, and you'll be dead in minutes. Trust me. There are worse fates for those like you." "Enough." Major held both hands up and stepped backward. The pack stepped past him until they encircled Cole. The alpha male crouched down before him, ready to spring. Cole looked at Major with a bloody tear running down his face. He shook his head at the old man, but said nothing. The alpha male launched himself through the air again. This time, Cole's defensive blow glanced off the beast's muzzle and into thin air. The wolf's paws landed on Cole's neck, pushing him backward until he lost balance and collapsed hard on the ground. The wolf opened its jaws and clamped down on Cole's throat like a steel bear trap. The wolf growled and shook its head until blood spurted from Cole's jugular. The man's eyes remained open as his body twitched in the dirt. When he no longer moved, the alpha male raised his head and howled into the darkness. Major stood by, careful not to interrupt the alpha male and his hunters. He closed his eyes as the tearing of flesh filled his ears. The locality would devour the experience like everything else, but until that happened, Major had to live it. When the wolves finished their obscene feast, the alpha male nudged a hunter. The wolves gathered behind their leader amongst the horde still fixed to the ground. "And now, the other. The female is of no consequence to me. She has no power." "But he does, and you'd better remember that." The alpha male looked at Major, blood staining his coat. "I know. I felt it last time, but that was before. I have become more powerful since." "So has he," Major said. "So has he." "I think we're here for a different reason. I think we have work to do, people we owe," Mara said. Samuel nodded taking deep, long breaths. "Redemption?" he asked. "Of sorts. Do you trust me?" Mara asked. "I guess." "Give me your hand." When Samuel's hand landed in Mara's palm, she threw a shoulder into the door and exited the cabin. The horde surrounded them, but they stood motionless in place. "Why aren't they coming at us?" Samuel asked as they sprinted down the path and away from the Reversion. "A force has held them temporarily. They won't remain immobile long. Hurry, let's get some distance." Samuel looked at Mara for a moment, realizing there was more to her experience in the Reversion than what she told him. She let go of his hand. Mara ran down the path, her dark hair swaying against her back. Samuel followed her as she continued moving east. The trees hung over the path like dangling flypaper, ready to snag them at any moment. Mara kept moving through the darkened landscape until the path opened on a plain that stretched as far as she could see. Long wheat stood still and silent. Samuel looked up and saw the Reversion in the sky, constantly moving east toward the endgame. "They're not behind us," Samuel said. "They will be. Come on." Mara sprinted again, this time through the field toward a black hole on the other side. As Samuel drew closer, he realized they were heading for the gaping maw of a cave embedded in the deep rock of a mountain. The opening appeared as a solid wall of jet-black fabric. "We're going in there?" he asked. She ignored his question and slowed to a jog. As she approached the entrance to the cave, the wheat tapered off until there was nothing but undisturbed dirt. Samuel felt the muscles in his body tighten, and he had to fight to keep his bladder under control. "It feels evil," he said. "It probably is," Mara said, "but it's our last chance to escape the Reversion and the wolves." As if on cue, Samuel heard another round of howling. He looked over a shoulder and saw the first shapes shuffling from the tree line into the field. He recognized the gate and knew the horde was back on their trail. Mara looked at him and took his hand again. She looked at the cave and back to the undead. "It's your call. I can't make you." Samuel nodded and followed her through the opening into darkness that penetrated him to the core. "I could use the horde to draw him out," Major said. "The undead? They avoid that place." "I know, which is why we must get him to give up. You and your pack are not great enough in number to pursue them through the labyrinth." How did the girl know about it? Major felt an accusation in the unspoken question. "They have been running for their lives to the east. The Reversion has pushed them there." The wolf licked his teeth and circled back around to survey the hunters. The old man was right. "You have bait he will take?" "I have many tools at my disposal," Major said as a smile spread across his face. "I don't know if he'll leave the girl, but he will be disoriented at the very least." "Go. I will wait for you. But realize time here is short, and the Reversion slows for nothing. I will not suffer another cycle by failing him." Major nodded and stepped past a throng of the undead as they approached the cave. He tried not to look at their faces as he contemplated a strategy for luring Samuel out. And he needed enough time to find the talisman before the alpha male tore the flesh from his bones. He couldn't remember when he struck a deal with the alpha male, because communicating with the wolf was always tedious. The animal spoke with a limited vocabulary and used its few words in the wrong context. Major remembered enough to know the alpha was doomed to another Reversion without capturing Samuel, and Major couldn't escape without the talisman. The wolf would get Samuel's flesh if Major received the talisman. What appeared to be a black hole from the outside softened within. Ancient stalactites and stalagmites bit into the cavernous space. The old rock glowed with a dull, heavy cast of gray light, as if it came from the final throes of a dying sun. The floor of the cave was covered with a fine powder, dry, and unlike the heavy, moist soil of the forest. Passages extended in all directions, heading into the depths of the mountain. Several of the walls wept. Trickling streams of water followed grooves etched in the stone over eons, the droplets crashing into puddles on the ground like cannon fire echoing throughout the space. Mara stopped and looked at Samuel as they stood shoulder to shoulder, their backs to the entrance. She looked into his face, shuddering at the pale complexion brought on by the inner glow of the cave. When she turned to look at the cave entrance, she saw the darkness of the locality brought by the reversion, making it seem like a heavy curtain had been drawn across the last remnants of their world. Samuel's eyes met Mara's. He let his breathing slow while surveying the inside of the cave. The glow of light produced phantom shadows that slithered over the pockmarked stone. He felt the cold, moist, subterranean air on his face and detected the faint aroma of wet limestone. The open passages reached out to Samuel like bony fingers threatening to pull him inside the mountain. "Now what?" he asked. Mara looked back to the entrance. She jogged to an outcrop of rock against the north wall of the cave, Samuel running behind her. She placed her back against the cool wall and then stood upright when it chilled her to the core. "We can hide," she said. "From who? For how long? I don't see how—" Mara cut him off by placing her index finger to his lips. "The Horde hates this place, and I don't know why. I remember seeing them standing out front before, a long time ago when I first got here. Cole and I were hiding in the trees, and we saw Major coming out. But the undead, they weren't in here." "What about the wolves?" Samuel asked. "I don't know." The air within the chamber changed as a slight breeze raised gooseflesh on their arms. "What's the point?" The question came from the cave's entrance, echoing off the walls until reaching their ears in a concurrent reverberation. "You're only delaying the inevitable," Major said, his words drawing nearer. "Come on," Mara whispered. She grabbed Samuel's hand and sprinted around the side of the outcrop. The two rushed headlong into the nearest tributary and raced through the kinked maze of stone until it ended in a solid wall of rock. Mara turned and ran back toward the main cavern, towing Samuel by the arm. She ducked into another passage, only to end up at another dead end. "Go ahead and try them all. I'll wait. But the wolves, eh? Not so sure about their level of patience. And the undead? Not sure if they even understand the idea any longer." Major's voice came through the air with clarity. He was getting closer. "What do you want?" Samuel asked, as he stepped around Mara to face the entrance to the cave. Major appeared from behind an outcrop. His hair appeared more silvery than before. He walked with a lurch, and the headband slipped lower on his forehead, making his eyes forlorn. "There's a lot about this place that you don't know, son." "So, you're my father now? My caretaker? Is that it?" Major chuckled and waved a hand in the air. "You and the girl come out here so we can talk like human beings," Major said. "Ain't like I can do that with the undead or the pack now, can I?" Mara shook her head and tried to pull Samuel toward a third unexplored passage deep under the mountain. He bit his bottom lip and stepped in front of her, pulling his hand from hers. "Okay." "I'm really a businessman, Samuel. Once you understand that, I think you'll find what I have to offer will be a fair trade, one that benefits both parties involved." "Don't trust him, Samuel. He's devious and manipulating. He belongs here. He deserves to be eaten by that cloud, swallowed by the reversion." "Mara, dear, such ugly words from a tragic beauty." "You say you have business with me?" Samuel said. "Let's hear it." "I had to bleed for you, Samuel. I took one for the team back there in the woods when the wolves were attacking. Me and the alpha male, we got our own little side deal contingent on getting you here at this point in the reversion. I don't understand a lot of the bullshit that goes down in these dying worlds, but I do know I had to get you here, now, to save my own ass. But I might be able to save yours, too." "Where's Cole?" Mara asked. "The Horde got him," Major said. "They were so busy with him, they let me go on by." Mara looked at Samuel, neither of them swallowing the lie. Samuel scoffed and wiped the back of his hand across his forehead. "You have 30 more seconds before we run headlong into the mountain. If the reversion is coming, we'll go on our own terms, with each other. Judging by the ghouls that didn't follow you in here and the limp you got going on, I don't think you're in a position to chase us down. What do you want, old man?" "Fine. I've made many deals in my time, and I've always believed a certain level of civility helped to ease the negotiations." "I never said we were negotiating. You're down to 20 seconds. Major stepped forward, distributing his weight on both legs. He looked over a shoulder at the entrance to the cave, where dark coats of fur had begun to pace at the threshold. "They're scared of it. Won't come in. Yet. The wolves and ghouls will wait, but I won't. I need to slip again, and you have the talisman to do it. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't matter. You're going to slip with me. I've done it before, slipping with someone else. It's risky, sure, but no more risky than remaining here in this dying place. And the girl, well, it would be good business to leave her for the wolves. She's flickering out one way or another." Mara shivered and reached for Samuel's hand. "I don't even know if I can slip with another. And if I did, why would I take you? I can take Mara with me." Major laughed. His voice echoed throughout the cavern and brought a yelp from one of the pack that strayed too close to the entrance. "And how are you going to do that, Samuel? Tell me. Exactly how are you going to slip into another locality, let alone find a way to take her with you? You may have the talisman, but I have the know-how," Major said, tapping the side of his head with his index finger. "You got the car, but I got your keys." A dark, greasy smile spread across Major's face. "You're an evil son of a bitch," Samuel said. "We don't have time for empty insults, young man. You get the knowledge of the slip in return for my ticket and the girl. Take it or leave it." Mara glared at Major. "How do I know you really know how to use the talisman to slip this locality? How can I be sure you're not tricking me?" "You don't," Major said, fighting laughter. "You can't be sure. When do you ever get certainty in life? Thought you'd at least wised up to that in your time here." Samuel turned and tucked his chin to his chest. He used the back of his hand to caress the side of Mara's face. She closed her eyes and pulled his hand closer with her own. "Can you trust me?" he whispered. Mara nodded without speaking. "We do it on my terms," Samuel said, spinning to address Major. "If we don't get going soon, there aren't going to be terms to follow." Samuel took a deep breath and nodded at Major. "First thing you need to do is stand with your arms outstretched," Major said. Samuel followed the old man's instructions. He walked to the center of the open cavern while Mara remained with her back to the limestone. "Good. Now close your eyes and visualize another place. Think white, sandy beaches and palm trees. Any locality without a fucking cloud would be perfect." Samuel closed his eyes, and his face wrinkled as if he were devouring lemons. "I can't. My mind is racing. I can't think." Major stepped closer and spoke under his breath, so only Samuel could hear. "If you can't do this, big man, that little tart of yours is going to become a meal for the pack, and you and I won't be far behind. Close your eyes and try again." Samuel clenched his fists and brought them down to his waist before stopping and letting them fall against the sides of his legs. He concentrated, trying to clear his head of the distractions in the cave and the desperation of his situation. The air surrounding him lightened, and he felt a faint breeze blow across his face. "Don't open your eyes," Major said, as if reading his mind. "That'll break the connection. Keep going." Samuel forced his mind to clear again, and this time a pinhole of light appeared. He watched it grow behind his eyelids and dart back and forth like a chaser in his vision. Samuel could see the edges becoming fuzzy and rolling back from the center, like sand pulled out by the tide. He lost sensation in his limbs and could no longer tell if he was standing or lying in the limestone dust on the floor of the cave. Major's voice cut through as if the old man were inside his head. "You got one, boy. You grabbed onto another locality. Now let it open up, and make sure it's not all brimstone, lake of fire, or any of that other biblical bullshit that keeps Christians in the pews every week." Samuel blinked within his vision without opening or closing his eyelids. He watched the center spread until the fuzzy border pushed out to his peripheral vision. Samuel had to remind himself to breathe. He stood on the shore of a narrow, long lake. The water sat like a sheet of ice, reflecting the towering mass of earth above it, as if another mountain existed inside the lake. Tall pine trees bordered water that cut its way through a high mountain pass. Patches of snow clung to the ground in places hidden by shade. He saw the wind push the pine trees, nudging them into each other with a gentle shake. Samuel couldn't hear a sound, and he was about to tell Major he saw no sign of life, when a dark dash pinned to a deep blue sky came across his field of vision and stopped at the top of the tallest pine. He watched the bird spread its wings and take flight in the opposite direction, and Samuel was able to identify it as a hawk. "Is it alive?" Major asked within his head. "What?" "The locality. Is there a cloud? Is a reversion coming?" Samuel went back to his vision, searching the landscape with all of his senses, even ones he did not realize he had. "Seems okay." Major laughed, and Samuel heard the slapping sound of his hands coming together. "Perfect. The next thing you need to do is focus on a point inside that locality. Find a rock, a tree, something physical you can latch onto. This is your coordinate for the slip, in a manner of speaking." Before Samuel did that, he spun around inside his vision to find the best perspective possible before attempting anything. When he faced the west, Samuel felt it before he saw it. The unmistakable baffle choking the light and life from the sky. He saw tendrils of slate swirling in the blue sky, turning it gray. "Yeah, this place looks perfect. Let me find us a decent landing pad." Major snipped with excitement, and Samuel felt him temporarily exit his mind. He hoped Major would not take it upon himself to serve Mara to the wolves. "I'm almost ready," Samuel said. "What's next?" "Walk to it. Touch it. Hell, lick it if you have to. Get yourself a physical connection to the object there, which will help target the slip. We won't land on that fucker like Plymouth Rock, but we'll be damn close. Make sure it's not too close to the water. I don't want to get my hair wet." Samuel realized he could shut Major out, like closing a door or hanging up the phone. He reached out to Mara, still inside the cavern. "Hey," he said. "Samuel?" she asked. "Listen and don't speak. When he gets close, push him in the back." "But I don't know what you mean." "Mara, stop. We don't have time. When he gets close, push him. Do you understand?" Samuel felt her head nod. He switched communication from Mara back to Major. "I will not miss the howling of those wretched beasts, and the goddamn horde can rot in hell. Let's do this." The portal from inside Samuel's head hovered above the ground inside the cave. The opening rose up 10 feet and expanded to a length of 12. He felt as though he was sitting on top of a cloud, looking out of a bay window on another world below. The ambient sunlight spilled from the portal and illuminated the cave, chasing the wolves even farther away from the entrance and forcing their retreat into the forest. Major and Mara held their hands over their faces to protect their eyes from the blazing light they hadn't seen for so long. Mara stepped forward and made eye contact with Samuel. He winked and then turned to face Major. "Sure is a beauty, eh? I knew once you conjured the portal nothing would stop you from slipping this locality, not even your little goth princess over there. I'm sure you wouldn't mind some young pussy, but even that ain't enough, right?" "Just do it," Samuel said. "I want out of this filthy place." Major nodded and lifted his chin at Mara. "Let's go, hun. You belong to the alpha male now. Sammy and I are going to send you a postcard. Don't worry." Mara dropped her head to her chest. When she raised it, tears streamed down her face. "Can I just look at it for a minute before you two go?" "I don't see no harm in that," Major said, lifting his shoulders at Samuel. Samuel shrugged and stepped back from the edge of the portal to allow Mara and Major space to step up to it. "Take a look at that beautiful, virgin land," Major said, gazing upon the eastern end of the distant locality. Mara inched forward. She shook her head, more tears following. Major stepped to the side and put an arm around her. He whispered into her ear. "Could be dinosaurs with 8 heads in there somewhere. But you know what ain't there? This place. This stinking shithole ain't." Major stepped forward and spread his arms as if to embrace the vista. He tilted his head back and let the natural sunlight ease the tight scar tissue on his face. "Now!" Samuel yelled. Mara had taken 2 steps back from the edge and 1 to the side, positioning herself directly behind Major while he was basking in the glow of the portal. With her dark, straggly hair covering all but her piercing eyes, Mara lunged forward with both hands. Her palms struck Major's black overcoat like a slap to the face. She locked her elbows and extended her arms, driving her weight through the push and forward toward the open portal. Major gasped as the shove knocked the air from his lungs. He stumbled forward and almost regained his balance when his left foot slid on the loose limestone and into the portal. His left leg dropped, and his body torqued to the side as whatever force ruling the portal sucked Major in like gravity would from the precipice of a cliff. Samuel saw the shock and anger in Major's eyes as his body slid farther into the portal, alone. His fingers grasped the fuzzy edge of the vortex, and he pulled his chin up to them. "You fucking liar!" he shouted. "I swear to God I'm coming back for you, you son of a bitch!" Samuel closed his eyes again. When he reopened them, Mara stood by his side, both of them staring at the cavern wall where an open portal to another locality used to be. Chapter 14. He will not trick me again. The hunters from the pack circled their tails, first clockwise, then counterclockwise. Strands of saliva fell from their muzzles, turning the dark soil even darker. Some hunters growled, while others kept their gazes low to avoid signaling a challenge to the alpha male. The wolves' yellow eyes cut through the darkness with laser precision. The alpha male pulled back from the cave entrance when he no longer felt the elder's presence, fearful of what it could mean. He is gone from here, banished. The pack kept moving, agitated and weary. The end arrives soon. The horde had gathered at a safe distance behind the pack. More creatures emerged from the trees, off the path, and from other hidden places within the locality. They clumped together, swaying back and forth, blotting out the trees and the ground with their swelling numbers. The horde became a living organism comprising thousands of unthinking beings. The edges oscillated like a giant cell membrane. The reversion kept advancing from the west, raking the horde to the cave like a pile of leaves. The alpha male trotted to a rocky outcrop several yards from the cave entrance. He wound his way up the shards of stone until he stood 15 feet taller than the rest of the pack. The wolf looked out over the field, where the horde replaced the wheat, still teetering back and forth as if pushed by an invisible hand. So many. The hunters paced underneath the outcrop while waiting for the alpha male to come back. "We must pursue. We must descend into the womb." The hunters wailed, gnashing their teeth and snapping at each other's tails, all the while knowing none among them could challenge for leadership. "What did you do to him?" Mara asked. Samuel stood still, staring at the dark gray wall. "I gave him what he wanted." She shook her head. "How did you do it?" "I'm not sure," Samuel said. "Can you do it again?" "I'm not sure," he said again. Mara turned and took a few steps toward the front of the cave. She approached until the yellow eyes of the wolves danced in the darkness beyond. "Between the wolves and the horde, we're not getting out of here." Samuel nodded. In a recess, he noted an array of angles foreign to rock. Samuel stood and walked toward them. As the inner glow of the cave cast light on it, Samuel discovered a small pile of broken tree branches and twigs. He gathered them in his arms and walked back toward Mara. He dropped the bundle and began to arrange them into a leaning pile. "They're very damp, but it's worth a try." Mara smiled when she realized what he was doing. She helped arrange the wood as Samuel dug in his pockets for the lighter. He could not remember if it had always been there or not. Samuel felt that sludgy feeling returning to his head, slowing his thoughts, and forcing him to think hard about simple tasks. He recognized the feeling as the same when the noose first dropped him into this place, and he wondered if this was how the end would come. If the reversion would rewind everything, even the thoughts and experiences in his head. "Go ahead and try," Mara said. Her words shook Samuel, and he wondered how long he had been hovering over the firewood with his thumb on the lighter. "I don't even know if the lighter works." Mara shrugged her shoulders and sat cross-legged on the ground. Samuel lowered his hand and flicked the lighter. Sparks caught and ignited the fluid in the reservoir. The flame appeared with a green tint, warm instead of hot. He touched the flame to the smallest pieces. The wood cracked and sizzled, but failed to catch. "It was a nice thought," Mara said, her face betraying her words. "Not sure how long it would have lasted anyway. It's not like there's a stack of firewood in here." She nodded in consolation. "It was there, too," Samuel said. Mara waited, sensing Samuel was speaking to himself as much as he was to her. "I saw the cloud in the portal, which is why I knew I was slipping him into that one. If it had been paradise, like a picture of the steel-blue waters of the Caribbean you see on office calendars, I'm not sure what I would have done." "You saved me." Samuel huffed, discomfort racking his face. "I really don't know if I can summon a locality or if it's all chance. I don't even know if I can open a locality other than that one. Major could be waiting for us when the next portal opens." "Then we won't be any worse off than we are now, right?" A howl followed by a series of growls made them both turn to face the entrance. "I have a feeling they're coming after us at some point. When the reversion gets right up close, these wolves are going to get over their fear of this cave." "I agree," Samuel said, "and if the horde joins in, we'll have our hands full." Samuel watched Mara tuck a lock of black hair behind her ear, and he thought how sophisticated she would look in middle age. He imagined a shimmer of gray by her ear and a slender hand pushing her hair away from blue eyes that resonated with laughter and experience and life. "Do you think Cole is dead?" "Yes," Samuel said, "whatever that means here." "He was broken," Mara said, "on the inside." "Aren't we all?" Samuel asked. "His pain was so deep he couldn't live without it. Another howl, this one more intense and louder, echoing through the cave like a gunshot. Mara watched Samuel's face contort as though she could see the memories floating back to the surface of his mind. I was sick. Middle of winter. Aches, the flu, the whole thing. We'd been married for quite a while at this point, kind of shed the little kisses and light touches of the first few years. Mara flinched, and Samuel could see her holding the pain inside the best she could. I was in bed and having a hard time falling asleep. We had a big mattress that left a lot of space between us. She reaches over and starts gently rubbing my back with one hand. This was not foreplay. There wasn't any of that happening that night. She did it because she wanted to, and those couple of minutes of contact felt like $1 million. It's that feeling I miss. I ache inside for the intimacy that comes through years of friendship, disagreements, shared experience. It's more than sex, and more than physical contact. It's a spiritual connection between two people, unspoken, real, and powerful. Samuel looked at Mara as she wiped tears away with the cuffs of her sleeves. That's what's dead here. That's what this place is missing. And if it is, maybe the cloud needs to eat it. The reversion needs to do its job and sweep this place from existence. It's love. I wonder why you can't say that word. Everything you described is love. Do you think it still exists elsewhere? Mara asked. Why? Why do you think it has to? Maybe love died like the summer breeze and the sound of gulls soaring over open water. Maybe love is lying in its grave with sunlight and goodness and righteousness, Samuel said. It has to exist somewhere else, Mara said. If I didn't believe it did, I'd walk out there right now and offer myself to the wolves. But does it exist for us, Mara? We're here for a reason, she said. He thought about that for a moment. I don't know why I'm here, he said. You do, Samuel. We all do. Some of us haven't remembered it yet. Before Samuel could reply, a howl from the alpha male brought them to their feet as the wolf silhouette appeared at the threshold of the cave. The cloud continued its death march across the empty sky. The rolling swirls of slate and obsidian pummeled the air. All but a sliver of the eastern horizon remained untainted by the reversion. It dropped toward the surface like a heavy curtain. The cloud pushed down, placing a pillow over the face of the last remaining motion in this world. The silence overpowered everything, and distant vistas disappeared within the coming storm of nothingness. The trees of the locality leaned inward, exhausted from the continuous pull of the reversion. Some leafless branches touched the ground in homage to the unstoppable force engulfing the land and everything in it. Some could not fight any longer, their trunks snapping and toppling the head of the tree to the forest floor, leaving a ragged trunk sticking up from the ground like a broken tooth. The horde remained, most fastened to the last piece of solid matter. As the reversion continued to churn from the west, the horde began to revert as well. Clumps of undead flesh fell from their bodies in silent mounds of rotted bone. Teeth and hair trickled from the creatures' heads, followed by limbs no longer strong enough to withstand gravity, the lone natural force left virtually untouched. Scraps of clothing, long ago turned into dirty gray remnants, floated to the ground in silence. Some of the creatures, standing on the edge of the clearing, collapsed on themselves, leaving a pumping, empty jaw on the ground, spewing nothing but meaningless silence. The pack suffered along with the horde. The alpha male's hunters hunkered down in a clearing not far from the cave, but several remained motionless and still for far longer than natural. 2 of the hunters lay with their noses nuzzled underneath their tails, the rise and fall of their chests no longer visible. The alpha male strode amongst the wolves and noted the change, one he felt within. It must be now. Nothing will remain. Of the 6 hunters with their muzzles in the dirt, 3 stood in response to the alpha male. The horde shall join. There is not much will left in the dead flesh, but it is his command. The hunters growled and circled their leader. They paced back and forth, staring at the black hole in the mountain. The alpha male trotted forward and circled around. 36 members of the horde shuffled, their legs dragging them toward the entrance to the cave. Several more attempted to march until their atrophied bones dropped them to the ground in a pile of dirty fabric and gray flesh. Seeing the movement, the alpha male looked into the sky as it closed in on the tops of the few trees brave enough to reach up. The alpha male brought his ragged army to the edge of the clearing until he could feel the subtle exhale of the mountain coming through the mouth of the cave. He paced back and forth, growling and snapping at the air. "Come out. We are not done." "We can't stay here." "I know." Mara lowered her head and wrapped her arms around her torso. Samuel moved closer to the entrance, where silent movement caught his eye. "The alpha male is calling me out. He must sense the end of the reversion drawing closer." "I'll come with you. I'll fight too." Samuel smiled at Mara and nodded, knowing she would do so regardless of what he said. The water running down the walls of the cave intensified, but silently. Samuel turned and paced the edge of the walls, his eyes searching for anything that could be of use. Mara watched and then did the same, starting at one end of the main cavern until she worked her way back to Samuel. Neither gathered anything useful. "Think, Samuel. Can you reopen the portal in a different locality than the last one?" Samuel closed his eyes and let the nothingness encompass his inner vision. He waited without hope, knowing the knowledge to open a portal was escaping him, like the old horror movies where the car wouldn't start, no matter how many times the ignition was turned. "It's there, but I can't access it. I can't say if I could open something, and if I could, I'm not sure where we'd land." Mara looked toward the entrance, where several of the hunters joined the alpha male in his pacing, accentuated with growls. "Maybe this is not our last stand. They don't seem to want to enter here, the wolves or the horde. Maybe we push through the cavern and go deeper into the mountain." She wrinkled her nose in disgust and shook her head back and forth. "I'd almost rather have my throat ripped apart by the wolves." Samuel nodded in understanding. "It could come to that anyway. Let's try to avoid it, but we may have a last stand." Before Mara could answer, the alpha male crossed the threshold with a yelp. His cry broke the silence of the reversion like the crack of a whip. The other hunters followed, all enduring the hurt caused from crossing over into the cave. The horde came next, slagging forward and oblivious. They shuffled in single file, arms dangling and heads cocked to the side, as if held to their shoulder by an impenetrable force. "Come on," Samuel said. He ran into the labyrinth of tunnels that led deeper into the mountain, hoping to avoid the dead ends. He heard Mara's breathing, and her feet slapping against the dry powder on the cavern floor. The growling of the wolves came too, reverberating through the cave not far behind. Samuel dashed left and then right, until the tunnel narrowed. He felt it drop downward as gravity helped propel him forward. Samuel reached out and steadied his gait by using both hands to guide himself deeper into the cave. Several times he felt the scree from Mara's feet hit the back of his legs, which propelled him faster. The cavern twisted and turned, the tunnel clamping down on the two refugees like a slowly closing iris. The utter darkness kept Samuel from lunging forward faster than he would have liked. "Wait!" He stopped. Surprised words still carried through the dying air of the locality. Samuel felt the icy touch of Mara's fingers on his back as she came up behind him. "Listen." They stood in the black silence, hearing nothing but their own exaggerated breathing. "Maybe we lost—" Before Samuel could finish, a howl penetrated the air and rang in his head with the force of a thunderous church bell. He knew it was the alpha male, and the pack was closing the distance. Mara pushed him, and Samuel picked up the pace. He felt an aching in his lower back from running in a crouched position, and wondered how long it would take for the muscle cramps to drop him to the ground in agony. The chasm continued ever downward and became more of a pipe than a tunnel. Samuel bounced his head off the cavern ceiling of the rock above, and he was forced to draw his arms in closer to his body as the walls crept inward. He felt Mara behind him, and he also felt her impatience. Samuel imagined her thin frame navigating through the space faster than his, and the frustration she must be feeling as their pursuers would come upon her first. He pushed on as the jagged edges of the rock drew blood from his battered knuckles. Samuel led them down another passage that widened enough to allow him to run again, but still crouched. He heard Mara breathing hard a few feet behind. The tunnel dumped them into another open cavern, although it wasn't as expansive as the one inside the entrance to the cave. Samuel ran to the center and spun in time to see the tunnel toss Mara out. She scrambled and stopped next to him, the space illuminated by an eerie glow coming from the walls. Samuel thought he could feel the stone lowering in an attempt to snuff him and Mara from the locality. The alpha male's cry came again, this time closer. Samuel swept Mara behind himself with one arm as he readied for the onrush of attackers. Now we finish, and he releases us from our duty. The alpha male picked through the passage until his head appeared in the darkness, like a newborn entering the world. The rest of the animal came next, along with 3 more wolves. Samuel could not see the horde, but figured they were on their way as well. "I don't know what you want from me," Samuel said. Mara craned her neck forward, unsure if he was talking to her or not. When she saw the alpha male and Samuel's gaze directed at the wolf, she stepped back and listened. "But you do. We are hunters, and you are our prey." "And the horde? What role does the undead play in your hunt?" Samuel felt a mental chuckle come from the leader of the pack. "Beacons, markers of our prey. They follow the misery and consume what is left behind by the hunters. The horde will fight for the scraps." The alpha male stood 7 feet from Samuel, his hunters forming a semicircle, blocking the passage leading back toward the surface. Samuel looked over his shoulder and saw 2 tunnels on the opposite wall. "You may enter those, but we will find you." "The reversion is coming, and it will destroy you too." "There is nothing the sky will bring that will cause us more pain." "Back in the cabin, you attacked—" Samuel let his words hang, unsure whether or not it was a question the alpha male could answer. "It only delayed this meeting." "So you expect us to lie down while you tear out our throats?" He felt Mara's hands on his hips as she moved closer to him. "No, but it shall come to that." Samuel shifted, his muscles tensing and adrenaline flooding his system. "What have you done with the Scarface?" Samuel smiled, sensing what could be a slight crack in the wolf's stone will. "Banished. Opened a portal and sent him through it." "He will return. He has unfinished business with you as well." "Not without me, he won't." "You will go to him, whether you desire it or not." Samuel caught motion beyond the wolves. He looked at the black velvet curtain of darkness and saw a humanoid shape breaking through. The first of the horde appeared, one arm missing and another dangling by a strand of ligament. The creature's head sat askew, with the top portion missing, as if one of the pack had torn it away. Mara came closer. Samuel could feel her nervous fingers gripping the back of his shirt. "I am sure you are not." "Let's go," he said, turning and pulling Mara with him. They sprinted for the tunnel on the left and dashed through the darkness. "You will tire." Samuel ignored the alpha male and pushed through the passage until it narrowed to a place where he was forced to drop to his knees. He imagined the pack coming upon them, lunging with full force while they supplicated. "What did he say?" Mara asked. "More of the same," Samuel said. The passage emptied into another natural space. This one, however, appeared to be circular, without another corridor or passage springing from it. Mara and Samuel stood, his back creaking with the motion. They spun all the way around until they realized there was no way out. The alpha male padded around several smaller rocks and stopped, waiting for the rest of the hunters to flank him again. Now? Samuel shook and balled his fists at his sides. Mara walked backward until she felt the frigid stone on her back like the breath of the dead. Within moments, the first members of the horde entered the space and remained behind the alpha male and his hunters. The subterranean tunnels continued to glow with an ambient light that allowed Samuel and Mara to see the shapes, but it dimmed significantly from the aura cast closer to the surface. "I would rather try to slip anywhere than let you taste our blood." Go ahead." Samuel closed his eyes, unsure what mental capacities he used to open the portal for Major. He felt the frustration mount as if he were a diligent pupil disappointing his teacher. Mara began to cry softly, holding the sobs to her chest with both arms. The alpha male turned his nose to the ceiling and barked at the hunters. They stepped forward and pressed closer to Samuel and Mara. "Enough. It is time to finish." Samuel bent at the waist and crouched, his feet and shoulders spread. He raised his fists into position and stepped toward the alpha male. The two warriors moved to the center of the space while the rest watched. "Wait," Mara said, stepping from the wall. "Wait, Samuel." He turned to face her, and the alpha male cocked his head sideways. "Come here." She extended her hand, palm up. Samuel looked at the alpha male, the hunters, and the horde. He looked back at her and saw the conviction in her eyes. "Please, Samuel, come here." He reached out and felt the power pulse through his body as their hands locked. Chapter 15. "Another round?" Samuel blinked and looked down at his folded hands on the polished mahogany bar. He blinked again at Mara sitting next to him on the stool. She wore her hair bundled on top of her head, curls dangling on her cheek like onyx earrings. The dark mascara accentuated her eyes. Her red lipstick could hypnotize any man. Samuel looked at her foundation, delicately applied to her porcelain skin in a way that defined Gothic beauty. He felt satisfaction, contentment, even a peaceful calm emanating from her. "Where are we?" he asked. Mara winked and turned to the burly bartender standing before a wall of mirrors and bottled spirits. She ignored Samuel's question and answered the bartender's. "Yes, for both of us," she said. With a swift swipe of his rag, the bartender smiled and cleared the condensation left by the previous round. He turned to toil and clank bottles together while ice clinked in the bottom of the glasses. A thin layer of sweet tobacco smoke hung just below an intricately carved ceiling. Ornate posts straddled the bar as patrons moved about. "Don't know the name of the place, but it's really old. They built the bar before Prohibition and then opened it up again afterward. Most of it has been restored. Even the ghosts that haunt it have come back." Mara winked, catching the light in her eyes with a dazzling smile. Her brilliant teeth shone between ruby lips. Samuel felt mesmerized by her beauty, and yet a deep sadness seemed to reside below the surface, one that hurt like an ache in his chest. "You look stunning," Samuel said. He felt as though he was gawking at his sister, dolled up for prom. "Thank you," she said. Samuel looked down at her bare shoulders, sitting atop a tight black dress. Mara wore ankle bracelets and toe rings that glistened in the light. "Are we still in the cave?" he asked. "This is it, Samuel. Our first and last date, if you want to call it that." Samuel felt his face blush from that awkward feeling again. "The wolves, they—" Mara cut him off with the wave of a hand. Before she could reply, the bartender returned with 2 glasses filled to the brim with sparkling ice cubes suspended in a clear amber sea. To us, our time together and, sadly, our goodbyes. Mara held her glass up. Samuel lifted his to the toast and watched her lips caress the glass. She siphoned half of the drink on the first sip before setting it back down. People moved about, navigating through the bodies clumped near the bar. Samuel looked at them looking at him. Goodbye? Of course. The wolves, the horde, shit, the reversion, it's all coming to a head. You know that, right? Samuel shook his head and rubbed a hand across his chin. We can still say goodbye, Mara said. I've always liked this place, and I've always wanted a special little black dress. Shame I'm only getting it now. We have to fight our way out of the cave. Mara snickered and held her hand over her mouth to stifle the laughter, as if trying not to embarrass Samuel. You will. You still have work to do, but me, Samuel, I'm finished. There isn't anything left for me. But the portal, a slip, I could— No, you can't. I'm not leaving the cavern, Samuel. I won't be able to slip with you and try my luck in another locality. This is it for me. Samuel looked around again, feeling as though everyone in the bar was about to yell, "Surprise!" as party hats appeared in the room. He felt the tension of secrecy and the pain of being left out of it. How do you know that? He asked. I got word. I know. I've done what was asked of me, and now I'm out. That's how it works. You'll see. Mara drew another sip of liquor over her glistening lips and winked. Forget it, Samuel, she said. I can't explain it to you, and even if I could, you wouldn't understand. I'm done, he said, a serrated edge to the words. The date is over, and this entire bar can fuck off. Put me back in the cave with the wolves and the undead. Done with what? Mara asked. That's one thing about us Americans, right? We want everything tied up perfectly. No loose ends. We want all the answers and logical reasons for everything. He sat back as Mara's eyes began to shed tears from each corner. We demand a happy ending, and for shit to make sense. Well, let me tell you something. It ain't like that. Sometimes you don't get to find out why. Sometimes shit doesn't belong to you. Mara slammed the glass down on the bar. Samuel looked around and noticed the place was now empty. Even the bartender had disappeared. I didn't mean to— I know what you meant to do, she said. I know what your intentions were. But that doesn't matter either. You know what they say about the path to hell and how it's paved, and if you don't, you know now. When Samuel looked up at her face, he saw the healthy shine of her hair degenerate into the filthy, sweaty strands lying on her forehead. The eye makeup disappeared, as did the layer of foundation that accentuated her smooth skin. The sexy black dress morphed into the rags that hung from her emaciated frame. Wait, Mara, I don't understand what you want from me. The mirrored walls slid downward into the pools of mineral water gathering at the base of the cave wall. Ornate columns and brass poles turned into teeth of rock hanging from the unseen ceiling of the cavern. Nothing, Samuel. I don't want anything from you. It's about what you're willing to give, not what is demanded of you. He blinked once, and the cavern snapped back into view. Mara stood by him with tears in her eyes and his hand in hers. The alpha male crouched low, his hunters surrounding him, with the horde continuing to march into the space until enough appeared that Samuel could begin to smell their rotting flesh. If you give me your neck, I will make it pass quickly. Samuel shrugged and shook his head at the alpha male. I don't know what it is, he said, while casting a confused look at Mara, but I know I can't lie down for you. If you want me, you'll have to fight. The hunters growled and snapped their long teeth into the air. Mara let go of Samuel's hand and stepped backward until she felt the wall behind her. Without warning, the alpha male lunged at Samuel. The hunters stepped closer while the horde remained in place, swaying even in the absence of wind. Samuel spun and raised his hands into a defensive position, using his fingers to grab the alpha male's coat while turning to the right. The movement took advantage of the wolf's momentum and allowed Samuel to toss him to the side. The alpha male yelped as he crashed into the stone wall. Samuel reached a hand to the empty sheath, still attached to his leg, and cursed the reversion. Samuel could not remember losing the knife, yet it was gone. Mara stepped to the side, and the other hunters stayed with her. Samuel struck at the alpha male with his foot. The kick connected with bony ribs, which elicited another cry from the wolf. "You are not leaving this cave." Samuel felt the pain in the wolf's telepathic communication. He shook his head and lunged forward. This time, the alpha male anticipated the kick, dodged to the side, and locked his jaws around Samuel's ankle. The wolf snapped its head back and forth while ripping Samuel's pants below the knee. Mara cried, and Samuel turned in time to see the 3 hunters on top of her. He saw her legs kicking and arms flailing as the beasts attacked. "No!" Samuel yelled, dragging the alpha male across the floor toward Mara. The alpha male released his grip on Samuel's ankle, which brought an immediate wave of relief, followed by the cold burn of torn flesh exposed to the air. Samuel felt blood pooling in his shoe and fell to the ground when his leg would not obey the signals sent by his brain. "I must leave you both to him." Samuel sat up, his left hand clamping around the pant leg, now saturated with his own blood, looking at the shuffling horde. "What are you saying?" The hunters moved back. The alpha male barked, and they continued past the standing undead and left the cavern. "We have done what was asked of us. We have released her. I would have rather eaten the flesh, but that command will not be given." The alpha male trotted by Samuel and around the undead. The wolf stopped in the tunnel and looked back at Samuel. "He that commands will fulfill the contract and release us from the grips of the reversion. The other beasts, they seem to be destined to be eaten by the cloud." The alpha male stared at him for another second before turning and disappearing into the darkness of the cave. Samuel looked at the horde. The creatures inside the cavern remained in their animated sway. He clawed at the dirt, dragging his injured leg behind as he crawled next to Mara, whose breathing came in ragged gasps. The wolves had torn ragged chunks from her arms and legs, which bled openly. "I'm going to save you," he said. Mara smiled, even as he recoiled at the sight of her wounds. "I'll last longer than you think. The reversion, it slows even death." Samuel smiled, his face contorting between sadness and pity. "Deal with the horde." Samuel took her hand and looked up at the sentinels standing in the cavern, their lifeless orbs staring back at them both. "I don't know what to do." "You'll figure it out." Mara winced, trying to staunch the flow of blood with strips of fabric ripped from her pants. "I need help. You know things about this locality, this place." "It's time," she said, as the creatures came toward them. Samuel slid his left arm underneath Mara's right arm, and she grabbed his shoulder as they both hobbled on injured legs. With his right, he grabbed a crooked stick from the ground to use as a club. Samuel took a deep breath as he felt the blood pulsing in his ears. "This is the only way," he said. "Go on," she said, gritting through the pain. The first 30 feet through the passage proved to be the most difficult as Samuel tried to keep his balance. A creature appeared occasionally, arms outstretched, until Samuel would strike it with the club. He struggled to climb the rising incline of the passage while supporting Mara. He shifted as best he could, but their pace was slow at best. When he reached the first intersection inside the mountain, Samuel glanced back at the horde behind him. New arrivals came through the tunnels at a trickle, giving him time to strike and then step over them. "Hurry," Mara said. "Not much time left." Samuel moved forward into the tunnel that led upward toward the surface of the locality. Samuel thought about that and wondered what good it would do to race to the surface of a world about to be demolished by the Reversion. Before his rational mind could answer, he took more steps toward the surface. He let the club swing next to his right leg as he climbed through the tight passages. Samuel turned several times, Mara slowing with each step. When he reached another tunnel, Samuel stopped. He let Mara slide to the ground, careful to keep a hand near the back of her head to prevent it from striking the stone wall. He placed his hands on his knees and drew as much air into his lungs as he could. Before Samuel stood, he heard a rotten voice speaking as if from the grave. "Our last stand is here. We cannot let you pass." Samuel gazed at the form slathered in darkness. The voice felt different, yet it retained a familiar timbre. With another glance at Mara, he stepped forward, gripping the makeshift weapon in his hand. The color fell from her face as more of her life bled from the wounds. The entity stepped to the side and into the glow cast by the cave. Samuel shook his head and wondered how long the ambient light would last as the Reversion bore down. With a quick glance, he looked at Mara's wounds, which appeared deeper and more serious than his own. "You remember?" the form asked. "We spoke of ahimsa, moksha, and rebirth on the edge of the marsh," Samuel said. The creature nodded and stepped closer. "The Reversion has exhausted the horde, broken them down. You will not need that any longer." Samuel looked to his hand holding the club, and then back over his shoulder at Mara. "Nothing will attack her," the creature said, following Samuel's eyes. "You're different." "Than you?" "Yes, but different from the horde, too," Samuel said. "You speak with more authority in your voice, more experience." "Maybe you hear that as less threatening. I came to you in the marsh to try to explain the universe, or as much of it as you could comprehend. The others?" The creature waved a hand in the air. "The others are bound by their duty, their dharma." The last word hung in the air, and Samuel felt the familiar twinge of memory. He thought back to his conversation with this entity. "Aren't you as well?" "Yes, but not the same dharma." The creature stepped closer and motioned for Samuel to sit on a wide, flat rock near the wall of the cave. He looked at the opening and then back to the rock. "It is swallowing what's left as we speak. You are free to run into that if you so desire." Samuel shook his head and sat down. "Some call it the path of righteousness, but I find that misleading. It has nothing to do with right or wrong, only duty." "What can I call you?" A smile burst upon the creature's face, contorting it into a grin reserved for Halloween jack-o'-lanterns. "You may call me Diva." Samuel nodded, waiting for Diva to continue. "The Buddhists, Hindus, Jains, they all incorporated Dharma into their belief systems, but it is much more ancient than that. Those in the West like to call it fate, but even that is a misnomer." Mara groaned and turned her head. She was sitting, but her eyes were now closed. Samuel stood, looking at her and then back at Diva. "She will not worsen while we speak." "What about her condition after?" Samuel asked. "That is why we're speaking," Diva said. "Please, sit back down." Samuel did so, wringing his hands. "There is a natural order of things, an artha. Your dharma corresponds to this order, in your case and in hers," Diva said, nodding toward Mara. you must answer to it. Of course, the Hindus used moksha to reinforce the caste system, which put thousands of people into the gutters of their cities. But the idea behind moksha was you would be rewarded for pursuing your own dharma. In the Rig Veda, the teachings claim that dharma is not just law or harmony, but it is pure reality. Verily, that which is dharma is truth. Samuel watched Deva smile again, as if his own words began to reawaken a lost humanity inside. What does this have to do with me, with the reversion? Deva nodded, feeling chastised for his own intellectual indulgence. Your dharma includes the woman, as well as the man you sent through the portal. Until you deal with both of these souls, your dharma will not be fulfilled. I don't know how I'm supposed to deal with either of them, Samuel said. Neither do I, Deva said. Samuel stood and kicked at the limestone powder coating the cavern floor. He put his hands over his head and rested them on top. Major's gone, he said. He's coming back, Deva said. What about the horde? They were to bring you to this moment, this place. That is why they no longer serve the locality. The alpha male and his hunters too? Deva shook his head but did not elaborate. When the moment arrives, you will fulfill your dharmic responsibility, or you will be reborn in the cycle tied to your fate. It is how the universe will be. It is how it has always been. Samuel felt the blood rush to his face. He dug his nails into his palms. That doesn't explain shit. Who owes you an explanation? The question knocked Samuel askew, like a punch to the jaw. Well, then there doesn't seem to be much of a reason for you and me to be talking. Samuel turned his back on Deva and walked toward Mara. There is one more thing. Samuel stopped and looked over one shoulder. Deva waited, unmoving. Samuel turned and came back to stand in front of the undead creature. The old man, Major, he will return soon, and if you do not defeat him, your soul will be lost to this locality, destroyed by this reversion. I thought I already did that. I dropped him through the portal and shut it. Deva shook his head. His dharma binds him to this locality, like you. He is coming back, and you must face him. Samuel spotted the club on the ground and reached for it. Deva kicked at it, the stick clanking off the rocks as it skittered into a dark recess. You'll need a weapon with dharmic power. That will not suffice against the man. Samuel waited, anticipating more from Deva. We are bound, Samuel. Our forces have unresolved energy that will carry through this cycle. Samuel stood, trying to decipher Deva's cryptic speech. Before he could ask a question, Deva extended his arm. Samuel saw the strips of fabric and flesh dangling from the bone. Deva turned his palm upward and opened his hand. There, glistening in the reflected light, sat the scout, the knife Samuel buried in his father's coffin, and the one that returned briefly to this locality. He grabbed it from Deva's palm, and then bowed. Chapter 16. Mara heard Samuel speaking as if he were underwater. She identified a second voice, but couldn't recognize it. Her body ached, and she wanted nothing more than to sleep, but the pain would not allow it. She listened to the cadence and rhythm of the conversation without comprehending it. The cave began to take on a shimmering light. She felt an energy pulsing through the rock and running through her entire body. It wasn't until she opened her eyes that she recognized the power. The floor opened like the gaping maw of a fantastic beast. The darkness swirled about the portal like water pulled down a drain. The image in front of her resurrected long-lost lectures in science class about dark matter and black holes, immense voids that would not allow anything to escape gravitational pull. She tried to scream, to warn Samuel, but the force burrowing through the floor of the cave stole her words. She writhed in pain, moaning in a vain attempt to attract his attention. Mara pushed herself up onto her elbows. Her head felt light and unstable, as if it could roll off her shoulders at any time. She squinted at the cave entrance until two forms materialized in her vision. After blinking, one remained, and it moved toward her. She could feel Samuel's presence at the same time the black hole continued its rapid expansion inside the cave. The water flowing down the cave walls stopped and dried. Chunks of stalactite broke free from the hidden ceiling and crashed down to the floor like arrows of stone. The entire cave moved as if shaken by an unseen hand. Even the ambient light in the cavern pulsed and faded, as if a malevolent force worked to extinguish what meager warmth it provided. The floor of the cave thrummed, and Mara caught a whiff of sulfur so overpowering in the sensory deprivation of the locality that it caused her to dry heave. Her ears detected a hum that increased in intensity until it became nothing but a wall of excruciating sound threatening to split her skull in two. She grimaced and placed her hands over her ears while rolling in the dirt. Mara wished for the pain to end as the black hole expanded. The edge crawled closer to her corner of the subterranean room. Mara passed out. Samuel stood, his feet riveted, as the portal ejected a man from within. "Sup, Sammy boy," Major said. Samuel looked at Mara and then back to Major. He stood on the edge of the portal which danced with blue and purple light. The headband and overcoat remained intact, but Samuel thought Major looked tired, worn out. When he looked back to Diva, the creature was gone. Samuel felt the handle of the knife in his hand and knew it was not a reflection or a visual construct of the powers in the cave. "You didn't think pushing me through there was the end for old Major now, did you? I happened to land in a spot a little nicer than this one. Had me a talisman in the palm of my hand, and now I'm back to get the most powerful one for myself, the one that'll get me out of these damn reversions for good." "This isn't about you," Samuel said. "Oh, I think it is. See, you tried offing me, boy. I've spent enough time around thugs and killers to know when that happens. You didn't give me a Colombian necktie or a pair of concrete shoes, but you tried doing me just the same." "Mara is hurt bad. I don't know what to do." "Fuck her, and fuck you. I don't really care what happens to you or your little girl. I need you to slip us both into a brandy new locality before that cloud outside tears up this cave like it's done everything else. Nobody I met here in this place got the mojo you do, boy." Samuel squinted and raised an eyebrow. "Ah, you haven't been outdoors in a while, have you? Come on, take a look. I won't bite," Major said. Major stepped away from the portal. Samuel looked at him, and then back to Mara. "Seriously, she's as good as dead. You and I got unfinished business. Frankly, I don't care what you do with her." Samuel nodded and walked toward the entrance to the cave as if he approached the edge of a city skyscraper roof. He felt the empty blackness before he reached the threshold. Samuel remembered the military videos he had seen in his youth, the ones filmed in the American Southwest during atomic bomb trials. This reminded him of that. The cloud had lifted somewhat, which allowed a view of the landscape across the field, and all the way to the base of the mountain in the distance. Most of the trees lay on their sides, with gnarled root balls jutting from holes in the soil. The swaying wheat from the field lay flat like the massive crop circles that appeared in England. Even the mountain in the distance appeared bare, tired and lonely, like a hunched-backed man waiting for death. Between the surface and the bottom of the cloud, light hung, much like the light generated inside the cave. It gave Samuel enough to see the landscape, as if it were created with software for a child's movie about fairy tales gone horribly wrong. The movement inside the dark cloud coalesced into silvery streaks of motion that resembled serpents. Samuel thought all those ancient myths about flying, feathered snakes now seemed a bit less foolish. Silent lightning bounced between spots in the cloud, while the air felt heavy and still at the surface. Samuel scanned as far as he could see, but detected no life. The wolves were hiding, or already eaten by the cloud. The horde, along with Diva, did not show their faces, if they even remained. Samuel regained a sliver of his sense of smell, although he wished he hadn't. The dying world smelled and tasted like cold, wet cigarettes. As he stood, gazing upon a world that was never his, the cloud inched closer to them in a slow, methodical descent. "The last phase. Seen it a few times, closer than I care to admit. Luckily, we got you, so you and I can sell our front row seats to the shitstorm." Samuel turned and saw the spreading smile on Major's face. He wanted nothing more than to pummel that look from his skull, but knew Major wouldn't let that happen. He came back from the banishment in the portal, and he had knowledge about this that Samuel did not. "What happens when the final curtain comes down?" "Not really sure," Major said. "Heard some stories in other localities, but it's always hard to verify. Not like someone's going to get a video of it on their phone, right?" The reference to the ordinary made Samuel wince. He thought about the phone, the television, the car, and all of the other supremely boring everyday items in his life. He wanted nothing more than to feel normal again. It was not the extreme high points he missed while being abandoned in this place, but the little stuff. He wondered if he would ever have that chance again. He dreamed about standing on a frost-covered driveway in the bright sun of a February morning. He smiled when picturing the brilliant green of the lawn in the first few weeks of spring. He could almost taste the bitter jolt of a hot cup of French roast coffee. "You with me, partner?" Samuel nodded. "I'd love to stand here and watch the world die like they sang about in that Everclear song, but I don't want to go down the drain." The pop culture reference was another dagger in Samuel's heart. He remembered how much he missed his music, even the free stuff from Friends. "I'll hear you out." "Damn straight. Not like I'm giving you a choice. I'm being a gentleman." Samuel huffed at Major's self-proclamation. "We both know you can open the portal. We both know you can slip, with my help. We both know there ain't much time left before the cloud sucks this place dry, but only one of us knows the girl's gotta be left behind." "I can't do that," Samuel said. "You're going to have to, son. I ain't never seen someone slip more than one other person, and I sure as hell ain't getting left behind." "So you'd leave her here to die?" "She's already dead, brother. Don't you get it?" Samuel shook his head. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Where do you think you are? This ain't Wyoming or Montana or some other heavenly wilderness." Mara moaned. Samuel looked at her and then back to Major. Major sighed and walked to an outcrop of rock. He sat on it and put his head in his hands. The old man looked out of the cave and back at Samuel, shaking his head. "I guess we ain't getting where I thought we would." "No," Samuel said, as he stared at Major, his eyes as solid as the walls of the cavern. "We're not. I've got another plan. I spoke with Diva." Major laughed, slapping his knee with one hand. "Diva? What the fuck is that? You talking to Aretha or Mariah out here?" Samuel waited for Major's snickers to die off before continuing. "I think he might control the horde." "Nobody controls the horde, son. Just because the storm is coming doesn't mean I can claim I sent it." Major stood and brushed the front of his overcoat. I'd love to continue your education, but I seriously don't give a rat's ass about it. We need to slip from this place before it's too late. If you can't do that with me, I'm just as happy to go it alone." Major pulled a dagger from underneath his coat. In the other hand, he held a tire iron. "They're not Lord of the Rings caliber weapons, but they'll be enough to get the talisman from your dead body." "What if we try slipping 3? Samuel asked. He had to resolve the action he was about to take by exhausting all possibilities first. "Cloud ain't going to wait for us to talk through this like a couple of grade school girlies. Give me the talisman." Samuel looked down at the knife in his palm. He felt the familiar texture of the handle and the weight of it. He knew the blade was no match for the dagger in Major's hand, but he had youth and fitness on his side. "That's not going to happen, so I guess there isn't much left to say," Samuel said. Major nodded and spread his feet shoulder-width apart. He crouched low, his beady eyes peering from beneath the edge of his headband. Major held the dagger in front of his face, while the tire iron dangled from his other hand. Samuel gripped Scout in his hand and took a step toward Major. He looked at the old man's face and waited, giving one last pause. Samuel had not been in many fistfights as a kid, but he could never forget the concoction of fear, anxiety, and adrenaline that surged through his veins before one started. He felt his tongue stiffen in a dry mouth, and the muscles in both his arms twitched. When Major shook his head, Samuel knew the time for negotiations had ended. Major swung the dagger in a lazy arc, cutting the air with the sharpened blade. He brought it back and forth, carving a safe space between him and Samuel. The tire iron waited, the cold metal knowing the time for bashing would come soon enough. Samuel stepped closer, keeping his blade upright in a defensive block, although he thought one full swing from Major's dagger would break his own blade. He bent down to pick up a rock in his left hand. "You're desperate, boy. Last chance." Samuel ignored Major's words and swung hard with his fist closed around the knife. Major stepped back to dodge it and came around with a kick to Samuel's knee. The blow from his boot made him wince. Major watched as he dropped the rock to grab the damaged ligaments. When Samuel squatted, Major came across his shoulder with the tire iron. Samuel fell sideways, and his head crashed into the powdery dirt of the cavern floor. The tire iron felt like it had cut a burning hole in his shoulder, which helped to distract him from the pain in his leg. Major stepped back and waited. Samuel writhed on the ground as Major waited for him to stand. When he did, Major brought the tire iron into Samuel's midsection, where it struck his ribs. They both heard the bones crack before Samuel felt the searing pain. Samuel doubled over and dropped Scout on the ground. Major stood and straightened his back. He glanced at the entrance to the cave, looked at Mara's still body, and then at the back of Samuel's head, now curling in toward his knees as he lay in a fetal position on the ground. "There ain't much time left. If you don't slip us now, I'm going to kill you and take my chances flying solo." Samuel lifted his head. He looked at Major's eyes through a wall of silent tears, but did not respond. "So be it," Major said. He brought the tire iron up above his head, lining up the back of Samuel's skull. As he held it aloft, Samuel flipped over and threw the rock into Major's groin. The old man let out a muffled cry as the chunk of limestone collided with his most sensitive area, causing him to drop his arm, but not the tire iron. Major staggered backward as the blow stole all of the breath from his lungs. He turned sideways to spew what little remained inside his stomach. Samuel recognized the lull as his last opportunity to survive the fight. He pushed himself up into a hunched position, willing his injured leg to withstand the weight of his body. He drew his good knee back and drove it upward into Major's abdomen. The old man didn't see it coming because he was puking. Major fell backward into the dirt, as did Samuel when his leg gave out under the strain. Samuel crawled closer and spotted Scout in the dirt. His fingers clenched the handle of the blade. Samuel aimed the point at the back of Major's right leg. He reached forward and sliced across the back of Major's boot, just above his heel, severing the Achilles tendon. Major screamed and dropped his weapons as his hands went toward the wound. Feeling on somewhat more equal footing, Samuel rolled backward to avoid Major's random flailing weapons. He pulled himself into a sitting position and tried to breathe through the fissures in his ribs. He thought about the countless stories he heard about hand-to-hand combat where a broken rib punctured a lung and the combatant drowned in his own blood. Samuel rubbed his hand along his side, hoping the pointy bones were not poised to do the same to him. Major could not hold back his cries. He blinked, determined not to let the pain overtake him and force unconsciousness. The thudding force in his abdomen caused several more dry heaves, while the burning pain above his heel made it difficult to even roll over. Major reached for his dagger and brought it to his chest while forcing himself over onto his back. He used his palms to push up into a sitting position, with the cave wall supporting his back. Samuel rose to his knees and then to his feet as his injured leg threatened to send him crashing into the floor. He held Scout in his hand and locked eyes with Major. "I guess this is how it's going to end for you," he said to the old man. Major shook his head. "The girl. I think she may have stopped breathing." Samuel looked over his shoulder at Mara. He had a hard time making out her form as the cloud descended even farther, the blackness spilling inside the cave like slow-moving black ooze. "Look, her chest isn't moving." Samuel shook his head and screamed. The cry of frustration filled the cavern and reverberated throughout the passages. He looked at Major and then turned to check on Mara. The sudden jolt of pain delivered to the back of Samuel's head knocked him to the ground. Before his body crashed into the stone, he regretted turning his back on a wounded animal. Major crawled toward him after placing a lucky throw at the base of Samuel's neck. Samuel saw dashing lights sparkling in his vision, while his stomach prepared an ejection that would be arriving soon. He tasted the bitter limestone in his throat and blinked it from his eyes. He could see Mara's feet, and he giggled, thinking of the witch's feet extending from underneath the house in The Wizard of Oz. The movie scene overlaid his perception in the cave as the rock to the back of his head scrambled reality. He dug his nails into the dirt and pulled his body toward Mara. Sounds swirled in his head as he thought he heard music coming from the Reversion outside. Guitar riffs traveled on the floaters in his vision as his senses, which had been dulled for so long inside this locality, came alive. He shook his head and spat a glob of saliva into the dirt, where it sat before being absorbed by the dryness of the powder. "Get up, Samuel. Get up now, or Major is going to finish you off and leave this locality over 2 dead bodies. Get up." He heard the voice in his head as loud as if it were being yelled into his ears. It sounded like everyone and no one at the same time. The voice felt familiar but otherworldly. He managed to turn his body over and blink as his double vision registered 2 men crawling toward him on their knees, each holding a dagger in his right hand. Major staggered and stood, using the tire iron as a makeshift crutch. He slumped to one side like a shanty amidst urban decay. He raised the dagger, deciding to use the force of gravity to drive it through Samuel's chest. "We are running out of time, my boy, and I don't think I've got another lucky throw in this tired arm." Samuel blinked as the blow to his head turned from disorienting to painful. He tasted more dirt in his mouth and hoped to spare a few more seconds until the ringing in his ears subsided enough for him to think. "You got a hell of an arm," Samuel said, his words slurred. Major winced and recalibrated his stand. The tire iron was not long enough to provide the support he needed for his severed tendon. Samuel watched the man's eyes and knew the pain was dulling his appetite for conversation. "It's too bad you weren't interested in having me as a travel partner. "Think we could have had some times," Major said. Samuel watched as the dagger came up higher. Major bent his knees like a swimmer on the block, waiting for the sound of the starter pistol. Samuel gripped Scout in his right hand, where cold sweat gathered along with the adrenaline. Major leapt forward and brought the dagger down. He landed on top of Samuel, their eyes meeting. Their bodies remained motionless, like lovers in an embrace. Neither spoke. Major's mouth opened, but blood flowed from it instead of words. Samuel looked to his right, where Major's dagger stuck in the hard ground of the cave. He felt the warm trickles surrounding the hand that held Scout firmly lodged in Major's chest. Samuel shifted his weight to the left and rolled, pushing Major's body off his own. He left Scout inside Major, no longer feeling it served any purpose for him. The old man blinked, his hand resting on the hilt of the knife. "I tried. I really tried. If you had just stayed there." Major coughed, spurting blood, over his lips and down his chin. He let out a low cackle and shook his head back and forth. "Let your conscience go, son. This is how I was going out, not banished to another locality like some surly teenager sent to his room." Another racking cough made Major stop. His ragged breathing reduced his speech to mere whispers. "I've got to check on Mara," Samuel said, running a hand through his hair. When he looked back at Major, the man's eyes remained open in the long, glassy stare of the dead. Samuel pushed away. His injured leg felt like 1,000 pounds, and he continued to fight through double vision. Major's words echoed in his head, forcing Samuel to think of his own childhood and all of the expectations he could never fulfill. He began to cry, a few tears at first, until he sobbed. The reversion continued to creep into the cave, unaware of his tender emotional state. "God damn it," he said to nobody in particular. Samuel knelt and looked back at Major. The man's corpse remained unchanged, his right hand wrapped around the handle of the blade that had stolen his life essence. Samuel looked over to Mara and couldn't tell if her chest was moving. He felt the air pressure inside the cave change. The billowing cloud that had roiled overhead when he first arrived in the cursed forest had descended to nibble on the tips of the trees. He remembered it eating the light from the sky as it moved west to east. Samuel tried to calculate the number of days he spent in this locality, but he came up with nothing but a head-shaking guess, as if he were cataloging the events of a distant dream. Now the cloud blotted out the entrance to the cave in a swirling mass of dark matter. It looked like a heavy black velour curtain hung behind the walls, sealing the intestines of the mountain off from the carnage brought by the reversion. A constant humming came through the stone. It drew an energy through Samuel that reverberated in his ears. It felt almost electrical, as if a microphone started to feed back through a mismanaged speaker system. His other senses began to awaken as well. Samuel could smell the dank limestone mixed with the scent of human blood. He felt the sticky dampness on the back of his head and licked the coppery blood from a gash on his hand. His injuries came alive, each demanding attention from his brain, which continued to function through the head trauma. He was not sure why the reversion would provide a final burst of brain activity as it extinguished what remained. Samuel pictured a video from a science class in middle school. He could see the crude animation representing a supernova. The star swelled, and the intensity of its glare brightened beyond its capacity to sustain the millions of molecular activities taking place in its core. Samuel remembered how the dying star bathed the surrounding void of space with brilliant light before it contracted upon itself. He shuddered at the thought of the implosion that would eventually create a black hole, a negative energy so strong that not even light would escape its grasp. Whether or not he believed he could escape, Samuel chuckled at the thought of the reversion sweeping through this world, turning it into a real black hole. He shook his head and shuffled toward Mara. Samuel did not think she had moved since he fought with Major. He knelt down at her feet, collapsing to his knees. The vibrations coming through the cave walls intensified and began to pressurize his ears. He opened his mouth wide and held his nose while exhaling, trying to release the pressure as if he were on a commercial airliner. "Samuel?" He flinched and looked up from the ground. Mara's eyes fluttered in the dying light. Samuel reached for her hand. "Hold me," she said. Samuel waited longer than was necessary. Mara gasped, inhaling the air as if it were full of thorny barbs. He glanced back at Major's body before smiling at her. "He attacked me, threatened to kill me and find the talisman on my body." She nodded. "He's gone?" she asked. Now it was Samuel's turn to nod. "The cloud? The reversion?" "Clamping down." Samuel told Mara about how the reversion threatened to consume the mountain and cave the way it had everything else. "What now?" she asked. Samuel paused and drew a deep breath. "I opened that portal for Major. I'm not sure how, but it opened, and I know I could get us in it." Mara shook her head. He could see the pain in her eyes and the struggle it took for her to move even that much. "Not me, Samuel. I won't be going." "Don't say that. Who knows what could happen to the wounds you suffered in this locality at the hands of this reversion? They could disappear entirely." She shook her head again, raising her right hand to let her fingers trail down the side of Samuel's cheek. He looked into her face and accepted the situation. "So you lie here and die? Is that the plan?" "At least one more time," she said. When Samuel began to ask her what she meant, she placed a finger over his mouth. "There isn't enough time for me to give you what you want, but there are some things we need to finish." Samuel nodded. He slipped a hand into his pocket, his mind already wondering which of the items he carried was the talisman. His ticket out of one dying world and into another. "I'm on my own cycle. Ours happen to overlap, but they're distinct." Samuel nodded, watching the strain the conversation had on Mara's strength. "You've been here before," he said. "I have," she said, her eyes scanning the cavern. "And the others?" Samuel asked. He looked over his shoulder. "Him? Cole?" "Sometimes. Not always," she said. Samuel nodded again, waiting. The darkness from the reversion crept closer to where they sat in the recess of the main cavern. The shapeless and soundless monster oozed through the entrance, taking gulps of stone and stalagmites. They watched it spread across the floor like twilight seen from space. The air inside the cave became still, suffocating. The cloud dissipated the water and stole the ambient light from within. "When I was a little girl, I loved sitting on my dad's lap. We'd watch television or sometimes read a book. It didn't matter. What I remember is that feeling of being safe, secure, loved. I would curl up on his chest, and the rest of the world would melt away. It wasn't long before pre-adolescence ended that feeling forever, but I lived to recapture it, and at times I did. It might be a fleeting look of a lover or the comfort of a blanket on a frigid winter's night, but I collected those." Samuel waited, feeling as though none of the words Mara used could be wasted. "Whether you're the giver or the recipient of those moments, you must find them too, Samuel. I need you to live wholeheartedly. I want you to promise me that no matter what happens, you'll seek those out, relish them, and give others the opportunity to do so as well. You are worthy of your existence. What you bring to the world matters, and that light cannot be snuffed by a cave or a cloud or a reversion." Samuel laughed with Mara. "Don't forget the undead hordes." It was her turn to smile. "You and I have something unfinished," Mara said. "I need you to know it's not pleasant for either of us, but it must happen before the reversion in this place ends." "Anything," he said. "I'll do anything for you after all of the pain I've caused." She shook her head. "You were not the cause of my pain. You helped define my path, that's all." "Euphemisms," he said. "Truth," she said. Samuel shivered. The spreading gloom crawled up the walls like the animated shadows of an old horror film. He saw tendrils of black spreading across the face of the limestone, while more of the physical space fell into the spreading void. "Tell me what must be done." "First, help me sit." Samuel maneuvered behind Mara. He slid his hands underneath her arms and pulled her up until she was able to rest her back against the cave wall. Samuel heard her whimper as the movement agitated her wounds. He waited while she drew deep breaths. "Do you remember our time in the coffee shop? In the dream?" Samuel grinned. He pictured her dolled up in maroon-red lipstick and hip-hugging black denim stretched across all of the right places. "Yes." "Good. I wish I could say we're going back there, but we're not. But we have to do the same thing to go somewhere else, a place you'll find painful." Samuel looked at the black fingers silently scratching their way down the wall. "It will wait until we're finished," she said, following his gaze. "What should I do?" he asked. "Nothing. Let me lead. Once we're there, you'll know what to do." "Where are we going?" "I can't answer all of your questions, Samuel. You'll need to trust me. Can you trust me?" "Yes," he said, nodding. "But I'm coming back alone, aren't I?" Mara smiled. "Take my hand, and don't let go." Samuel maneuvered his hand into hers. He felt her cold, clammy skin, and he shuddered, imagining what it would feel like in the near future. Mara's skin looked translucent, as if her very essence was fading with the approach of the reversion. Her hair looked greasy and thin, and her eyes were sunk deep into their sockets. "I'm going to close my eyes, and when I do, you should too. We'll be somewhere different, and yet we'll still be here. I can't explain." He squeezed her hand. "Are you ready?" she asked. "Mara," he said, "I hope the crossing of our paths helps you. I hope you get peace." "We all deserve peace," she said. Mara closed her eyes, and Samuel followed her lead. He felt the ground sway, and the electrical thrumming returned to his feet and shot through his legs to his torso. Samuel heard a brush of air move across his skin. The breeze felt different than the air in the cavern. Mara's hand pulsed in his, a quick jolt to let him know she was still there. Samuel arrived in his not-so-distant past. "Come on, Sammy, 'tis the season." He looked into his friend's face, red and swollen from Christmas cheer in the form of whiskey bottles and wine carafes. "I can't, man. I have to get home. Kim's going to be worried sick." John held up one finger while the other hand came close to letting the aged whiskey jump the lip on his glass and land on the expensive Berber carpet in the boss's living room. The chilly Detroit December made it even more difficult to leave the party. Samuel looked around the room and chuckled. A few of his co-workers were making obscene gestures with ornaments they grabbed from the tree, while the shy ladies of the office sat on a couch, sipping mint schnapps stirred with candy canes. The aroma of ginger and chocolate floated by on the notes of John Lennon's famous Christmas melody. Samuel had lost sight of the boss, who was upstairs, going over the sales figure of his administrative assistant. "Check it," Johnny said. He held a black plastic object in one hand. "One of the new smartphones, no more shitty signals for me, got the full voice and data plan." "That's sweet. How's coverage?" Samuel asked, slipping into the tech talk that came so naturally to him. "Everywhere. Try it out. Call Kim and let her know you're fine." "I gotta go." Johnny rolled his eyes. "Dude, just call her and get yourself another whiskey sour." Johnny handed Samuel the phone and began picking his way through the people hovering near the natural gas fireplace. Samuel made more small talk with the group before pushing toward the den, where the hired bartender stood with a gaping yawn. He dialed his number, and the digits on the LCD display made Samuel squint at the device. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings. "Hello?" The voice came through the pinhole on the earpiece. "Hey, hon." "Sam, what time is it?" He looked down at his watch with the company logo crested in the middle of the face. "Early evening, I think." As soon as he said it, Samuel cringed, knowing he should have been more precise to prove his sobriety. "Everything okay?" Kim asked. "Yeah, fine. Johnny gave me his new smartphone to call you. It's one of those—" "Sam?" Kim said, cutting off his excitement about the newest gadget he would have to own. "You're leaving now, I assume?" "Sorry. Listen, I'm going to hang here with the guys telling office jokes and making fun of each other's 9-irons. Gonna be a bit later." The pause forced Samuel to look at the phone's touchscreen display to make sure it had not dropped the call. "Kim?" "Get a cab," she said. "Honey, I'm fine. I've already started on the black coffee," Samuel said, looking at the whiskey in his opposite hand. "Samuel," she said with a tone that made his heart ache. "Really, I'm fine. Keep the back porch light on." He heard the rustling of the comforter on the other end. Samuel could see her dark hair spread across the black flannel sheets they put on the bed for winter. He could smell the conditioner in her hair, which would have been blown dry and brushed. Samuel could almost feel the smoothness of her skin from a leg shave in the tub and moisturizing bath salts. He felt his mouth go dry, seeing his wife's naked body buried beneath the mounds of bedding like a gift, waiting for his arrival. "Please be careful." Samuel took a deep breath and nodded until he remembered Kim was not in the room. "I will. And Kim?" "Yes." He looked around the room at several people within earshot and reconsidered what he was about to say. "Nothing. Love you. See you later tonight." "Okay, Sam." A click followed, and Samuel handed the sleek phone back to his friend. "We all good?" Johnny asked. "All good," Samuel said. They sat at a table in the dining room, where the boss reappeared. His administrative assistant sat on the couch with the other ladies of the office, her hair wispy, and her lipstick in need of some touch-up. "Cards, anyone?" "It's a Christmas party, boss. We can't play poker," Johnny said. "Holiday party," his boss said. "The wife and kids are gone for the weekend. This is anything I want it to be." Samuel looked over his shoulder at the ladies gathered on the couch, and then at the men around the table. "Who's dealing?" Samuel asked. The poker game played out as most do, a forgetful carousel of laughter, dick jokes, and evaluations of female anatomy. The ladies on the couch left to return home to their balding husbands, who would lay a paunch on their stomachs for the 2 minutes it would take to finish the job. A few observers stood behind the table, pretending to be amused by the entertainment only gamblers can enjoy. Samuel looked at his stack of chips and shook his head. He had cashed in twice, and there were no bills left in his wallet. Johnny saw him look and flashed Andrew Jackson at him from under the table. Samuel shook his head, even though he found the offer to borrow money for more chips tempting. "I've only got 1 or 2 more hands in me, fellas." "Keep your desk next to Fagboy Davidson and you'll have more than 1 or 2 hands in you, if you know what I'm saying." Samuel laughed at the vulgar homophobia. He knew it was offensive, but it was also funny. Davidson was still in the closet, although some might say he had 1 foot sticking out, and it wore a red pump. "It's already dark, and Kim's going to want me to fix the leaky faucet before I go to bed tonight." "You fucking family men," Johnny said. "You're always getting told what to do by the ball and chain." The table roared with laughter, and Samuel waved them off, feeling the Catholic guilt his parents used to raise him. "1 more from me, then I'm done," he said. "That's what she said," came from another seat at the table, which pitched the group into more laughter. "Then you'll need this to help it down." Johnny poured the whiskey from the bottle directly into Samuel's glass. He slammed it down on the table and slapped Samuel on the back. "To Sammy and his family. May he find an easy way to get his wife to consent to a 3-way and bring some fun into his boring suburban life." Samuel smiled and raised his glass, while the other poker players clinked theirs, throwing their chins skyward to help ease the liquid down their throats. The hand finished with Samuel losing again. He overbet the last round in hopes of losing and not cashing out his chips. The self-sabotage worked in his favor, allowing him to rise from the table with an empty whiskey glass as well as an empty wallet. "Fellas," he said with an exaggerated bow, "unfortunately, I will see all of you assholes at the office on Monday." Another round of laughter filled the room. "Boss," he said, raising a hand in the air, "you do have the best office parties, I'll give you that." With a few more salutations and even more good-natured insults, Samuel searched through the coat rack until he found his black leather. He pushed a curtain aside and looked out at the new round of snow covering his car, making it look like a lump in a bowl of poorly mashed potatoes. Samuel fished through his pockets until he felt his car keys and fisted them in one hand. With a final glance, he looked back at the table to wave, but the poker game had already moved on after his departure. Samuel opened the door and stepped into the chilly, swirling snow. He pulled the collar of his coat tight around his neck and trudged to the driver's side door. Samuel's fingers lumbered around the keyhole, becoming numb in the process. He cursed at the cold air gnawing at him, and then swore at the battery in his keys, which were no longer able to open the locks with the magic of infrared rays. He used the tip of the key to scrape the ice crystals from the lock and managed to push it inside. The tumbler surrendered with a click. Samuel shoved his frozen fingers underneath the handle and lifted, dispensing the foggy haze from the dome light into the frigid air. He sighed, blowing plumes of mist before pouring himself into the driver's seat. Samuel shut the door and leaned back on the headrest. The world ramped up on a conveyor belt that started turning everything in a clockwise motion. He opened his eyes and focused on the steering wheel until the car stopped spinning. "The cold air," he said. Samuel placed the key in the ignition, and the car turned over, coughing and wheezing with mechanical influenza. The radio came alive, and he thrust a finger at the presets. Some nameless vanilla hard rock song came on, which made Samuel's churning stomach even worse. He punched the power button with his right hand while hitting the power window button with his left. The sub-zero air poured into the car. Samuel felt it burn his lungs before putting the window back up. He gunned the gas pedal several times and released the parking brake. Samuel thought of Kim, but their conversation was an ink blot, dark and formless. He decided she would want him home on a night like this, where he could spoon with her, both of them staying warm. That thought brought a smile to his face. "I can do this. Been drinking coffee all night long." "You fucking dog," he said to the empty car. "You have, but you've been dropping whiskey with it." Samuel laughed at his own dishonesty before putting the car into drive. He had already pulled from the curb before he realized he hadn't cleared the snow. The hard white precipitation covered his windows and protected him from the reality on the other side. Samuel put the windshield wipers into motion. The motor hummed and then rattled, but the wipers remained buried in the snow piled at the base of the windshield. Damn it! He reached under the seat for his trusty ice scraper and came up with the broken bottom half of it. Samuel tossed it into the back seat and opened the door. The wind tore at his face and whipped his hair into maniacal formations. Samuel pulled his coat sleeve over his hand and used his arm to clear as much of the snow from the windshield as possible. With a round porthole cleared, he stepped back into the car and set the defrost fan to the high setting. Samuel's bladder decided he did not have time to wait for the defroster to clear the window. Departure and urination was imminent. He bent low and craned his neck to look through the hole he had scraped. It wasn't much, but Samuel thought he could navigate the car for the 10-minute drive to his house. He would stay under the limit, and he would stay alive. Samuel navigated by alternately sticking his head outside the driver's side window and then looking through the porthole, which allowed him to stay on the road. He successfully avoided parked cars, sidewalks, and garbage cans awaiting pickup. The first car passed with its horn blaring and then fading into the distance like a locomotive in an old Western film. He thought he may have heard the driver yelling, but he couldn't be sure. Samuel pulled the vehicle hard to the right, assuming he had drifted into the oncoming lane. "Couple more turns, and I'm home," he said to no one. He followed the plows and salt trucks through Detroit's wealthier suburbs as they made their rounds, the last ones before the shift change and a watery cup of warm coffee back at the garage. Samuel concentrated on the blinking lights, while the salt pummeled the front end of his car like a localized hailstorm. When the truck turned right toward City Hall, and the truck garage behind it, Samuel remained on the road. He looked into his rearview mirror and saw black, the narrow secondary streets not equipped with the streetlights like the main thoroughfares. The cold and the darkness closed in, and Samuel felt the need to leave his window all the way down. The bitter winter air seeped in like a shot of insulin to a diabetic in shock. He sat up straight and blinked. Samuel looked at the street sign and then recalibrated his bearings, figuring he was only 3 or 4 miles from his house. In 1 more mile, he would take a right onto Route 24 for the 1-mile stretch that would dump him at the foot of the development. The snow relented, but the chill did not. As Samuel turned onto the local highway, he saw headlights approaching, the first since he left the party. He glanced down at the gauges and felt for the seatbelt strap, hoping to avoid getting pulled over and then having a seatbelt fine on top of it. In an instant, the headlights doubled from 2 to 4. He saw the first set snap out into his lane, and then wink as the car slid sideways, fishtailing on the slick roadway. The driver regained control and pulled the vehicle back into his own lane. But it sent the second set of headlights into a spin of its own, and into a collision course with his car. Samuel became so enamored with the scene, he didn't notice he let his vehicle drift. Samuel's vehicle struck the oncoming car, creating an impact that crumpled the other car's hood, sending it into an upside-down V, like a cheap accordion. He felt the brunt of the impact, which threw him toward the passenger side, and then the seatbelt snapped him back. He felt his car spin and strike 3 more times, unsure what he was hitting. The sound of crunching metal made him wince. All he wanted was for the car to stop moving, even if it meant slamming straight into a tractor-trailer. Samuel waited and waited, the seconds feeling like lifetimes. When it finally stopped, he was facing the opposite direction on the highway, his passenger side door stuck to the guardrail. The silence lasted for a few seconds. His ears rang, and the adrenaline spiked his bloodstream. Samuel felt the warm, sticky blood flowing into his left ear, and he winced. He did a mental check, and realized he was alive, and without serious injury. The euphoria of that revelation lasted until he looked out the other side of the car at the discarded mess of steel balled up next to the opposite guardrail. Samuel climbed from his car and limped over the frozen roadway toward the other vehicle. He thought he remembered 2 sets of headlights, but either that vehicle fled or the whiskey had created the extra set of lights. He smelled gasoline and burning rubber, while drops of sizzling liquid pooled in the roadside ice. He looked both ways and saw nothing but the dead of winter. Somewhere beyond his vision, a distant siren blared. A groan from inside the mangled metal brought his attention back. Samuel approached, unsure where the front of the vehicle could be. He saw twisted steel, dark plastic, and scraps of humanity thrown together inside the death cage. He walked toward the car and stepped over a hockey stick, followed by a book. The closer he came, the more personal belongings he stepped over. The car's dinging door alarm was on but struggling to maintain sound, as if it was covered in thick foam. Samuel saw the steering wheel contorted like a pretzel as he looked inside the gaping wound where the windshield used to be. He saw the small, delicate frame of a young woman, the seatbelt tight against her throat. Jet black hair covered her face. Samuel shoved his face inside and heard the ragged, desperate sound of her lungs. He looked at her painted fingernails wrapped around the steering wheel. The smell of exhaust mingled with blood made him queasy. "Are you okay?" he asked. As soon as he spoke the words, he felt like a fool. He could not bear to ask the question he really wanted to ask. "I'll get help." He spun and remembered the Italian restaurant 50 yards up the highway. It was probably getting close to closing time, but an old phone booth stuck out near the guardrail like a beacon of hope. Samuel had just spun toward it when he felt the warm, weak grip on his hand. He jumped and let out a muffled cry. The driver's hand held his. He could feel her erratic pulse, see shallow breathing, but he could not move. The grip squeezed his hand as if to say, "All was forgiven. Accidents happen." Samuel felt the encompassing love, and he knelt low to see inside the remains of the car. He used his free hand to reach in and gently push the hair away from Mara's face. The memory advanced like a fluttering reel of film until Samuel sat at a glass pane, holding a corded phone to his ear. Kim came into the visitation room and looked at him. She had not been able to apply her morning makeup over red, puffy eyes. Her face resembled the photograph hanging above the dresser, the one of her and Samuel in college. She loved that picture and the wispy memories of youth it represented. They both remembered the night that photograph was taken and always joked that Kim's hold on her car keys was as strong as the one she had on Samuel's heart. "Kim, I thought it was fine. There's no point. After what we've been through, after what you've been through, I can't—" Kim trailed off, fumbling through the conversation. "I'm so sorry. I'm going to make this right," he said. Kim sat, her bottom lip trembling. "The kids?" "My mother's," she said. "Now what?" "Now you figure out how you're going to live with this, Samuel. Now you have to ask God, or whatever demonic force that commands you, for forgiveness and hope he doesn't strike you down." "What should I do about—" "I don't give a fuck, Samuel. You do whatever it is you need to do." He could hear the pain in her voice. "I'll deal with it." Kim laughed. "I'm sure you will." Samuel opened his eyes, returning to the cave where Mara lay at the mercy of the reversion. "I'm so sorry." Mara squeezed Samuel's hand just as she had on that cold night. She smiled, and the worry lines in her face loosened. "I can't believe that all this time you knew that." Samuel shook his head, tears clouding his vision. "I'm the reason you're here, stuck in this prison." "Come closer," Mara whispered, her eyes closed and the life drained from her voice. Samuel moved closer and bent down, taking her hand in both of his. "I let you see what I thought you needed to see while you were here." He nodded, setting at least some of his guilt free. "Mara, I can't believe I did that to you, and—" She squeezed his hand again and shook her head as much as possible. "Life did that to me, not you." Samuel started to speak, but Mara squeezed his hand, stopping him. "There isn't much time. Please listen," she said. Samuel dropped his head and waited for her to continue. "I didn't see your face at the scene. I passed before you came over to the wreck. But when you arrived in this place, I argued with Cole." A memory sparked in Samuel's head. He remembered seeing the disagreement at a distance. "We didn't so much argue about you, although he claimed you were someone from his past. I guess you could have passed through both of our lives, but I don't really know. I told him you were here for me, for him, for all of us. I explained you had a purpose and a mission to release us from this." "But he didn't agree. Major didn't agree either, did he?" Samuel asked. She shook her head. "They could have been here for other reasons," she said, a wet cough thundering through her chest. "But I knew why you were here and what that meant for me." "What does it mean for me?" he asked. "I don't know. I wish I could say, but I can't. You'll have to figure that out." Samuel looked up. Their bodies appeared to float in pure darkness. The reversion had begun to peck at their feet. Samuel could feel the power trying to dissolve the molecules in his body. The cave and the rest of the dead locality attached to it were gone, swallowed and consumed by the inevitable force of the reversion. How? When? Where? Mara let the single-word questions hang in the air without attempting to answer any of them. If you can figure out why you're here, the answers to those questions might show themselves to you. Do you know why you're here? He asked. Mara nodded. Yes. It was all she said. Mara's eyelids fluttered, and Samuel felt her breath hitch in her chest. He wiped her forehead with the back of his hand and felt the cool, clammy touch of death descending upon her, challenging the reversion for the last spark of life left. This is my time, Mara said. Samuel closed his eyes and felt the oppressive force of nothingness closing in on him. How will I know? How will I know how I got here and what to do about it? Mara opened her eyes and looked at Samuel for the last time. He saw the forgiveness and sadness inside, the emotional turmoil simmering in the deep recesses. She bit her lip and spoke again, her words barely audible this time. I will show you. Samuel saw the inky blackness like oil-slicked surf, the silent waves pulsing over her body. He felt weightless as the power of the reversion disassembled the atoms left in the locality. He screamed in helpless futility as he watched the darkness creep over Mara. It slid over her foot, and when it retreated, it left nothing but empty blackness behind. He watched as the forces nibbled and bit at her essence, like fish feeding on a floating corpse. He knew whatever was happening to her physical body was a different experience than what was happening to her spirit. Samuel smiled, seeing Mara's angelic face from the coffee shop in his mind's eye, rather than the pasty, sickly face of her lying in the cold dirt of the cave and waiting for death. Samuel watched as the last remnants of Mara's body disappeared beneath the relentless pursuit of the reversion. With her body gone, he became a drifting ship amidst a horrific ocean of darkness and silence. The reversion began the same process on him, albeit at a much slower pace. He reached down to touch his knee and became queasy, uncertain of his bearings and feeling like an astronaut tumbling through deep space, carried into oblivion without the slightest friction to stop it. He closed his eyes and opened them to try to stabilize his mind, but the attempt failed. Samuel opened his mouth to scream when a voice entered his head. He knew it was Mara before she even spoke. "I must show you what you can no longer access from your own memory. If I don't do it now, the reversion will claim you forever." Samuel cried, ready to follow her, ready to do anything to escape the fate perched on the threshold of his humanity. "Your final moments, those inaccessible to you since you arrived here, those moments will enlighten you, provide answers to questions you have not asked. They will also explain your presence here, and once you have that knowledge, you will know what you must do." "What if I don't?" he asked. "All you can do is trust in what I have to share." Samuel felt Mara's essence dissipate. The energy in his body shifted, and he felt his mind snap back into the physical realm. The blackness of the reversion retreated until the fuzzy hole of a dream reality filled the middle, like viewing it through a telescope. The blackness surrounding the edges of his vision reminded Samuel this was something for him to witness, but the reversion still held him in its clutches. The objects swam through his vision until they began to settle and form within the frame. A burning knowledge began in his stomach, and the pain blossomed outward as the scene materialized. When the object stopped and the lens on the vision focused, Samuel cried. He remembered the scene, he remembered the cast, and even though the pain tore through his psyche, he also remembered his lines. Samuel was not sure he could manage to sit through the clip until he felt the inner strength of Mara speaking to him. "You must, and from your suffering will come your salvation." Samuel slid the triskele from underneath the thin mattress that smelled of piss and disinfectant. He smiled and held the item in his hand, pleased to have been able to smuggle the talisman into his cell without hiding it within one of his body's orifices. The cinder block wall stared at him from all angles, disguising up from down and inside from out. The stainless steel sink sat next to the basin that functioned as a toilet. Both fixtures faced the bars of the open cell and anyone that happened to be walking the corridor of his ward. A black marker sat in the corner of the room, while a simple calendar hung from the wall above it. The air inside the prison hung, as if it too was sentenced to a life of pure, dead boredom. "I'm cold!" Samuel yelled. He shuffled to the front of the cell and looked out. Samuel saw nobody. "I need a fucking blanket!" The sound of scraping metal preceded the methodical tapping of boots on the polished floor. "'Bout time!" Samuel stepped back and waited as the guard approached with a thin blanket folded down to the size of a postcard. He looked at Samuel and sniffed, turning his nose up at the stench. "Flush the damn toilet, you animal." The guard tossed the blanket through the bars. It landed at Samuel's feet. He bent down and picked up the linen. Samuel listened as the boots clicked their way back to the front desk, sealed off with the massive steel door shrieking into place. Samuel unfolded the sheet, masquerading as a blanket, and did the mental calculations in his head. He looked up at the heating duct burrowing through the cinder block walls and hoped the sheet was long enough. He took the thin felt slippers from his feet and knotted the end of the sheet around both until the ball of cloth outweighed the rest of the fabric. He looked up at the 3-inch gap between the ductwork and the ceiling, and then visually measured the ball in his hand. He walked toward the sink and splashed his face with water. The pungent stench of chlorine invaded his mouth, and Samuel remembered the inmates telling him to never drink the water from the sink inside the cell. Samuel laughed at that advice and its absurdity in his current situation. He looked at the calendar and the mangled photo tucked under the corner. It would not matter for Samuel. He would never see his family again. He punched the wall and felt the skin on his knuckles pull back until the warm blood flowed over them. Samuel punched the cinder block again until the bones in his hand succumbed to the power of the cement. The lights in the corridor buzzed. Samuel looked up to see the overhead fluorescent bulbs wink and extinguish as the electricity retreated from the wires. Several wire-encased sconces flickered to life where they were mounted between cells. The curfew buzzer sounded, followed by a sighing symphony of incarcerated souls. Samuel did not feel tired. But then again, he lost track of day and night long ago. He slept when the lights went out, and woke when they came back to life. Samuel waited for his eyes to adjust, staring at the battered photograph. He kissed 2 fingers on his right hand and touched them to Kim's face. Samuel would give anything to be standing in that frame, his hand on her back as they smiled at the optimistic future awaiting them. He sat on the edge of the bunk and put his face in his hands. There could be an appeal. He swore at himself as soon as the thought appeared. His attorney had taken him through those permutations, and an appeal was as likely as the guard opening the door and setting him free. Then stop stalling and get to it, you fucking coward. Samuel stood and nodded his head, shaking the last bit of doubt from it. He took the end of the sheet containing the slippers and balled it in his right hand. Samuel stepped back and lobbed the sheet toward the duct. The first 2 tries bounced off the wall and fell back to him. The third toss landed on top, before sliding across it and out the other side. Samuel stopped, hoping the guards would not have heard it strike the duct. "It'll never hold you." He cursed the voice trying to keep him from ending the pain once and for all. "Got steel straps tied into the block to reinforce the duct. It'll hold." He winced at the sound of his voice. It sounded foreign to his ears. Samuel pulled the loose end until the knot held between the top of the heating duct and the wall. He clutched the sheet with both hands and pulled his feet off the floor. Samuel dangled a few inches in the air, neither the sheet nor the duct giving any indication they would not be able to finish the job. He climbed on the bunk and stood on the edge of it. Samuel took the loose end and tied it around his neck several times, taking all of the slack from the fabric. He reached up and tied a knot behind his head. Sweat poured from his skin, causing a shiver in the cold chill of the cell. Samuel's mouth went dry and his palms became moist. He slid the triskill out of the waistband of his underwear and held it in his right hand. Samuel did not pray. He did not ask forgiveness from the all-powerful forces of the universe. If the talisman did not serve him as he crossed over, nothing would. His bare toes extended over the edge of the bunk that sat 2 feet from the floor. Samuel looked up again to verify the knot held at the top, before reaching around to check his noose held firm. He took shallow, rapid breaths, trying to exhale the last remnants of hesitation. When Samuel stepped off the bed, the the last things he smelled was the distant aroma of moldy bark. Samuel pushed the twisted sheet from his shoulder and let the makeshift noose coil on the ground like a dead snake. He looked up at the decaying branch, shook his head, his eyes darting about the empty forest as his heart raced in his chest. He drew a breath, exhaling slowly and wincing at the pain in his throat as his lungs tried to pull in more oxygen. He smiled from the joy of being alive until the memory of his prison cell wiped it from his face. Like a leaf at the mercy of the wind, the image of the bars floated from Samuel's reach. Worry rushed back in to fill his mind as he struggled to find a connection, a reason for being here. He noticed the sun dropped closer to the horizon, as if touching the tops of the trees to ignite them. Darkness crept closer, surrounding the far edges of his vision. He closed his eyes and felt forgiveness in his heart. He could not recall her name, or remember why she had granted him absolution. To be continued. This has been Reversion, The Inevitable Horror, the Portal Arcane Series, Book 1, written by J. Thorne, narrated by David H. Lawrence the 17th. Copyright 2012 by J. Thorne. Production copyright 2015 by J. Thorne.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.